been working hard, and he's the one.
Jalen Carter says Jalen Hurts has new levels of speed. He's moving, PK.
No, he be moving.
He be moving. So, 1,000-yard rushing season, 20 touchdowns, Eagles to the Super Bowl. He's unstoppable.
Do I want my quarterback doing that? When I got Saquon Barkley?
Ideally, no. Although, when they did win the Super Bowl, Hurts ran for a ton of yards and Barkley went for 2,000. So, he actually had both guys doing it.
What's a ton of yards? You asked me 1,000, so a ton? Is that
what's the number?
1,000?
It was, it's a lot of the touchdowns with the whole, QB sneak.
You're not even running on that one. The tush
the tush pushes. The critical yards.
You're running 1/4 speed on that.
I would say he ran for 500, but I don't know. That's off the top of my head.
Oh, that's fine.
How many hits do you take? That's what really matters.
Oh, when I got Barkley, who made the most athletic move I've ever seen in my life, he hurdled the guy backwards.
Just awesome.
It really was. I mean, you realize how strong your core has to be? It's impossible to realize it.
Please replay that again, and they did. We saw it like 10 times from 10 angles. It was great.
Well, isn't that redundant? Replay that again?
And again. And again.
Because if you replay it, you are playing it again.
But they've already replayed it once. Why don't you replay it again?
But once you say replay it, the word replay does not imply a single numerical number. Again and again. That needs to be on the Monday Night Highlight when they do the intro. It was an unbelievable play. That's what we're talking about with the athleticism with these guys. To be able to do something like that, and if you recall, the guys on the bench went berserk, as they should, because they've never seen it either.
What is he doing? He's flying backwards.
It's amazing.
Most of the headline these days just about guys who are injured or being held out because of injury. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua left practice early yesterday. It was reported he had some groin soreness. There are reports the NFL may suspend him for the season opener against the 49ers.
Yeah, it's just one less game. He has an opportunity to get hurt. Who cares?
Myles Garrett missed the Rams joint practice against Green Bay. Soreness in his knee. The club says they're being smart with the defending defensive player of the year. Coaches report that he said he was feeling about 85% health-wise.
No, me too. Maybe 82%.
49ers coach Kyle Shanahan said defensive end Nick Bosa is dealing with tendonitis in his surgically reconstructed knee and is considered week to week. He's been absent from practice this week.
Well, I mean, hopefully they can make Nick Bosa great again. Like that, Yuck?
Well, he caused some controversy last year with a certain statement.
I have to ask him. I can't ask him.
I know.
You could.
Had a certain hat.
He was not
joking.
Had a certain hat he was wearing that got him in some hot water.
I think
you ever see that Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry David doesn't want to go to lunch with the dude, but he can't apparently stand him up, so he decides to show up on the liberal west side of L.A. with a red hat with 4 certain words across it, and then the guy gets furious and leaves the lunch. You left the lunch. I was there to eat. Yeah.
I think Puka has now reached the level of like Madonna, Cher. It's just Puka.
It's just Puka?
Yeah.
You don't need Nacua anymore. There's no other Pukas.
Right.
It's just Puka.
When you say Puka, he's now the...
Who else could you possibly be talking about?
one-word, one-name athlete.
I like it.
Kareem, MJ.
Puka.
Yeah. Everybody knows who it is now. He's that caliber of player. Hopefully he keeps his head on straight, and he will waltz into the Hall of Fame.
That's a good list. We could work on that. Athletes who are just one name, and you know. John. Nope, no idea who you're talking about. LeBron. It's only one guy.
Well, yeah, it helps that you have an unusual name, too.
CBS Sports says there's no timeline for the return or final decision on the future of Tony Romo with the network as their top game analyst. He was arrested for OWI in Wisconsin last month.
It's amazing how some people get multiple chances on that and others don't. And
we're not clear which one of these camps Tony's going to fall into. He's getting the delayed ruling here.
And I'm not excusing it by any stretch. It's just that some do and some don't. I don't understand how it works. I mean, and I'm not condoning what he did whatsoever in the least.
DJ PK.
If he's guilty.
#college football.
LSU quarterback Sam Levitt says he has fully recovered from the Liz Frank injury that ended his 2025 season and had him limited during spring ball. Of course, he transferred from Arizona State to LSU in the offseason. He made a stir by saying somewhat facetiously, quote, "I'm from Oregon. So Louisiana kind of felt almost fake to me in a way. I didn't think it was a real place, but after being out here, I love the trees. I've always wanted to be in the South. The humidity obviously was something I had to get used to, but I love it now."
Well, we've been to Oregon multiple times, and they have trees also.
They do. Louisiana has a special kind of heat and humidity, and we've heard about that.
Go ahead.
And they have a ton of SEC games that before TV took over, everybody play in the day, but there were a handful of places, including LSU, that play at night because it was just so miserable.
I've played on LSU's golf course. They have a golf course there in September. And you're talking to a kid who basically learned and played golf as a kid in Phoenix. And, it's been hot here too. And I have never been hotter in the time I played. And I was the only one out there. There's literally no one else.
Had the course to yourself because everybody's like, this is miserable. I'm not doing this now.
It was the humidity combined with the heat. It was unlike anything. And my father and I, well into my 20s, we would play the upper scale golf courses in the summer because they were cheaper, obviously. And I can say on literal personal experience that I had never been hotter playing there.
Do you have a limit? Like in Arizona, you'll go when it's 105. You'll go when it's 110. You'll go when it's one. Is there a limit where you draw a line? You hear a number and you think, I'm not going.
147.
Come on. I'm just curious with the heat and humidity in Louisiana. It's not, the number isn't that hot for 110, but the humidity.
What I found for me personally is that I can do 110, but not multiple days.
Okay.
So just do it once and then lay off for a week.
A week? Oh, okay.
Well, but I'm not down there
in
the summer hardly at all to the level that I used to be. But because you can go way early in the morning too. And it's 100, and I know people are 100. 100 is hot, but it's not 110. It's not 115. But I found that if I've gone, like we've gone down a couple times in the summer for family reasons, and the second day, killer. So I stopped doing the second day.
None of this back-to-back stuff.
No.
LSU or Arkansas? Because you got that story about going to your wife's grandmother's place in Arkansas, and you went out golfing. There were two dudes, and they had like a case of beer each, and they were in cut-off jeans and
no shirts.
No shirts.
No.
How hot and miserable was that? Because Arkansas.
It was not pleasant, and I've done it in Georgia also, but still, LSU was literally it was so uncomfortable.
DJ and PK.
#NBA.
What do you make of that opening tip-off?
Fireworks for sure. I mean, they're going to be electric. They're going to be definitely a team to keep your eye on. I mean, they reloaded this year, so it's going to be a tough test, but we'll be ready.
That's the Knicks' Jalen Brunson, the defending champs, facing Philly opening night. LeBron James has moved to the Sixers, so as Jalen says, definitely fireworks. Golden State Warriors GM Mike Dunleavy says the franchise committed to ensuring that icon Steph Curry will retire as a Warrior. He is eligible to extend his contract with the team later this month. He could sign a 2-year, $136 million extension, which would give him 20 seasons with the franchise.
Well, for the Jazz' sake, I hope that happens.
Because that's the Warriors' 2 more years as a playing team, or maybe worse.
Yeah. I mean, this is a worn story. The superstar stays and is past his prime. The team is middling, and then he retires, so you have the romantic story there, and then you really start to rebuild.
But as the Jazz try to figure out how do we climb past these 10, 12 teams in front of us,
right.
Warriors, check that box. Next.
And we'll see if they make moves and whatnot. It's not a guarantee, but it looks that way right now anyway, and it looks like that could be a team that the Jazz could catch.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, hit hard in the air, deep to left field. Churrio's going back. He turns to watch. This one gonna go! Luis Rengifo, his first career grand slam, and it puts the Pods ahead 5-0 here in the second.
The payoff pitch. Crow Armstrong drills one deep in the air to right. This is long gone. It bangs off the facade of the upper deck. Wow! Solo shot PCA.
Swings, and this ball game is over. Line drive, right center field, base hit. Dodgers win it 5-4 and a walk-off hit. 6th time this year, the Dodgers have walked it off. Win number 72 for the Dodgers.
Dodgers bouncing back, PK. They lost 8 out of 9. It was a rough week and a half, but now they got a couple of dramatic wins over the Kansas City Royals. Feels like they're getting their feet under them again. Pulling it together. Too good to stay down, right?
But I don't think they're going to face the teams the caliber of the Royals in the playoffs.
There is that, and the losing streak did come against teams that they could face in the postseason.
Right.
Also in there, you heard the Grand Slam power in the Padres. That's what you said about the Diamondbacks for their 10-run game. The Padres beat the Brewers 11-2. They won the first 2 in that series. But you have an 11-run game. Uh-oh. What's going to happen in Game 3 today? Going to have the big drop-off?
It doesn't always happen, but it tends to happen. And 2 nights ago, the Diamondbacks scored 9 runs. Last night, they hit 2 home runs and a triple in the first inning, and that was it.
Padres have won 14 of 18. They're tied with Philly and Arizona. 3 teams dead heat with 41 games to go. Fighting for the last 2 wild cards in the National League. Rays pounded the Athletics 12-4. Does he? At what point? I mean, double figures, double digits. That makes sense. But for a team that scores like the Cubs score 8, but on 9 hits, feel like they're due for a drop off tomorrow. Cubs beat the Nationals 8-6.
Well, it's baseball, so anything can happen. I don't think 8 is that outrageous. I always go double digits.
All right, put on the official scorer's hat here. Get your number 2 pencil and sharpen it. What did you think? The errorless streak that we were talking about, Jacob Wilson of the A's. It goes to 113 games, but controversial. Ball hit up the middle, forced play at second. The second baseman didn't even really help him taking a lap around the bag. I guess that's why the scorer, who originally gave an error and then changed it to a fielder's choice. So the streak goes on. Do you think that was an error?
Well, I haven't seen the play.
Oh. It's right over the bag. Let me back it up for you right here. And the second baseman's committed to the ball and then changes his mind and goes to the bag. So he does not provide a good target if you watch. Where am I going? And the ball was...
second base blocked him.
The ball, he could have... If the second baseman goes to the bag, he could have caught that toss.
Yeah, I don't think that in those situations you can assume an out at second.
And I think that thought right there,
yeah,
even though it looked like it was a play that could be made, the second baseman was all over the map. I'm getting the ball. No, I'm going to the bag.
It would have been a bang-banger.
Yep.
So I'm fine with it. Plus, he's an antelope, man. I'm an antelope. Grand Canyon. Although when I went, it was Grand Canyon College. It's now Grand Canyon University. GCU. La-di-da.
La-di-da. Philadelphia Phillies star Bryce Harper dealing with left knee soreness after making the move back to right field. Is his body going to be able to handle it? His knee, Ohtani's knee, all kinds of guys with knee soreness and swelling and issues. Mariners have lost 5 in a row. Cal Raleigh, their star catcher, took the blame. He's slumped after AL MVP runner-up and big numbers last year. Quote, "We're not playing well. That starts with me. I'm awful. We're just playing very, very bad baseball in every facet of the game."
Well, he did not greet Randy Rosarina in the World Baseball Classic as teammates, so a lot of people think that is just the baseball gods not happy with that.
Mariners 4.5 games behind the Astros and Rangers in the AL West, where 500 puts you right in the middle of everything.
In their 50th year. They had a celebration a few weeks back.
Bees beat El Paso 4-3 series opener. Game 2 today is at noon. You can listen to Tony Parks on the call. 102.7 HD2 and the KSL Extreme beginning at 11:50. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Verjunka stabs it back to Luna. Luna has it poked away. Goes, gets it, sends it over to Caliscan. Caliscan through for Salons. Good turn, shot, and a goal! Salons, what a finish! 2-0 RSL. Throw in Dolachuns in the box. He'll head it back out of the box for Salons. Back to Caliscan. Caliscan slots the ball through for Yedlin. In front, Lineker Rodriguez punches it in. Flag stays down. Lineker Rodriguez scores for RSL, and it's 3-0. Real Salt Lake beats FC Juarez. They shut him out, and this is why you love Pablo, and this is probably what he taught him at Thunderbird High, PK. A couple weeks ago when RSL lost to LAFC, he said, yeah, but look at all the good stuff that happens. You know, the score doesn't always reflect that. And sure enough, last night he said, yeah, but look at all the bad stuff that happened. The score doesn't reflect it. So you get the similar answer after the win and the loss. Juarez had a penalty that they sent over the bar. They had a goal waved off on another night. Maybe it stands, but it got waved off. They might have played their way back into that game, but they couldn't finish a couple of great opportunities. So RSL gets back-to-back shutouts. And now they got a little help last night, so now they'll wait and see if they can advance. They need some more help tonight and tomorrow. It's 5 teams for 3 spots. They need a couple of the other 4 to lose so they can move into the quarterfinals.
Well, I hope it works out for you guys.
Thank you.
I just think that not English, but Americans with no accent, you just can't say nil.
Yeah.
You have to have an accent.
I thought you were going to go to some of the Spanish pronunciations.
Oh, that's even stupider.
Yeah. Well.
If you live down there and speak the language, that's okay, though.
Which obviously I do not, right? Aside from Vladimir in the opener, there's a lot of twirling of the L's and the R's to be done there. All right, so let's see if they get some help here tonight and tomorrow, and RSL's back in action. The quarterfinals are 2 weeks away, later this end of this month. They will be back in action in Major League Soccer play against Minnesota Saturday night at home.
So you're going to do prep football games. Does it start tomorrow?
Thursday and Friday. Yes.
Yeah. So if Skyline plays whomever and they score, you're going to go. That makes and the PAT makes it 7-0.
No, I probably will not do that.
See,
Please
You're
try
phony.
it.
That'd be
That's
fun to throw
phony.
That'd be fun to throw that on Friday night with Riley and see what Riley's
That
reaction
is phony right there. If you won't do it for one, why won't you do it for the other? That's not who you are. But if I took somebody from Spain, brought him over here to do our football, he would say 7-0.
But how come it's a head coach in football and then it's a manager in baseball? Every sport has its unique stuff, PK.
Good job deflecting,
Thank you.
but that doesn't have anything to do with you.
I learned it from watching you, all right? All right, what's trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. A new guy for you to watch, though, with Real Salt Lake. The whole thing here has been, Gozo's gone. He was getting his medical stuff done in London yesterday.
Gozo
Gonzo. And so now there were 3 or 4 guys that could play, and one of the first guys they tried, Zach Booth from Eden, Utah, another local guy, another academy product.
Right.
It looks like he's nailing that job down. I mean, they could rotate through and try some other stuff, but they'd have to change formation. Then that changes how you switch from offense to defense. It just makes it more complicated. And it's not that he's as good as Gozo. He's not. Pablo last night was talking about Gozo's a unicorn.
Sure.
But
which is why he is where he is.
But there are, and Pablo went to that point, and you're not going to find another guy in the world who can make that many high-end runs that often, twice a week in games. It's not going to happen. But Booth does have a lot. He is a local guy, like Gozo. He does have a lot of speed. He is a willing defender. Now, he can't do that stuff to the same level as Gozo, but there's some similarities there, and it does look like he's there. So you're looking for a young guy, a local guy who is actually from Utah, not brought in from somewhere around the world. Keep your eye on Zach Booth because there's some promise there for sure. All right, that's all the what's trending stuff. So now, Going ahead, Matt Brown, Extra Points newsletter, is going to join us after the break. All the stuff about BYU and Kalani and more resources, football, basketball, AD. It's making news. People nationally are noticing. Matt Brown, Extra Points newsletter, will join us next. Darnell Dixon, the Daily Herald, at 9 o'clock. It's also Win Tickets Wednesday. We got tickets to see Motley Crue and the return of the Carnival of Sins tour with performances from guests Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater September 21st. We'll give those tickets away in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us. Matt's coming up next. Question of the day at 8 o'clock. It's all on the way. DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 seeing some reduced speeds at the south interchange as people work their way towards downtown. More cars hitting the road, obviously, with rush hour picking up. The typical delays starting to pop up through that area. Also, fair amount of congestion northbound Mountain View corridor at 35th South and also on Bangor Highway at 41st South. So be aware of those trouble spots if you're out and about on the west side this morning. Attention property managers. Customers judge your property and the time it takes to park. Don't fail that test. Call GoPave Utah. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, patching across the Wasatch Front. Visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17 BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500 BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, zero down. All three models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Harris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26 BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance billing and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined now by Matt Brown from the Extra Points newsletter. Matt, welcome back to the show.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Matt, it was a big weekend here as everybody saw stuff on Cougar Board and then saw a BYU official actually put something on Cougar Board, which is shocking. Cougar Board's been around for 25 years, to dispel the rumors and say the AD's still in place, knock it off, quiet down. And we realize this story, then news travels, and now it's become a story nationally. And I think we're all curious how it's hitting as people around the country find out about this. So, Matt, you're right here with us. How's it hitting? How's it landing?
How's it hitting? I think once you get outside of the state of Utah, the more interesting thing to people is, wow, BYU's posted on Cougar Board now, rather than, BYU's athletic director may or may not be in trouble / may or may not be being terminated soon. Once we get into fall camp season, where we are right now, I could tell you as someone whose entire career is writing about things like athletic directors hiring or being fired, most fans don't care about that as much. I understand why it's a big story here locally, especially given Kalani's comments a couple of days ago, given BYU's new hire of an experienced, potential quasi-AD from Kentucky. I understand there's a lot of questions, but the biggest national thing is this is something you don't see every day, and this is a very specifically chosen worded statement. Things that make you go, I know that, radio is a visual medium and everything, but I'm making the Brian Windhorst, face, right now as we're talking. Just why would they do that? Interesting.
Yeah, I think that the timing of it all is something that I think Kalani chose to do it. He went on Ben Criddle's show and said what he said, and I think it was on purpose. I think it, in his mind, it was time to say that, and I spent probably 4 hours on the thing yesterday. Wrote a piece for KSL.com that they published overnight. It's up now, and the idea of money not coming, promises not being kept, and then being redirected to basketball, all that stuff. That's all in there. What do you think the fallout could be? Or maybe a lesser word would be ramifications.
Yeah, this is an interesting kind of place and market, right? Because at most of the country, not everywhere, but most of the country, when you have a battle between an enormously popular, successful, and recently extended head football coach and an athletic director or a senior administration official who hasn't been there that long, the coach wins 9 out of 10 times. Part of the job of being an AD is the very difficult task of telling a respected and coach who makes 6 times what you make, tell that person no. There's tensions there. We can look at Utah for that. We can look at Kentucky for that. We can look at Michigan and lots of other places where those things happen. I have followed this program enough and been doing this beat long enough to know that BYU is not the kind of place where they're going to let an AD, they're going to terminate an AD, less than 2 years into that person's tenure, especially because there's so few people in this industry that have the administrative experience and a temple recommend that you can't just fly through those people. You're not going to terminate someone so early in their tenure unless you have an extremely good reason. So what ends up happening is you kind of, I don't want to say passive aggressively, but there are political ways to make your frustrations known, and how Kalani phrased things is one way to do that. And then that you end up with some meetings, and you yell at each other in the meetings, and then you figure it out and you move on. And in 2 months, if BYU's winning football games, nobody will remember this but nerds like us. If this was at Ohio State or Texas, things could turn out a little bit differently, for good or for ill, because this is a different kind of market and more private, and even among private schools. I would be surprised if this is still a talking point in mid-October. If it is, something's gone terribly wrong in Provo.
That's an interesting point about is something gone terribly wrong, because to your point, these kinds of things happen in lots of athletic departments, but how far does it go before it gets resolved? And there's a thought here. Is football cannibalizing the rest of the department? Are we just at a point where financially it should be, because the whole department and what league you're in rests on how good you are in football? How is this playing out? Are you seeing these kind of battles between football and basketball in other sports, especially at the schools where basketball is more of a priority?
If we're being honest, the number of schools where basketball is legitimately more of a priority than football in FBS, we can count on one hand. Even at places with enormously popular and significant basketball traditions, like Kansas and North Carolina, when your job is the financial bean counter and you look at where the public attention comes from, it's still football. Football will always need more resources, even if you are a quote-unquote basketball institution, because your basketball roster has 15 guys, right? You've got, 4 assistants, and you might have – we can throw in some GAs and a GM and a Dobo and everything else. You're looking at a total staff of 30 people. And that's football is going to be 6 times that, just in terms of roster size and everything that you need administratively, which it kind of seemed like Kalani was getting at a little bit more, rather than just, oh my God, I need more money to pay my tight end. It's we're running a business here, and we don't want people having 4 or 5 different administrative jobs, and folks have that in other schools in this conference. With the tension though between football and basketball, and for that matter between football and every other sport, that's a constant, almost everywhere. It requires a truly enormous amount of money and uncommonly strong hires to be good at everything. Most of the schools that are really, really good at football are not as consistently really, really good in men's basketball. And the ones that are, places like Alabama, places like Florida, places like Michigan, are playing in a different financial stratosphere than where BYU's playing. All that's to say, though, I don't think I know enough as some doofus in Chicago to say the problem with BYU administratively right now is basketball. I don't think we have enough information to necessarily say that. I get why that's the popular narrative. This could just be a failure to communicate.
I think part of the issue here is that there's a lot of hands involved. It's not a coach, athletic director, it's athletic director and then folks above him. And BYU is trying to navigate this world of the mission of the university, obviously educating the students, but also the connection to the Latter-day Saint Church. It's direct, right? We all know that, and there's really no point in arguing about it, what have you. But in talking with some of the people, the idea is it needs to be run more like a business, and where do you get the biggest return on the investment? So BYU doesn't want to be seen as a sports factory and a football factory, but at the same time, they say they want to win at the highest levels, which requires the types of commitment probably that we're going to see from Texas Tech and have been seeing. So they have to come to some type of acceptance of that. And I think that's part of the issue, as it's a little bit of a struggle for them, given the fact that they are a religious institution, and we understand and respect that, but at the same time trying to win and how they balance that. I think that's part of the issue here.
You may very well be right. You guys being local are always going to have a probably a more clear perspective on this. I've written about this before. We might have even talked about it. Broadly speaking, I know there's an uncomfortable culture shift, because in my experience growing up in the LDS church and being around the LDS church, I've been covering BYU and covering college sports for so long. For most of my life, the common perception was you don't work for BYU or any LDS affiliated enterprise for the money. And you're not going to get paid the highest rate if you're a German professor or a software engineer or a basketball coach, because they want people that want to be there for the mission, right? Like, you're still going to get paid, but they don't want people to be in Provo just for the money. And I there's positives and negatives to that philosophy, but I understand it and I grew up with it. And that doesn't work in football or basketball or college sports right now. And to either BYU's credit or BYU's detriment when it comes to coaching and when it comes to paying for athletic talent, that mindset has shifted. But if I'm a 72-year-old dude in Sandy, I can understand why you might look at this and think, oh my gosh, the world has changed, BYU and the church has changed, and I'm uncomfortable with it. And some of those people have administrative, ecclesiastical, or political power, and I get how that's a difficult thing to navigate, and I can't possibly say from my perspective what the right decision is, right? Because the stakeholders here and what you want, it's different from Notre Dame and different from everyone else. The other thing I think I'll quickly add that's important, I think, in these kind of dynamics, and that it's different from the last 5 or 6 years. When you say, hey, BYU athletics needs to run a little bit more like a business, or big-time college sports needs to run more like a business, and that's true everywhere. And when that happens is now you have a new group of stakeholders that have more power and influence than maybe they did a decade ago, and those are major donors. Are now your quasi-investors. We would not have been having the conversation about the proverbial cookie man the way that we did, last year, in this new era. And so, if you're a senior administrator at a place like BYU, you got to manage the suits in Salt Lake. You got to manage the suits elsewhere on campus, and you got to manage the people now that are giving you 6, sometimes 7 figures and wanting influence. And you need those people more than maybe you did 15 years ago when there wasn't an athletic payroll. And that's not an easy political job.
Right.
Matt Brown joining us, Extra Points newsletter. Maybe this all gets worked out. He gets the money, and like you said, it's this is a footnote as the games are being played. But if he doesn't, and if he's frustrated and he doesn't see it getting better and he wants to take a job somewhere else, he passed on Penn State. What do you think the appetite would be for Kalani if USC or Oklahoma or Texas or some other big-time job comes up?
Yeah, this should be a relatively active year. I think in the coaching carousel, I expect there to be other Big Ten and Big 12 jobs that are going to open up this cycle. We know there's a couple of folks in the SEC that are going to have significant pressure on them, even though this was a big cycle in that conference. And he'd be one of the better coaches on the market, especially if BYU lives up to their preseason projections here and contends for a Big 12 championship. I don't know whether they're going to win or if they're going to finish third, or because the difference between first and eighth in this conference is so small. But yeah, He would be an attractive person for somebody like a USC if that opened up. It's going to be expensive for someone to pry him out of Provo, and I understand all of the other reasons why he might want to stay. But yeah, if he's actually mad, and if you promised it, and I'm saying it because I don't know this, I'm not reporting it, but if he was promised something and if he didn't get it, like any other employee who is desirable on the market, yeah, you're at risk of alienating or losing that person. And that happens in college sports sometimes. It happens with players every year.
You say you're in the Midwest, so I got something that is in your wheelhouse. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about this, and it was involving Kyle Whittingham saying about the question became about the hate of Ohio State, right? And I've got extended family in the Michigan area. My mother-in-law is from there and been back there, and it's my wife's family, not mine, but I've spoken to him many times, and you got to hate Ohio State. And I came back, and I said, I don't think it's a big deal that Kyle didn't come out, I hate those you-know-whats, but I said that I thought it was going to be a story, and sure enough, when he gets back into town, they ask him about it, and he responds, well, if I hate him more, is that going to help us win? I mean, so I thought it was a great response, but I knew it would be a story. Even though it's not a big story, it's kind of a funny off-the-wall story. What do you think of it?
It's so funny. They're still talking about this here.
Yeah.
And I actually think I was hoping somebody would ask you about I was doing radio in this market, because I think there's some important differences between the Holy War rivalry and Ohio State, Michigan. I'm from Columbus. I live in Chicago now. I went to Ohio State. I know that rivalry very, very well. And I've been trying to explain to people here locally, of course Kyle would say that. He's a BYU grad that coached at Utah and is great friends with BYU's head coach. And that rivalry, BYU-Utah, is different from Ohio State, Michigan, because unless you live in Toledo, you don't live on top of Michigan fans or Ohio State fans in this area. You don't go. You're not as likely to have somebody at church who roots for the other team, or a boss, or necessarily a neighbor. It's much more homogenous. And if you're in Salt Lake or anywhere, within these two schools, you're going to have every element of your social circle is going to have people from both fan bases. So you can't capital H hate them the same way. You want to beat them. It dominates your recruiting. You'll get fired if you don't win, but you have to live with these people in a way that you don't with Ohio State, Michigan. The difference in OSU, Michigan is that on the field and financially and culturally and structurally, that game's more important because that's usually for a conference title, national title implications. BYU, Utah is usually not going to be for playoff spots or anything. That might change in the future, but historically that hasn't been the case. But I think Kyle's exactly right. And I think there's a learning curve here on both sides, because the cultural differences between his previous employment and jobs and where he is now are significant. But anybody who's close friends with Urban Meyer is going to understand the importance of the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry. It's not like Kyle doesn't want to win that game.
So Ryan Day leaves Ohio State and Kalani ends up there. How weird would that be? If you're just going to play out hypotheticals, how weird would that be? It would be
it would be so weird, and I think as someone in my position, that would be a thing I think I'd have to write a book about, right? I would suddenly be a very popular national radio guest if Kalani comes to Columbus. I don't know how much you'd like it, right? I mean, things have changed since I lived there, but I can't recall too many other Polynesian brothers and sisters in the 614 area code, but I guess there weren't that many in State College either.
Well, Matt, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for giving us a little national perspective to the story of the weekend.
Of course. All right, thanks for having me, guys.
Matt Brown, you can check him out with his Extra Points newsletter, hip deep in college football and college sports. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The question of the day is coming up at the top of the hour. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We'll give the concert tickets away in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
They have put out an earlier fire of a box truck northbound I-15 in Farmington. Emergency crews remain on the scene. The right lane is blocked there, causing some minor slowing in both directions, so be aware of that if you're going through that area at this moment. Northbound Bangor Highway remains congested from 41st South all the way up to the 201 Highway. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your big days, your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Joining us now, it is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall.
I know you're so process-driven and there's a plan to every part of the season, but is this your favorite part?
There's an excitement that comes to the start of every season for sure. I would have to say, just in terms of full transparency, I really like the off-season. I like the molding, forming, crafting, forging the next team through the weight workouts and through the runs and through the early morning workouts and through spring practice. I think that's my favorite era. Nothing takes away from the season, or can it take the place of the season, and the excitement going into today certainly at a really high level. I think foundationally that my favorite part is the formation of the team, and now this part where you get to see kind of the fruition of the formation of your program.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The truck just arrived at Gillette Services, and so did the savings. Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95. That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts. Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer and 8-time President's Choice Award winner. Call 385-273-6628 or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this water main is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com.
Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit 1 gift card per customer account while supplies last.
In the spirit of back to school, raise your hand if you want a really cool, really free snapback. Great. Here's your assignment, and you're going to ace it. Join KSL Sports Zone hosts Jake and Ben broadcasting live at Grifols Biomed USA, 349 East University Parkway in Orem, September 17th from 3 to 6 p.m. Can't make it to Orem? No problem. You can visit any Grifols Biomed USA or Talacris Plasma Donation Center in Utah that day. If you're new to donating, you can earn up to $720 in your first 8 donations. When you donate plasma at Grifols Biomed USA or Talacris, simply tell them the secret word, snapback. If you're one of the first 20 donors at your participating Utah Griffles location to say it, you'll score a free Wooden Grail snapback hat while supplies last. New plasma donors can earn up to $720 in their first 8 donations. It's a great chance to get paid for your time and leave with a little extra back to school style. Get more info at griffles.us/KSL Sports 26.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Scotty G and the Coach Friday from 10 to 2 at Tim Daly Mazda, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive in Sandy. The weird story of the day, PK. I read it. It took a while, but then I saw the video. Did you see that story about the high school football player in Arkansas who was at practice and had a 2-foot-long cottonmouth snake inside his helmet for quite a while, apparently? He finally took it off, and then they couldn't get the snake out of the helmet until they doused it in water.
Haven't thought about that, a snake in football, since Kenny Stabler passed.
Legend, Kenny the Snake Stabler.
Who I stood next to at the urinal in LAX.
This story gets out of control very quickly.
That's the truth.
I know. You told me the story. Here they are. They put this.
What's up, Snake?
They put it in one of those a smaller ice bucket.
Oh, yeah, I heard the story.
And it forced the snake finally to come up for air.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And now, if full grown, which this wasn't, this is a juvenile here, but full grown, it's a potential.
Minor?
Yeah, it was. It couldn't drive yet. Full grown, the bite could be
of course
dangerous. I mean, potentially fatal. Now, this wasn't full grown.
Who
but
wants to get bit by a snake?
Nonetheless, just creepy to have a snake inside the helmet.
That's impossible to comprehend.
Right. There it is. I guess you just set your helmet on the ground. That wouldn't be that unusual. And then the snake slithers through the grass and into the helmet, and away you go. And yikes. That guy's got a story for life, though. He's got a story every reunion, every wedding. Can you top this? I don't think people are going to be topping his story very often.
No, it's bizarre. Yeah, the things you can hear and see and learn about are just off the charts, and that was right there when I saw that. It's been a couple of days ago now, I think. That
the story came out a couple of days ago, but I just saw the video last night.
Okay.
So I retweeted that. You go to X, you can see it there if you want to see them approach that thing very carefully. They got the long stick and I don't know what it's called. Looks like a grabber, whatever. No one's putting their hand anywhere near that thing. Smart move.
Right.
Football's almost here. High school football kicking off tomorrow night. I think there's 3 or 4 games tomorrow night. And we got a couple of them on KSL Sports on the app or KSLSports.com. And then the full schedule Friday, a couple more games on Saturday at Snow College. And so that just means college is that much closer, PK. 2 more weeks.
Oh, yeah, it's football time because the NFL really gets underway with this preseason stuff tomorrow. There's a slew of games, and then it's basically now until the end of February or the middle of February with the bowl. So yeah, I understand that, and that's something that we all look forward to, and it marks, not to quote any presidential candidate, but it really marks the passage of time, and the passage of time means that time passes. And so what are you looking at?
You and Yak. I mean, those are my options. I got you to my right. I got Yak to my left.
You can look at the wall.
I saw your face. That would be weird. I could, though. You're
just
right.
Turn around.
That is, yeah. It was just a segment like this. We'll finish the segment this way. All right, go ahead, PK.
Well,
I was just looking at you.
I no offense, but I would appreciate that. I appreciate that more.
I was looking at you. Oh, yeah, none taken. I was looking at you, and I was just imagining what was on Yak's face. And sure enough, when I looked over there, it was the exact look. There's a little comedy, a little bemusement, a little what is happening here, a little bit of, well, if he's like this now, what does it mean for the next segment or the next hour? Where are we going here?
Got 2 hours to go.
Yeah, right? And it was all there. It was all on your face, Yak. You did not disappoint. Very reliable.
And I would caution all those teams that have struggled in the past, don't be unburdened by what has been.
Okay. I don't know how many people can recall that, but well played.
Because it's a new season. New seasons, no matter what they are, always should bring a level of optimism, man. Especially at the high school level. Because for 99.9, this is it. And this is something you've been doing. If you're a senior, this is something you've been doing probably since you're 8 years old. And this is it, man. And you've got, 9, 10 games guaranteed, whatever they play.
Depends on the school, yeah. 10 regular season.
Yeah, right.
And they've tightened up the playoffs this year. The 24-team playoffs and the bigger classifications are down to 16, so no guarantee of playoff games.
Right. And then it's over. And then that's it, man. That is it.
Tackle football isn't coming around again.
No.
You're not putting on the pads and the helmet.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to play baseball one season out of high school, and I can recall in a playoff situation when it was ending, it was everything to me, knowing full well that was it. And it had been something that I'd been doing forever and ever. And I can go play softball, and I played softball from when I first got out into college at the A level, and then dropped down, played Daily Breeze. We had 2 leagues. And we wanted to win a title, so we dropped down to the D League to win one, and we got it.
Did you get promoted? Did they force you out? All right, no sandbagging a back-to-back. On to the C League with you.
Yeah. They moved you up. So we did. We finally got one, and I don't see those guys as much anymore, if at all. I'll see a couple of them next week, but you still talk about it, and it's part of what we do. I assume other countries, but I haven't lived anyplace else. What we do as American males who are into sports, and American females if they're into sports. It's what they do, and when it's over, it's sad, and there's so much anticipation. You work so much year-round now, basically, for this opportunity to run out on the field, and that'll happen this week for the high schools, and KSL apparently is going to be all over it. You know way more about it than I do. I'm not involved in it.
27 games streaming on KSLSports.com and the KSL Sports app over the next 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
It'll obviously be all season too, right?
Right. Yeah, and that'll be the ballpark number. It'll change a little bit week to week, but I would expect a couple dozen games. And they come from all over the state. Some of them are produced here by this staff, and then some are produced by other groups around the state and carried. So you can watch games out of St. George. You can watch games out of Central Utah. I am not in charge of this.
But you have some leadership role in it.
A little bit. Visualizing how to change it, how to grow it, and that kind of stuff. But, I mean, Nate Dowdle is in charge of it. But there are different people who have, like you say, some level of responsibility. JJ has a level of responsibility. He's scheduled a bunch of Thursday games this year. I think 9 of the 10 weeks he'll be calling a Thursday game. Same for me, 9 of the 10 weeks. There's a couple Wednesdays late in the year. The schools are moving games.
Uh-huh. Yeah, well, when they have the fall break.
They have the fall break. Yeah, so you see games get moved the last 2 games. So those days, the question last week is how many Friday games will we do? It's a very small schedule, the final Friday of the year, because everybody's getting ready for playoffs. And now for the bigger classifications, there's going to be a bye week before the playoffs for everybody because they got rid of that opening round.
Then they end up at Rice-Eccles as usual?
Semifinals and finals. Mid to late November, as usual. Same deal.
Yeah,
three triple headers, 4A, 5A, and 6A scheduled.
Will you be there?
I assume so, yeah. Cool. All right, DJ and PK, more football in a minute. The question of the day, how long do you think Kalani Sitake stays at BYU? We will get to that next. Stay with us. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things. Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and of course the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone, the Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Question of the morning. How long do you think Kalani Sitake stays at BYU? Already done a decade, PK. That's a pretty long run in college sports. On the other hand, if he wants to be the Polynesian Lavelle Edwards, he's 19 years away. Got a couple more decades to put in here. Obviously, it's been in the headlines here. Tony says, I have to believe he has more money than he can spend. I think legacy matters to him. If the athletic department can keep him happy, he'll be revered as much or more than Lavelle Edwards. He's staying as long as he wants.
Yeah, that's pretty much what every fan base thinks if their coach is winning. Mm-hmm. There were people who thought Urban was going to stay. Mm-hmm. And he'll never leave and that type of thing. So that the fans tend to think that.
But that last phrase that Tony published here on Facebook, he's staying as long as he wants. Yeah, and what if he wants is like 3-4 months from now?
Right.
I believe everything you said, Tony, including the last sentence. He's staying as long as he wants, and there's no guarantee how long he wants.
Well, you have to see what's available. I mean, just look at December, and I was talking to Riley Jensen yesterday, and he's a good friend of Jay Hill. Got Jay Hill on the show while you were gone a couple weeks back, and in the beginning of the month, he thought there was a good chance that he was going to be the BYU head coach, and the end of the month comes, and he's the defensive coordinator at Michigan. I mean, you talk about...
You never know.
In a span of 3 weeks.
Right.
That is crazy.
It is, and yet that's college sports today.
Right. You have to strike, and obviously he has a long-standing relationship with Kyle, and Kyle wanted him, and it was an unbelievable opportunity, and he took it. We understand all that. And so what's to be available? And it just doesn't have to be, somebody is not doing the job. Lincoln Riley's under the spotlight. He hasn't won the level that SC wants, or that expected to, with the big fat contract and the $17 million house that they have, that he has in Palos Verdes Estates overlooking Catalina on a clear day, right? $17 million. And
awesome.
Yeah, right.
I dare you to go up there and find something to complain about. Yeah. I guess you could say, well, it's up on the hill. It's a long way down to the beach and the surf and PV with, mostly rocky cliffs.
Yeah. Well,
I guess they found something to complain about there.
3 or 4 miles tops to where you want to get in the water, if that's what you want. And plus, there's a surf area there that has been under dispute for years, because if you're not from there and you go there, they rough you up. And that has been ongoing for many, many years.
Locals only.
And so, but that doesn't mean that he has to have a bad season. He can have a great season and the fill-in-the-blank NFL team can come. Right? That's a possibility, too. Everybody's looking, if he doesn't go in the playoff, he's going to be under the... Well, he can go to the playoff and actually win the whole thing and still be gone. You just don't know what's going to be out there. And that could be anybody can happen. Lanning over there in Oregon, up the coast a little bit. Mm-hmm. It could be him. You can go down the list of coaches, and everyone's searching for a great coach if you don't have one, right? And who knows what could happen. So it's impossible to say, and that is the point. Yeah, most likely he has some stature where if he wanted to be there the next 3 to 5 years, he absolutely could be. But who knows? I mean, he clearly has frustration. There's just no doubt about it. And I've spoken to enough people to know and you go read what I wrote at KSL.com to I think I said, put it in a synopsis pretty good from Kalani's perspective. And here we are, and these are real issues. And the statement that he made when we were there in December, I want to win, but I want to win, which means I want to win it all. And with that in mind, if I don't think it can be done here, then I'm going to go someplace else, even though that spot is really good. Lane Kiffin could have had a statue at Ole Miss, right? There's no doubt about it. But why did he take it? Because he thought LSU's a better job.
The odds of winning it all at LSU are much better than the odds of winning it all at Ole Miss.
Yeah.
LSU's done it. Ole Miss hasn't. LSU's done it multiple times.
But he could have been the ultimate football coach at LSU or at Ole Miss, and he would have been richly compensated and blah, 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 blah. But he chose to leave because on paper it looks like LSU is a better program, right? So he left. Well, that could be the same thing here.
Zachary, if they have another season like that one they had last year, someone will back up the Brinks truck for him, and he'll have to decide if Ryan Smith's money is enough to keep BYU competitive long term, or if he wants to chase a title with a Big Ten team.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it all on Ryan Smith. I mean, it's an easy because he's the most identifiable booster, and he's rich beyond his wildest dreams, I'm sure. But I think it's more than that.
And you more than think it.
Yeah.
You believe it and know it. And I do think that the whole crumble cookie thing helped shift some of the spotlight off Ryan. I mean, obviously Ryan's very wealthy and he's high profile and he's public facing, so people know his face and his name. But now people are starting to see some of the other faces and names.
Kevin Young talked about that when he flies out of Salt Lake and drives back to Utah County. He said he passes his 10 multimillionaire entrepreneurs. Right, and so, and they're there. I can name you other names that wouldn't mean much to the public, but they're out there. So, yeah, with that in mind, and crumbles there. I had a crumble cookie in downtown Chicago a couple weeks back. I split it with my wife. I want to be healthy here.
Nice.
Got
to be light on your feet chasing a foul ball at Wrigley?
We were doing a lot of walking that day.
Okay.
So... there are others out there. What's it going to be? What's it going to be with his next offer, which I believe will come? He's only 50 years old. He'll turn 51 in October. So he's got 15 years minimum if he wants. And he's such a just a warm person. And remembers names and is just he is the true people person, and people like being around him because he makes you feel good. He makes you feel like, wow, you're important to him, and it doesn't matter who it is. And it's so natural. It's not phony. Riley, we were talking yesterday, and he brought up the big thing about Sarkisian. He really came down hard on Sarkisian. I don't know if you heard that while you were gone. And his big thing was authenticity, authentic. You've got to be authentic, right? And we had on Eric Kerr, who Riley knows and has known for many years, and he's going to be he's the Weber State coach, and they kick off here in a couple of weeks over in northern Colorado on Friday. And I was teasing him, I saw him at Corner Canyon, And he was like a god there, man. I mean, he owned the place.
You've told me stories about going to basketball games there, and he would come over because your wife was on the staff in the athletic department as a PE teacher and coach and assistant coach for girls golf. And so obviously they knew each other and,
and we
interacted.
Support the teams.
Yeah, and you were telling me stories about the way people came up, whether kids or parents or in the way people talked to him.
Right.
You were almost like, oh, in the background.
Yeah, and I would sit next to him and we would just yuck it up a little bit. And so I said, now it's going to be different because you had the 15 and 16-year-olds mesmerized. Mm-hmm. Now you're going to get 20, 21, 22. And he said, well, you got to be authentic. And Riley shot me a look. See, I know what I'm talking about. and where I'm going with this is that I don't know that I've ever met a more authentic person than Kalani Sitake. Certainly in the coaching world, and I've met several, but he's authentic as they come. And that is important. So if he has another good season, absolutely they're going to be, if there's opportunities, they're going to come his way. Because he's had multiple opportunities, so why wouldn't he? And then he has to decide. BYU has to decide what they want to do. Do they really, really want to go in and win? When I say at all costs, I'm not talking about reducing or changing the moral implications of the honor code and all that. I'm literally talking financially. When I say at all costs, they're not going to strip away the foundation and the connection with the Latter-day Saint Church. It's never going to happen. We all respect it. Great. But I'm speaking specifically money. Are they going to be in it at all costs? Because the costs are constantly rising. And is that something they want to do, or they want to say, hey, we've got enough to be competitive, now it's up to you? Well, that's not going to be good enough for some people, and maybe it's not good for Kalani. Apparently it isn't good right now.
So the question then is the bar set at the top of college football at $40 million, at $50 million, at $60 million, at $70 million? It's changing all the time. It's a moving target. That discussion changes every year. And then what is BYU's number in relation to that?
Right.
Kalani does have an emotional tie. If the top number is 50, and if he's getting 45, he'll probably come back to a meeting and say we need $5 million more. But I don't think he's leaving over that. Now, if the bar is $40 million and they're at 15, you're at risk of losing him. And I just think you are.
Fair.
And so, and then those numbers, and I find this very hard to cover and frustrating because talking to people about this, which I think all of us have been since, this stuff started coming out about a week ago, people will quote you numbers and they're not quoting the same numbers. Some people quote by percentage. Some people quote last year's numbers. Some people are quoting this year's numbers. I thought you brought up an excellent point because I wondered how much of this is Kalani worrying about money for 2027. And you're like, why don't you think he's worried about money for 2028? He's talking to juniors now. And we've heard the stories, is it the first or the second or the third conversation when the parents bring up money? It's coming. And they don't like it when it's the first thing, but they know it's coming. And maybe some people do hold off until the second or third or fourth conversation.
They do. Everyone's turned off if it is the first and foremost 90% priority.
Right.
And BYU's had that, and they've
moved on.
Yeah.
Moved on to other kids.
I can name names.
Yeah. Don't prioritize this guy. Let's go prioritize somebody else.
Right.
And so you're right. I mean, Kalani is looking at this through, hey, what is it costing in 2027, 2028, and 2029? And they're starting to have those conversations with kids, sophomores and juniors. I mean, we always hear about the 8th grader who's been offered, usually by a school who can't land them, who wants to get their name out there. That's the way that game tends to be played. So he's looking at all those things. And what is he thinking? When I was just getting started in radio, a bunch of us did college radio together at UC Santa Barbara, and then several of us, one kid was older.
You can chop Jim Rome's name. Go ahead.
No, this isn't a Jim Rome story. It's Dan Kerman, Jamie Riddell.
But you got a relationship, so it's legit. You're authentic.
I know. I am, but in this case, it wasn't Jim. Jim wasn't at the station yet when this happened, although he came through the same station. He left and worked for his dad's business before he got back into radio. And so Dan, who was a year older and had been at KTMS earlier, we had, as we were talking yesterday, we had crazy managers and owners, but we were protected by the news director who was awesome. and he was already turning into Mr. Santa Barbara, and he was in his late 20s. He acted like he was in his late 30s. He was so mature, and he had so much vision about the way the business worked. He was amazing. And so he would go to lunch, and sometimes he's chasing a story, and sometimes he's meeting a friend. He's working splits mornings and afternoons, so if he's gone for a long lunch, it doesn't matter. He's still putting in a 10-hour day. His name was John Palmentary. And John would come back, and Dan was always freaking out about whether John was meeting with somebody from TV to jump to the only TV station in town, KYT. And he would always pester John. And finally, one day, John had enough, and he looked at him and goes, Dan, I could be here 5 years. I could be here 5 minutes. You're going to have to learn to live with that. We thought that was hilarious. Jamie and I thought that was hilarious. Some other people on the staff who heard it thought it was hilarious. We all repeated it to the people who weren't there. Everybody was laughing. And then we gave Dan a hard time. It's like, Dan, you're looking for a TV job too. They're not paying a lot of money in Radio Market 170. Nobody thinks this is a career. No, there isn't one person who thinks you can live in this job for the next 40 years. We're all looking. We have to. And sure enough, it was like a year later, John left. And I have used that line so many times. It's so true. And you have to change the numbers. I could be here 30 years. People talk to us about being older. And I'm like, well, you plan for retirement and you plan what you want to do. But let's be honest. We've all gone to funerals for people and like, you didn't know it was coming. And it's shocking when it happens. And then you got to go to a funeral for somebody. And you're like, we could all be here 30 years. We could be here 30 minutes. You got relatives, take your age plus 30. You could be here 30 years. You could be here 30 minutes. And I think that's the thing for Kalani right now. I just don't have a good feel for this. I go back to John Palmentary and Dan Kerman and think, Kalani could be here 12 weeks. He could be here 12 years. Don't know.
You don't. There's just no way. Especially in that world where things happen and happen quickly. When we used Lincoln Riley as the example, well, when he took the SC job, all of us were surprised because we thought, wow, Oklahoma, I mean, that's a hotbed right there, and they've had a long history of great football. Yeah. And so it was a surprise.
He was barely getting started when he was there. It's like 4 or 5 years.
And he's a younger dude.
Yeah.
And he could have built a Switzer-like legacy without the shenanigans. And he chose to take off, right? And that's why they hate him over there. So you got that going on too. So you really never know. And Kalani could be here for 20 years. Yeah. I mean, I hope he is because I'll make this announcement right now. I plan to keep this job for another 20 years.
You could be here 20 years. You could be here 20 minutes.
2046, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you think I work out every day?
Yes, we know you hit the bench every day. We get it.
I don't do bench every day.
You tell us that.
Well, I know, but the health club asked me not to.
Enough showing off. Got it.
All the people gawking that can move around.
Too much traffic.
Well, that would give you like 15 years to see if the Utah Outlaws can win a World Series.
Oh, yeah, man. If I'm still working and they announce it, I got to go a couple more.
You got to, man. We got to go out to the ballpark.
Right.
Some random Monday night, and the Padres or Diamondbacks are coming to town. Let's go to a game.
The only thing that could change that, if it happens, and I hope it does, that if they gave me like a lifetime press pass. So I'm retired, but I still can get in and hang out in the
for
press
your
box.
incredible contribution to the sports media.
Yeah.
Here's
Steve Starks is your path to that.
Right.
That's your path. We've known Steve a long time.
Now, I have friends who have lifetime ball passes to all ballparks.
That's because if you're a beat writer, how many years do you have to do it? Is it 20?
I think it's 10.
10? Okay.
And you have Hall of Fame credentials.
10 years as a beat writer. Get a lifetime pass.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. And I have some people, I know people well who have that.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Darnell Dixon, the Daily Herald at 9 o'clock. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. We'll give those tickets away. You want to do it after the break, Yak? All right, on the other side of the break, Win Tickets Wednesday. Concert tickets will send you out to Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Motley Crue coming to town. Stay with us. We'll do that next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The right lane is reopened northbound I-15 in Farmington after an earlier box truck fire, but the lanes are starting to break up, but they are still in place and move better through that area. Just add some extra time if you're going northbound through that. Heaviest spot on I-15 is in the Salt Lake Valley, our northbound in Draper and at the South Interchange as you work your way towards downtown. Looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles, big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or at heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LaCombe.
For Utah, it's offense and maybe defensive line, but primarily the offensive line. And so I'm like, okay, maybe I got to dig a little deeper here. But honestly, the more I kept looking at it, the more I kept thinking, it really comes down to those two position groups. Can Utah have offensive linemen that can step up?
You know, I think the big question mark outside of the offensive line for Utah nationally is Morgan Scalley.
Yeah.
But, nobody even talks about that around here because I think everybody has a real comfort factor with the way things looked in that bowl game, honestly. But the bottom line was they were sharp. They took advantage of opportunity more so than maybe a Whittingham team would. It felt like the guys were loose and ready to ball. That's like a sign. And then you hear all the stuff from the guys, how happy they are.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They'll help me get the skills and certifications that can get me noticed by top employers in months, not years. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time to give away the tickets on a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 at 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to see Motley Crue and the return of the Carnival of Sins tour with performances from Guest Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on September 21st. Call right now, 801-575-ZONE. PK, we were just talking about sports and coaches, and you never know. You never know how long someone's going to be in place. You never know how long before something surprising is going to happen and everything is going to change. And while we were talking about it, something happened in sports and everything changed, and nobody would have predicted it when they went to bed last night or when they got up this morning. And yet, as we sit here at 8:32 in the morning, the Lakers have been sold for $12 billion.
Quick update, I literally just came across $12.5 billion.
Don't want to cheat him out of another $500 million.
Came down.
American businessmen Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, a record-breaking price. There are many stories. There are many threads to follow here. What kind of owners will these guys be? It was Mark Walter, who owned the Dodgers. He bought them from the Buss family for about $10 billion. So now it looks like he's making a 25% profit flipping them in basically the snap of a finger here. And we thought, hey, the Dodgers are run well. The Lakers will be run well. This is going to be a tough hurdle for everybody in the West. Here come the Lakers again. The Busses were hampered. They didn't have enough money. They couldn't build out the front office, the scouting department. We've heard all those stories. And it helps everybody in the West, including the Jazz. Well, now Walter's going to run it right. Well, now Walter isn't going to run it. Kushner and Iger apparently were hip deep in trying to get the Vegas expansion team, and they pivoted. Who needs an expansion team in Vegas when you can get an iconic franchise in L.A.?
And I thought those California taxes. State taxes.
Yeah, well, it's the Lakers, though. It's worth it.
Yeah, Iger is the Disney guy, the ABC guy. Kushner, born in Livingston, New Jersey, a few miles away from where I was born, and his older brother's Jared, who is married to Donald Trump's daughter.
Yes. I think people recognize the Kushner name now. It's been in the headlines a few times.
But the Kushner who buys the Lakers, he married a model named Kloss is her last name. Oh, and she voted straight Democrat since 2016. I think had a little conflict here.
Conflict in the family. What is Thanksgiving like?
But she converted to Judaism before she married the guy. And shortly thereafter, they bought a house in Miami for $23.5 million.
State taxes.
Yeah.
Residence. Established residence.
Beach.
Visit L.A. Beach.
East Coast.
Yeah.
East Coast people.
Jersey to Miami. The familiar story.
Oh, yeah. When I grew up, I thought there's no chance that I'm ever going to get to heaven. I knew as a kid that heaven is out of the question for me.
You were doomed.
But I thought the closest thing.
Miami?
Yeah, because you heard about it all the time.
I heard about it, and the thing, this is like a stupid thing. It's three trees, but all I see is the Orange Bowl of my youth, and that on TV, the end zone to the right. I don't know if that's north, south, east, or west, but the end zone to the right had no stands, and there were palm trees. And they would have a handheld camera on the ground, and they'd take a shot of whatever in the end zone. In the background, you see the palm trees, and they'd be blown see the palm fronds blowing in the breeze. Thought, yeah, Miami must be awesome.
Well, and of course, with my contrarian nature, I went to California.
Absolutely. If everybody in Jersey's going to Miami, you're not doing that.
I know.
Go to Florida, you losers. I'm going to the Rose Bowl.
I'll never understand what's wrong with me.
You enjoy the Orange Bowl. I got the Rose Bowl.
I went the other way. I got a zig when everybody zags. So, we'll see what that means. What level of activity, hands-on.
What kind of owners are they?
Yeah, you
never
know.
What kind of franchise do they run?
Right. I mean, certainly it's always been this way if run correctly, and there's been some blips, the advantages are overwhelming. And that's why they have won all the titles and have been in all the finals and blah, blah, blah that they've been in. It's true. That's why I always felt like if now the responsibility and accountability has been passed to Ryan Smith and his folks, but if they could ever just get one here, it's got to be worth 10 there.
Well, you and I have been to Milwaukee. We've done some shows from Milwaukee because they're there for an NCAA tournament. I feel like I know just a little bit, but I don't know much. But I've always felt that's the kind of city, and Salt Lake goes in that group. And when Milwaukee won, my image of that isn't plays or Giannis doing something. It's that as they were calling the game, there were video that people all around Milwaukee were going to the arena just to be outside when they won it. Mm-hmm. That wouldn't happen other places.
Well, no, I disagree.
Really?
Yeah, we saw New York.
That just blew my mind.
Toronto. It's the summer, so you can get away with it. And the finals. If it was in the winter, it'd be another
I
story.
don't have a ticket. I just want to be outside the arena when they win it.
I think they do that.
That's awesome.
But Milwaukee still is in the Midwest, obviously, not that far from Chicago, and they've got multiple professional sports. Now, we're getting there, but I still view that as somewhat easier than here. We are really isolated, man.
Yeah.
8 hours from Denver, 6 hours from Vegas, 10 hours from California. Nobody talks about North.
It's just 5 hours to Boise.
But nobody tells you.
nobody tells you that.
So what?
Yeah.
Boise, when I first got here, started hearing about Boise, and they told me, it's just a smaller Salt Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is already small. But then I've been up there many times, and it's a fine place. I've got no problem with it. But nobody ever talks about that. It's always...
we're so far from Vegas, and we're so far from Denver.
Phoenix,
right.
and L.A. I mean, that's basically where it's at. So we are viewed as out here nowhere, and that's why I think it would be so awesome if it could ever be accomplished. I still have faith that one day it will be. I have no idea when, but we'll see how that plays out in the next 5 to 10 years if it can be done. I think it can be done. I believe it can be done because my belief is more based on want rather than strictly faith. I still think, if you make good decisions, your time will come. And if you do all the things that you're supposed to do, your time will come. And you can argue, well, the time did come and they didn't get it done. Okay. But now with the new regime and, we're 30 years removed from that, it's crazy to think that that's where we're at coming up on the 30th anniversaries here next year. But for the Lakers, there's no question that it's easier. The built-in advantages, and it's not like the league set that up. It just is. I'm not conspiracy guy that, the referees, we've got to extend this to at least 6 games so everybody can make more money, blah, blah, blah. I do think stars get preferential treatment, and so get stars and you'll get preferential treatment. It is an entertainment league, a product, and nobody wants to go see whoever the stars are foul out. No one wants that. No one. No, they pay too much money. And even if you want your team to win, I don't know that you want to see Kobe Bryant foul out if he comes to Salt Lake. If it's late in the fourth quarter, but you maybe, but not where he's hampered and he can only play 20 minutes because of foul trouble. I don't believe that. that they do that. If it happens, it happens. So there's no question they have advantages. And now these people here are just obscenely loaded. And what does that mean? There are, what would you call them, restrictions put in place that you can only do so much unless you really want to go crazy and don't care about anything. But even at that, I'm not sure that gives the Lakers just a huge advantage, because I don't know that guys want to go someplace. If you can be the top dog somewhere, do you really want to go elsewhere in your prime where you're the fourth or fifth guy?
Doesn't sound good.
Right.
It's not the nature of the sport.
It isn't. Not at all.
You could go somewhere, not that starting pitchers matter the way they used to, but you got to have 5 of them. And now with all the arm injuries, you got to have 7 or 8 of them. And so if you're the 4th starting pitcher, you're going to get the ball as often as the first one. And so just go be an ace. Dominate when you play. It doesn't really matter. I mean, there'll be those discussions. But if you're awesome, you're awesome. And basketball doesn't work that way.
So what does this mean for the competitive balance of the league? I still think that you have to run it effectively. And for the Jazz's sake, if they run it effectively and make shrewd moves, then they will be fine.
There was a time when the Dodgers were bought by Fox. There was a lot of doom and gloom. It's like, wow, they've got all this money behind them, and there's no salary cap, and they're going to dominate, and they're going to be awesome. And it turned out to be one of the worst chapters in Dodger history. Fox didn't run it any better than CBS ran the Yankees when they owned them for a decade, and Steinbrenner came in and rescued them.
Right.
You never really know. You can look on the surface and think this is going to be awesome, but you don't know. Kushner and Iger put out a statement, and our long-term commitment is to build on that foundation, compete at the highest level, and serve this extraordinary team, its fans, and the city of Los Angeles. Sounds good. There's no way to know what that's going to translate into on the court.
There really isn't.
Deeply honored to become stewards of the Lakers, one of the most iconic sports franchises in the world. So
and they are.
They say all the right things. They shout out Jerry and Jeannie Buss. Immense respect for the leadership and vision of Jerry and Jeannie Buss. So they're saying all the right things, but what's that going to mean when they're hiring for their front office?
You know, and I like that word in the professional sports realm, stewardship, because it is a community thing, even though an individual or a corporation or a family, whomever, may own it. And I think Larry Miller understood that. And there's overwhelming evidence that he understood that because he put his financial worth on the line because he understood that. You wonder. I guess
they mean it.
Local ownership here means something because we're smaller. Does local ownership there really mean anything? Is it any difference? These guys, the Kushners, they're Jersey people. I knew it had to have been. I just
You
knew
just
it.
knew it.
I did. I just knew it.
When I dig into this, what am I going to find? You were clicking on it in the break.
Yeah.
You reported it to me.
Right.
Their town, how far is it from your town?
Oh, 5 minutes.
I get your point. I think it does matter, but it doesn't matter the same way. These smaller markets, anything from market, 15 to market 50, smaller markets, it matters. You want the local ownership. I don't think the absentee ownership tends to be as committed. Certainly, they're more likely to move the teams. The local ownership rarely does. Now, having said that, there are always outliers, so there's no guarantees. I mean, the Rams did get moved. They got moved to St. Louis. And the guy who moved them back to L.A. was from Missouri. Go figure. And, take them back to the bigger, more glamorous
So what
market.
you're saying, in a few years, we can look forward to the Seattle Lakers. Which would actually be a more appropriate nickname.
Well, they got Lake Washington there, right? So
they got lakes all over the place.
It'd be something. They got more water there.
Yeah. I mean, the San Juan Islands. There's lots of water there. But, yeah, I don't know that it really matters. But I like the word stewardship because that's essentially what you are. At the same time, you're going to own it, and so you want to be responsible financially, but there's no way you're going to lose money on this.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Most of these owners seem to own for about a generation. I think, 15 to 20 years is a pretty common time span, although you can find longer ones. And you can find places where they get sold when someone dies, and that just happened with the Blazers. But you can also find multiple teams that have been handed down inside of families. Ironically, that doesn't tend to work very well. There are exceptions, but, the Lions and the Bears and the Giants have all been handed, the Cardinals have all been handed down inside of families.
Yeah, well, the Steelers have.
Yeah. The Steelers are probably one where it's worked better. That's probably the best example there is. Now, the Lakers were handed down and it didn't go great. Chiefs were handed down and it didn't go well for a while, but now obviously it's been going great since they made the last coaching hire, brought in Andy Reid. But they were sitting there on 40 years with no Super Bowl. And like only one or two AFC title games.
The Cowboys will be. The Yankees have been.
Yankees have been, and you're right, the Cowboys will be. And there are plenty more examples.
And
keep going.
Iger's in his 70s, but Kushner was born in 85.
So he could have a good long run if he chooses.
Right.
He could own the team 30, 40 years. See how it works out.
So he's 41.
Yeah.
If you're born in 85, you're 41, right?
So if he owns his team at 71, 81, 30 or 40-year run is a very...
Oh, yeah.
Although that's what Jerry Jones is turning in with the Cowboys.
Uh-huh.
He's past 35 years now. He's not to 40 yet, but he's closing in on it.
Yeah. But he's
something else.
I
he's something else. You're searching for a word.
I want my owners to be visible, but I don't want them to be dominantly visible.
In the way. And he's in the way. He's injected himself too much into the football side.
But he has, and I get they have the right to, but it seems like he's caught up in the fame of it.
Yes.
Not just the personnel decisions, the fame of owning arguably the most glamorous franchise in the NFL, which is the most glamorous sport.
He wants to hear his voice on a weekly and sometimes even daily basis.
Right.
And that's too much.
Right.
Be the owner and come out in front occasionally in big moments. Maybe you set a thing where it's once or twice a year.
I like him to be involved.
Yeah.
But not running to the cameras
I think
because I am swallowed up in this fame. Back that down a little bit. Back off that a little bit.
I would be afraid if they weren't involved. That would bother me. Like, you need to be involved. It needs to be guidance, goal setting, investment, big decisions, and then you hire the people, and then you step away. Yeah, you're in the room for the draft, absolutely. And you're consulted, but you're not vetoing stuff and determining daily and weekly decisions. No, that's why you hired people. Get out of their way.
And you're just swallowed up in the fame of it, and that sort of bothers me. I get so tired of watching him, the shots in the box. What makes him so special?
Well, he's a lightning rod, and people love him or hate him, so that's why the TV networks do it.
But I don't need to see him watching a game. What is he going to do?
I get it. Now, I don't think... See, we see a lot of Robert Kraft, and he's a lightning rod, but I don't think he gets in the way in New England. Help make main decisions, set goals, guidance, but then get out of the way and let football people handle things week to week and day to day. But we see a lot of him. I mean, pictures of him, Bob Kraft's walking down the sideline before the game. Yeah, when he owns the team in the stadium, he gets to walk around. Yeah. But he's not in the way. He hasn't been. And when he got it wrong, he pivoted, and now it looks like they, were in a much better place. They're back in the Super Bowl. But he had to step in with the guidance when everything blows up in the offseason and coaches apparently had an affair with a reporter and there's all kinds of stuff. Well, you got to step back in and make sure the train gets back on the tracks. We'll see how things work for the Patriots this year. But the Lakers are sold. $12.5 billion. Josh Kushner, Bob Iger. What are they going to do? Find out. And now who gets the team in Vegas? LeBron said he was out on that. Is he back in now? Is there another group? How's that going to impact expansion? What'd you say?
The Walton family. Apparently they are the front runners. So we're talking
Bill Walton?
Not that Walton.
Not that Walton.
The Waltons who own Walmart.
The Walmart Waltons, not the San Diego Waltons.
Because then Luke would be the coach.
Yeah.
So they'll own the Broncos. They'll be scattered all over.
But they have like 6 kids or something like that in the Walton family.
So it's a different.
I don't know which of the Waltons this is. It could be the Walton Penners that obviously own the Broncos that could be in the mix, but apparently it says the Walton family is the odds-on favorite.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Darnell Dixon at the top of the hour, Daily Herald. We'll talk Cougar football with him. Stay with us.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK for Peach Windows and Doors. You might think it's just a window. You might think it's just a door, but there are a lot of options here, PK. Technology's become a thing. Keypads for the front doors instead of keys. Energy efficiency, triple pane options. Safety, your ability when you're on vacation to pick up your phone and open or close the blinds, even if you're on the other side of the country. There are all sorts of options out there. What do you want to accomplish? Go down and have a conversation with the people at Peach Windows and Doors, 300 West, 2940 in Salt Lake City.
The thing that I like is that they have doors, windows that can be set up for efficiency purposes, right? Whether that be to keep the heat in, keep the heat out, whatever it might be, cooler, hotter, we know all that. But it's not just that. It's not just for efficiency. The design and the aesthetics that they can do with these things are really incredible. And it's something that you have to see for yourself. And I would think most folks wouldn't understand it until you got there and you listened to them tell you about all the options that they can do, whatever it is. You don't even know what you want. That's one of the reasons to get to the showroom and listen to what they have to say and see what they're telling you.
I had no idea what a European tilt and turn window was until I think you were standing right there. And what is that? And it turned out we were standing by one, and they explained how it worked and the options it gave you right there. They've got other things. What a black interior window, a black exterior window. What are the advantages of that? They will show you. They will walk through all of that. And if it's the business and the money you're worried about, they'll talk to you about utility rebate opportunities and tax credits. They can spell all of that out for you. Go to their showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. They are open on Saturdays, trying to accommodate everybody's work schedule. Everybody's got commitments. So you can go there on a Saturday, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City, and you can check them out online at peachwindowsanddoors.com. DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
First, at Shriners Children's, the world's most advanced scoliosis procedures are born here. In fact, we deliver access to the world's best doctors for nearly every pediatric orthopedic condition. We're delivering care without compromise is our promise. And kids can just be kids. Because being first always starts with empowering the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. It's my favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Lakers have been sold. What is next? Isn't that the beauty of this job? You just really don't know.
Our job you're talking about?
Yeah, you don't know if anything's going to happen the rest of the week.
Oh, yeah, things change constantly. It's never stagnant. And if off the field stuff doesn't happen, then you've got on the field stuff. You know, this Kalani choosing to say what he said has been a blessing. Thank you, Kalani, because it has carried stuff for us. And it's important stuff, too. It's not just nonsense. It's not just talk to talk. It is important as far as a premier entity that we cover inside out, upside down, all that stuff. But, yeah, and who knows? That's it. I said, like with Brian Santiago, he knows full well that if next week is quiet, the week after is going to be a storm. It just seems like it is one thing after another, man. And you never rest because it's just nonstop. And that's the world of sports. And there'll be something else that'll come around. Who knows?
This is total speculation, and it's going to lead to it until people dig into it and find out what the truth is. And I am sure people in L.A. and national people are digging into this right now, but I can't help but wonder, PK, I might be connecting dots that aren't there. But I look at this Lakers sale and think, how does that impact the baseball labor negotiations? I think people will connect the dots, and the answer will be a little bit at most, although they'll want to connect the dots and say a lot. I don't think I can sign off on a lot. Not off what I know right now, which is very little. But the guy selling the Lakers, Walter, owns the Dodgers. And he's the guy who spent $1 gazillion now and with these payments that stretch out decades into the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that has been the talking point of the owners. Oh, well, we just got to have a salary cap because the Dodgers are winning everything. And I told you at the start, I don't think that's it. I think it's about franchise valuations. They're escalating so fast. I mean, the Lakers were sold for $10 billion. It was approved in October. Walter hasn't run the club for a full year yet, and he's already flipped it for $12.5 billion. But he's also under federal investigation for alleged tax fraud by other companies tied to the billionaire. So does he need the money for this? What is the motivation here? Is he going to have to sell the Dodgers? And if so, how will they be run? And will that whole argument of the Dodgers go up in smoke? I don't know that it'll happen. I don't know that it would happen quickly enough. But I'm sure the people are digging into this, seeing if this sale is tied to that investigation and what's going on in that investigation and how might he be leveraged and who might he owe money and why does he need $2.5 billion?
Well, I think it's a logical connection, at least for an investigation or see what's up. What's going on here? Why? What? That's pretty quick that you've had this team and then you flip it so quickly. Normally you don't see that. This is not a starter house. Where you see real estate people do that,
flip it in a year,
that they're looking to do, get in there, make the profit, flip it, and away you go. And we know that that's the way that things work in that industry. I don't see that here. So what are the reasons? And maybe there's something tied into it. I have no idea as far as that goes. Is there something relative to that, or did they just think, hey, we need to downsize in a sense, and somebody's going to pay us $2 million more than we bought it for? All in favor? Aye.
25% profit on a $10 billion investment
in such a short time.
Yeah, it went to $12.5 billion a year, which actually in a way may drive the owners for baseball even more. It's like, well, let's just get to the point. It really isn't about the Dodgers winning a lot of division titles and going to a lot of World Series. It's really about how come our franchises aren't escalating in value the way theirs are. Because the Lakers just went from $10 billion to $12.5 billion in a little less than a year.
Yeah, but not everybody's the Lakers.
True story. But everybody's value is going up, and baseball just doesn't see their numbers going up as quickly as other leagues.
Well, to me, that's one of the reasons for expansion then, because you get an influx of cash, because it costs to buy in.
Basketball's expanding.
So
Baseball's expanding. Hockey, actually, I just saw a story. Apparently, Houston and Austin are competing for team number 33 in Texas. Saw that story in the last couple days. There's all sorts of rumors and speculation. They'll go try Atlanta a third time and get it right this time. You can roll your eyes, but baseball tried Washington 3 times, and finally Washington, D.C., it looks like the Nationals have gotten it right the third time there. They lost Senators. They put another team in there, and one moved to Minnesota, and the second one moved to Texas.
Yeah. It does look like they're stable right now. Yeah. And they did win a World Series a few years back.
Yep. All right, DJ and PK will keep you updated. We'll see what happens with the Lakers. Crazy story this morning. Sold for $12.5 billion. When we come back, Darnell Dixon, the Daily Herald, BYU football next. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wow, this is the time of year when the temperatures are off the chart, and it's not the time for us to go into our backyards where it is so warm, fire up the hot grill, and then slap on a steak, and then stand there and try to make it taste as good as Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, it's impossible. So why not just go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for the best meal you have had all summer long? The steaks cooked to perfection, other wonderful entrees as well, from seafood to poultry, you name it, the side dishes, the desserts. You don't have to do the cleanup. You don't have to stand there over the hot grill. You just sit back in that air-conditioned comfort with the people you love, and you have a dining experience that you're going to remember. Hotel Park City up in Summit County, there's a Ruth's Chris there, and downtown Salt Lake City, 275 Southwest Temple.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through August 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hey, Doug.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined now by Darnell Dixon, the Daily Herald. Darnell, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, appreciate it. I thought I should probably join just because PK's been kind of stalking me a little bit. So.
PK's been stalking you?
No. Here's the story, real quick. So
okay.
in Portland last year, after BYU's NCAA tournament loss, I'm walking back to my hotel, and it's not in a very great section of town, so I'm kind of hoofing it pretty good. And behind me, I hear, "Hey, you got $5?" And I'm like, "No," and I turn around and it's Pat.
I remember that. It was not in a great part of town.
It was not.
So, I mean, I was a little low on cash. What can I say?
Well, your hotel was nicer than mine. I know that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You did veer off. I remember that.
You stay at the Marriott down by the river, PK? I stayed in that one time. That was nice.
It was walkable to the Moda Center.
Yeah. Oh, no, this one would have been on the other side of the river from the Moda Center.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have walked the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, no, we walked there.
Well, you know the story of the day. I mean, sure, there's a lot of stories, Darnell. High school football is about to kick off again. We can go through a million stories, but it's BYU, it's Kalani Sitake, it's resources. What was he promised in December? How much, if any of that, has he been given? What are we doing here? You must have been asked about this 50,000 times. What's the stock answer? What's your go-to? What's your elevator speech?
Well, here's what I keep thinking about is back, 4 or 5 years ago when BYU was considering joining the Big 12, the guys in Salt Lake, the Board of Trustees, had to approve this. And I keep thinking in my mind, did somebody sit down with them and say, do you realize what you're committing to? Like, do you understand what commitment this is going to take financially and in all other ways to have the resources to compete at this level. Do you understand that? There's no more cheap hotels. There's no more telling an assistant coach, we're not paying you as much as everybody else, but you're working at the Lord's school. That stuff kind of has to end, because if you want to compete, you're going to have to make that commitment. And then, a couple years later, all of a sudden there's NIL jumping into the picture, and then you've got to start paying the players. So that's kind of my first thought is always, did the brethren really understand what it was they were committing to 5 years ago when they went to join the Big 12? And now we're seeing some of the frustration come out from Kalani, and they're hiring new people for the administration in athletics. What Mark Hill will do. Is he going to be in charge of football? What does that mean for Travis Hansen, who's kind of been overseeing a little bit of that? We hear Brian Santiago talking about, what's his role going to be? Because you think about this, and this is with every athletic department. Football and basketball are the main sports, but there's also another, 700 other athletes that are competing in other sports that you're trying to support. And so who handles what? And does Kalani get the resources that he needs after making that little speech from a few weeks ago? So, yeah, it's an interesting time. And, we don't really have an off season anymore, because it's more and more like the NFL and the NBA, where there's stuff always going on in the off season.
Did you think that Kalani, did it just come up, or do you think that it was something that he was ready to say for political purposes to get the thing going to where he gets what he's wanted or what he wants and what has been promised?
I think that this was the first time that he sort of, took this to a forum that everybody could see. But this wasn't the first time he's brought this up. I'm sure he's had many discussions with Brian Santiago and those in the athletic department about this sort of thing. This is what we need. It's doable. Let's take care of it. And it just kind of boiled over. He's talking to a former player, and Ben Criddle maybe opened up a little more than he would with somebody else, who knows. But again, this isn't the first time that this has been something that has been on his mind. And so I think he just kind of felt like, I'm just going to say what I have to say. He's in a position where he's kind of got the upper hand, I think, in this, where he's beloved and everyone thinks he's the right guy for the job. And BYU said, yeah, we're going to pony up because we don't want you going to Penn State. We want you staying here. And if they made promises they haven't kept yet, he's going to say so. And he's comfortable in that, knowing that if things don't work out here, he's got different places he can go coach because he's earned that reputation.
To your earlier point, I've been under the impression that, led by Tom Homo, several people put together, but I think mostly Tom had to lead it because of his role, that they did put together here's the future. Here's where college sports is definitely going. Now, it could go with us all in, it could go with us partway in, it could go with us out. And here's what that looks like. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and I certainly haven't seen any of the presentations, and I'm not privy to the conversations, but I was pretty sure that happened. And I think Tom's smart and thoughtful, so I get how he could really lay things out and make a compelling case for, this is my vision of the future, and it can look at these ways. Which one do you want to pick? And that they picked the Big 12 one, right? And it comes with all the things you talk about and the evolution since then. And I think what you get are deeply committed people, which if you like them, you'll say they have the courage of their convictions. If you don't like them, they're stubborn. I don't know that it's that different. It's just, how fond are you of the person you're speaking of? So if right now we have a football coach and an AD who are both stubborn or have the courage of their convictions, depending on how much you like each one of them, if we play this out, Kalani doesn't get what he wants, but he does have some leverage, and he has to go somewhere else. And I don't know, USC, Oklahoma, Texas, whoever opens up, Ohio State, I don't know, whatever, but somebody like Penn State who's got resources comes at him and says, hey, you've got all these double-digit win seasons, you're our guy, and then he goes. And there are people who tell you this, the immediate pivot is to Jay Hill, who was a head coach. You'd think he'd take that over defensive coordinator, because most coordinators have. But then he would come in, the issues wouldn't change, and he'd be the second person saying the same thing. Because I think he'd say what Kalani would say. I think he would want what Kalani would want. And then, boy, you don't want to be the person who, as AD, is constantly in conflict, because suddenly then you're the problem. So if you play all that out, and you realize that, why wouldn't you just go ahead and make some adjustments now and fund football now?
Yeah, and we're looking at this in real time, and the way that things have changed in college sports over the last 5 years is just stunning to me. The way it has become more and more like professional sports, and we're not done. I mean, there are certainly a lot of things on the horizon, and in terms of realignment, the TV deal, and how much are they going to try to get this through Congress to save college sports and all that kind of thing. So for me, I can't wait for the season to start because I'm tired of talking about this other stuff. I want to see some real football and see BYU compete. And they've got a good team this year. So, we can talk about all this stuff in the off season and it's just a little tiresome to me because things change so quickly. And next year we'll be talking about other things that we hadn't even imagined yet.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we'll look forward to that when it happens. So I wrote a piece on KSL.com, and I tried to just summarize all the stuff that's been going on from Kalani's perspective. And you've known me for several decades. I want to read you a sentence and see if you agree with one of the responses as I just opened it up. This article is a complete hack job, sour grapes of a biased Ute fan who sees the writing on the wall. By every metric, BYU is pulling ahead of their rival. What would you respond to that?
My response to that is that on an even playing field, BYU is doing really well, and Utah's in transition. I mean, when Utah joined the Pac-12, they had some very distinct advantages that they were able to win a lot of games against BYU, 9 straight, as it were, in the series, and they were close games, a lot of them. And BYU couldn't quite make it over the top in a few of them. But now that they are sort of on even playing field, they're both in a power conference. BYU's excelling. And BYU, Kalani said this the other day. He said, we've been expected to do less with more. And that's always kind of been the case. I did a story, this is probably 7 or 8 years ago, but talking to some of the BYU coaches about their recruiting and how they face that on the road. You've got other schools that are sending guys on private jets, and you got, BYU guys that are sleeping in airports, and that kind of thing. And so they were doing a lot with what they had, and they always have been very, and when you look at how many universities, athletic departments around the country are actually making money and in the black, BYU is one of the few. So they do a good job with what they have. Now they were trying to increase all of that. And there's obviously some fiefdoms on campus where people want to have control of certain things. And now they've added Mark Hill to the group. What is his role? Is he going to be liaison between Kalani and Brian? But yeah, I think BYU's done really well with, and I saw something the other day that somebody had posted about how BYU's spending and their financials are pretty comparable with most of the teams in the Big 12, but certainly pale by comparison to teams in the Big 10 and then the SEC. So there's work to do with this program to get them to the point where they feel like they can compete at that level, and at least financially. And they've done a good job with it. So I think that both of these schools, both BYU and Utah, are looking at the future and trying to figure out where they fit in this new kind of landscape of college sports.
And it does bother me as a Ute fan when we lose to the Cougars.
Yeah, we know that, Pat. You're just that kind of guy.
He is entertaining himself at a very high level right now.
I know. He gets off on making sure everyone knows that he's a Utes fan. Wears red.
Yeah. It's in my blood.
Do you think that this BYU club is set up to be the kind of team that would give Kalani a lot of leverage and when November and December roll around? The way we saw last year, that team was set up and did enough that it gave them a lot of leverage when November and December rolled around.
Yeah, and I've been around a long time, and I keep thinking about BYU and the WAC and the Mountain West Conference and Independent, and knowing every year that if you lost one game, you were out of the national spotlight. Even if you'd gone 5-0, 6-0, 7-0, if you had a big win at the beginning of the season, if you lost one game, that was pretty much it for you. And so BYU fans were pretty excited when they joined the Big 12 because now they're in a power conference and things are different. They have more opportunities. And as it turns out, they really only gained one loss in that scenario because they can have one loss, but they can't have two because the last 2 years they've had two losses and haven't made the college football playoffs. So that's kind of what I think about this program. They have kind of controlled their own destiny the last 2 years and had slip-ups. I mean, lost to Kansas on a weird punt fumble. Last year they had two games against Texas Tech and didn't show off well. If they could have played closer and lost those two or even won one of them, they probably would have been in the college football playoff. So there are things that they can control, and this year's team has some good opportunities. They host Notre Dame in October, and Notre Dame's a top 3 or 4 team, according to whatever polls you want to look at. That gives them an opportunity at home to get a really big win and put themselves in position at the end of the year to not be ignored by the College Football Playoff Committee. You want to take it out of their hands, and there's only a couple of ways to do that. One is to win every game, and the other way is to win the conference championship and get that automatic bid to the playoffs. So they know what they have to do, and I feel like they put themselves in a position with those two setup years that they've had 11 and 12 wins, that if they do the same thing this year, they should get a little bit more consideration. But this is college football. You've got to win the right games, and you have to not lose the wrong games.
Yeah, that's what it boils down to for BYU as far as what happens this year, and what we'll see in those big games that they have. A lot of talk on they lost a bunch of receivers. But I've been hearing this stuff about this Glasgow kid who's just a freshman. And I suppose that receiver, if you just run the routes and learn the offense, you can play as a freshman. What do you think?
Yeah, the coaches and players are all saying the right things about the new guys that are stepping into those roles. And, I because of what I do, the social media algorithm really puts a lot of BYU highlights in front of me when I'm on the computer. And so, I'm watching last year's games, and I'm seeing all the plays that Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston and Carson Ryan made. Those three guys, not just, picking up big third downs and chunk plays and touchdowns. They just did it all. And so are there three guys in that receiver/tight end group that can duplicate that? Maybe not, but maybe they've got a little more depth. I know, there's a lot of good talent there. Fessy Stocky said it's probably as talented and as skilled a group as he's ever coached. But none of them really have proven themselves yet. So that's important. But also what has to happen here is you've got a quarterback coming back for his second year after a freshman year that was really good. You've got the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year coming back, and LJ Martin. You can rely on the run game and set some things up. So they're pretty optimistic that those new guys, including Legend Glasgow, can make plays. And, they've got two good tight ends they brought in from power conference teams. And so we'll see. I mean, nothing really is proven until they get out there and do it on the field. But the coaches and players are all saying that they're definitely capable. And if they are, that's a really good offense. And I think defensively they're going to be pretty good, even though they have a new defensive coordinator. It's somebody that understands, Caleb Yapinga understands what they've been doing. And he said the other day, it's, our fourth year running this system. I think our guys know how to get it done.
Yeah.
Texas Tech doesn't play Utah or BYU. Should we all just pencil them into the Big 12 title game? I mean, they're 11-1 and 12-0 at this point. Or quarterback's going to be a major problem. Sports has surprises. Brace yourself.
Well, the only thing I know about Will Hammond is that he went into Salt Lake and came into the game in the middle of the game and helped beat Utah. And that was pretty impressive to me. So he's a pretty talented quarterback. If he's healthy enough to play, I know he's coming off an injury. Certainly that could be the only thing that really holds Texas Tech back is quarterback play, but their defense will be so good that he might not be asked to do a whole lot in a lot of those games. So, they do have Houston, which is a program on the rise in the Big 12, but I think Texas Tech is definitely the favorite to get there again. And, they're embracing that role as the most hated team in America. I guess BYU's lost that title, apparently, to the Red Raiders. But I think there's some good teams in this conference that might be able to give them a couple of games. But looking at the stats and looking at on paper, they look like the team to beat for sure.
Darnell, we'll leave it right there for now unless there's something you want to tell us about high school football, either a team or an individual recruit, anything. It's kicking off. Yeah, it is kicking off. We have down here in Utah Valley, we have like 8 new coaches, which is kind of interesting. And I don't know that we've got a state champion down here, but it's always fun to cover, and it looks like we'll be able to see a lot of games. I don't know what your involvement's going to be, DJ, but always like when I see you on the sidelines, and maybe you can get Kinahan out to a high school game. He probably hasn't been out to one in like 20 years, right?
I used to go when my wife was teaching, but if you want to know what DJ is to high school football going forward, just think of Keith Jackson to college football.
The Keith Jackson of Utah high school football. Okay,
yep,
I got it.
It's about a new day is about to begin.
I'm going to have to get super folksy. Oh, nene, fumbo! I just read a thing that he was going to be forced out, and then ABC had management change, and he went for 7 more years. And I didn't know that little bit of drama at the end of his career. Yeah, interesting.
Yep. He was the voice of our youth.
That's
watching the
true
games
story.
on Saturday afternoons.
Yep. Well, Darnell, we will see you at a high school game somewhere. And thanks for coming on and joining us here on the show. We appreciate it.
Sounds good. Hey, guys, have a great day.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in this show, which means if you're just joining us, we'll tell you about the Lakers being sold again for yet another massive pile of money. It's even bigger. That's next. Stay with us.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I mean, honestly, this is uncharted territory for Utah. Other than Witt like to change his offensive coordinator every 45 minutes, we have not seen a switch at head coach for Utah, hardly ever. I mean, they are the Pittsburgh Steelers of college football. Kind of had a couple of coaches, and they've all stepped in and been very successful.
I think Morgan probably will try and find the sweet spot in being a little bit more aggressive. If he tries to go full Mike Leach on it, Utah's going to learn some painful lessons. But
there's more room for error than Witt thought.
There is, and I think
in a good way.
And we saw that in the bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
Deep down, Witt is a soccer coach, and I don't think that Morgan is a soccer coach. And when I say that, I mean like, oh, you've got a 1 to none lead. Well, let's sit on that thing.
Yep.
Let's anchor it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Love that strategy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees continue their series in El Paso today at noon. Listen on the KSL Sports app and KSLSports.com. Tomorrow night they play at 6:30. You can listen on 97.5 The Zone and 1280 The Zone. Friday, the high school football season kicks off. Listen to Game Night Live, The Red Zone, at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company to The Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit UCCU.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway
and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, KSL Sports Zone. Time to get you up to speed on everything we've had during the show this morning. Brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. And the big story of the morning, the Lakers have been sold. $12.5 billion. How's inflation? 25% increase in the sales price since the last sale was approved in October. Jarring, PK. Shocking. And yet here we are. Josh Kushner, Bob Iger paying $12.5 billion, buying it from Mark Walter, who owns the Lakers and the Dodgers. What does this mean for the Dodgers, if anything? Don't know. Is this tied to the federal investigation into Walter? Did he fail to disclose some private credit holdings? He's also being investigated by the SEC in addition to a prosecutor in Manhattan. There's multiple investigations going. Does he need to pump some money into his other businesses? What's going on? What does this mean for the Lakers? What, if anything, does it mean for the Dodgers? A lot of questions, not a lot of answers right now, but an interesting morning for sure.
60 years ago, Jack Kent Cooke bought the Lakers for $5 million.
Now, veterans on a minimum want more than that.
And then
you're not getting a luxury suite for that number.
He sold it to, obviously, Jerry Buss, I think, for like $67. So that was a decent profit.
$67 million then to, and then to $10 billion, and now to $12.5 billion.
Right. Yeah. Well, it leads you to believe that something's going on there with this loan spiel and the government investigating and all that stuff. But I mean, that's his deal.
Mm-hmm.
That's separate from the Lakers now, right?
In his 10.5 months, they decided to make a move and get rid of LeBron and have him go find a gig somewhere else. And he went to Philly, and they traded for Walker Kessler and gave the Jazz multiple draft picks and swaps. There's your major decisions over 10 months.
Yeah, and there's still some talk about maybe some multi-team deal to get Kuminga. It doesn't look like they have enough to win it all. I mean, they got Luka, and him being healthy makes a significant difference. Mm-hmm. I mean, they had injuries all over the place last year. So just getting him healthy. And they also re-signed Reeves, too. That was a big move. Gave him the max, didn't they?
They did. Committed to him for sure.
Yeah. But then now it's on the new ownership, and Walter will do what he does, and the government will do what they do there, and we'll see how that affects him and then the Dodgers. But as far as the Lakers go, new management, and what does that always mean? Because there's always an unknown. Any form of change is an unknown. Especially, I want to say if it's been a certain way for a long time, but now for ownership, it hasn't really been. It's only been a cup of coffee, basically. This is unheard of. I can't think of anything that's relatable.
I can't think of a team being sold this close together, and certainly a marquee club that's a pillar of the league. I mean, you'd like to think they're all the same, and no, they're not. I mean, the Dodgers and Yankees, the Cowboys and Lakers, there's certain teams just have more cachet.
Well, the league and its people in it all make money when the Lakers are better.
And those are the clubs that have more cachet. The Lakers can drive it, the Yankees can drive it, the Cowboys can drive it.
I always saw, for the Jazz's perspective, if you can't win the title, or if you can't get to the NBA final, have the Lakers get there.
It would be more satisfying if you're going to win a final if you did it by beating the Lakers on the way.
Sure, but
you want them to be
just
good.
From a business standpoint.
If it can't be you, then have it be them.
Yes, because they're going to make you money.
Rub the fingers together, show me the money.
Right, because they are a draw. We know the ones that are, and in the NBA, they're right there with anybody. I don't think they don't take a backseat to anybody. But it doesn't always happen that way, and hasn't happened for a good while now. And I don't see it changing. Maybe they can make a couple of moves. It's not like they're that far away, though. I mean, they're not. You're always building, but they're not in a total rebuild.
All right, we'll find out what that means. It's still got to be approved. That process will play out over weeks and months. We'll hear more about this, and I'm sure there's a lot of people already digging into this. What's going on? Walter owns other stuff, but apparently he's only selling the Lakers. I mean, he owns the Dodgers, he owns the Sparks, he owns Chelsea in the Premier League, he owns the Professional Women's Hockey League, and several auto racing teams. So he is deep into sports, but right now it appears that this is only the Lakers that are being sold here.
Right.
The other NBA news, Warriors GM Mike Dunleavy said the franchise is committed to ensuring that Steph Curry will retire as a Warrior. He's eligible to extend his contract with the team later this month for 2 years, $136 million, which would give him 20 seasons with the franchise. And that would probably be 2 more years in the middle to bottom of the Western Conference.
I hope they do the same thing with Draymond Green.
Keep the band together.
Let it play out until it's done.
Hold on to your 8th, 10th, 12th, 14th in the West, depending on how healthy Curry is, because he started to miss games in bunches here.
Well, we saw the Jazz had slipped. We saw the
Lakers,
the Mavericks, the Lakers with Kobe. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let it play out that way.
Yeah,
great.
Nowitzki in that book with the Mavs, you're right.
I'm all for it from the Jazz
the
perspective.
Spurs a little bit with Duncan. They also won later with Duncan. But they still had to go through a multi-year rebuild.
Yeah.
He didn't hang on as long and didn't go as far down as the Lakers did. They missed the playoffs for a long time.
Right.
The football news right now is mostly injury updates. Puka, who no longer, he's one word, right? One name now?
We all know who we mean.
How many people in sports? Ali. Gretzky. But can you do the first name? The last name's something, but the first name.
Oh, I think that
LeBron.
For Gretzky, it's the nickname.
The great one?
Yeah.
Magic.
Right. If you can get a nickname, Dr. J.
Larry Legend is 2, but I mean, we know who we're talking about. Yeah, Dr. J. Nice.
I think if you just go Larry, and no offense to Kristoviak.
Famous Larrys, and go.
That when you say Larry, certainly in a certain part of the country, when you say Larry, there's just the incomparable. They've had great ones in that franchise, but I think he's the greatest.
Puka, groin soreness, left practice early yesterday. Now, there are reports the NFL might suspend him for the season opener against the Niners in Australia. So, leave him in L.A. if that's true. And then he won't be suffering for all the jet lag.
Him just to keep an eye on him.
Keeper.
I don't want to be 10,000 miles away. He hasn't proven that he can handle that yet, and hopefully he does. It's been an eventful offseason that you don't want.
Myles Garrett missed the Rams during practice with Green Bay, soreness in his knee. He says he's feeling about 85%. At least that's what he's told his coaches, the club. They want to be smart with the defending Defensive Player of the Year. No reason to mess with Myles Garrett's knee in August.
No.
49ers coach Kyle Shanahan says star defensive end Nick Bosa is dealing with tendonitis in a surgically reconstructed knee. He's considered a week-to-week. He was absent from practice this week.
Well, as I said earlier, we need to make Bosa healthy again.
The Niners, older. We're going to be reading injury news about them all year. Still good. I just don't think they're great and don't think they're on that top tier.
Well, they got that substation over there that's just ruining guys left and right.
Yes, they've investigated that, and that isn't it. We've all been to Google Maps. We've all been to Google Maps to see how close that thing is.
Mike Evans showed up and got a hamstring injury the first day of practice. Don't tell me there's not something going on.
Well, we do know in a much more serious thing that I think the Philadelphia media had uncovered something with the chemicals in the turf for the Phillies when they played in those old crummy ballparks.
Veterans Stadium with the artificial turf.
And they had several guys die of brain cancer in their 50s. Darren Dalton, Tim McGraw's father, Tug, were two of the prominent ones. But there's multiple others. That's shocking.
Shocking, tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's all kinds of...
I've been in that stadium.
Yeah. That was the old school turf that was more like indoor-outdoor carpeting that felt like it was super glued to the cement or the asphalt underneath it.
Yeah, if you couldn't catch a ball in the outfield, you had to make sure you backed up 20 yards so it didn't bounce over your head.
Kangaroo hop, yeah. And I did a story when Rice Stadium, when they tore out the artificial turf there and put in grass, I think it was mid-90s in there, and they laid down drainage and everything. It was a huge, massive construction project. And watching them tear the turf out, there was that mat, that cushion, which had been all beaten down. I mean, it wasn't paper thin, but it wasn't half an inch. It might not even been it may have been about a quarter inch. And then it was asphalt underneath it. It was shocking to see. I mean, you'd heard that, but to see it, you think, wow, these guys were really playing in a parking lot in that era.
But there was no other situation that I'm aware of people dying by playing on the turf.
Right, and I thought all the turf was didn't St. Louis or Cincinnati have it? San Francisco was turf for a while. Houston and the Astrodome. Yeah, Pittsburgh, you're right.
It was disgusting.
Right. But there was something in Philly.
Yeah, there had to have been.
That's like a cancer cluster type scenario.
It's too weird. It can't be a coincidence.
Your guy, Sam Levitt, left ASU for LSU. Says he's fully recovered from his Liz Frank injury that ended the 2025 season. He did make a stir by saying, somewhat facetiously, I'm from Oregon, so Louisiana kind of felt almost fake to me in a way. I didn't think it was a real place, but after being out here, I just love the trees, and I've always wanted to be in the South. The humidity obviously was something I had to get used to, but I love it now.
You always wanted to be where they're going to pay you the most money. You wanted to be in the South. You would have gone, you went to Michigan State, and if Penn State had paid you come on, just say it. You could have been a legend over there.
But you'll take being the highest paid over here.
Yeah. Say it. I mean, I'll give you credit. For as phony as you are, you have said the only reason why you live in Utah is...
Yuck. Paycheck is why I live in Utah. There we go.
I mean, it's right. You got to the essence. It has nothing to do with the love of the people like me.
You saved the school $600,000? $600,000.
Wow.
I wanted to come to Utah to learn about this peculiar people that I've heard about. And I came here and I thought, they're peculiar, sure, but in a loving way. My neighbors, my friends, I embrace them.
You had to be kidnapped and locked in a car for 10 hours and driven around L.A. like a hostage before you agreed to
And
take
now
the
we
job.
commune.
Yuck, am I right?
No.
Yuck, am I
we
right?
We commune one with another.
It was a hostage situation
and we're on
for
the
PK.
same wavelength as patriotic Americans usually are.
Locked in Utah too long. I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Yeah. And now, the paycheck, well, you've stockpiled so many of them. Now you're saying you've lived in Utah too long.
That was because my grammar was atrocious and you called me out on the air.
But you said I lived in Utah. Now you're blaming them on being uneducated hicks. Now we know why they voted the way they did. I see what you're saying. Jeez, can you insult them even more?
Utah grammar.
Well, I embrace it.
Washing machine.
I haven't learned enough. I may learn some more today.
You're hard-headed. You'll learn nothing.
Was it faith promoting when you read it?
That's a good. That one's underrated. You don't play that enough. Hit it one more time, Yuck.
Was it faith promoting when you read it?
Of course, that was the BOM you're talking about.
Was it faith promoting when you read it? Things you'll only hear on Utah Sports Talk Radio, Boston Sports Talk Radio, Dallas Sports Talk Radio, Seattle Sports Talk Radio. You're not getting that.
By me.
No,
I'm
too into myself to be annoyed by other people. That's true. All the honesties in the drops. Classic. Anything else you want to tell the people? Oh, you decided that the streak, 113 games, that's legit. That's a tough play. Can't assume the out is second base. Because originally it was scored as an error, and the record streak was coming to a stop. And, well, can we have that?
A backflip to a defender on the move.
Yes.
That is,
who was committed to the ball and was on the wrong side of second base. Right. Again, had to circle back when he decided to be committed to the bag.
And he camouflaged and shielded you from the ball.
Yeah.
And it was completely up the middle.
Jacob Wilson, shortstop for the A's, 113 straight games now without an error.
Yeah.
It was an awkward-looking play.
And it's the A's, man. We need good things to happen to the A's. I mean, he's a good player, went to Grand Canyon because his father was coaching there. I will say, though, he's no Freddie Patek.
Freddie Patek? Why Freddie Patek? Other than it's a fun name to say.
Because he's shortstop.
And it's Royals, right?
Yeah. Freddie Patek.
80s? 90s. 80s. Freddie Patek. PK, you complete me.
I have been known as the great completer.
All right, DJ and PK, anything else you want to tell the people we've talked about this morning? We had Darnell Dixon on and Matt Brown on to talk about BYU and Kalani Sitake and the AD and Cougar Board statements. Matt was surprised at Cougar Board 25 years later was the place to go for updates on BYU football.
Well, I've been going there hourly now.
How old is Cougar Board, Yuck? Established?
Well, how old's the internet?
I would assume it's at least 25.
Cougar Board was a thing in the late 90s. I didn't know if it went back.
Well, that means it's more than 25
Well, then why would they change?
Yeah.
I just don't know when it started.
98,
95?
So whenever the internet started, and all the programs have them, and it can be a cesspool. But I mean, it's you want that, not a cesspool, but you want fans to interact with one another because that means they're passionate.
Per the Google machine, it started in late 1999.
Okay, as BYUboard.com. All right, Ben Peterson's.
Who's Ben Peterson?
He's the guy who created BYUboard.com. That's his contribution to society right there. Bang! Cougar Board.
So then it morphed into something else?
October 20, 2003, it became Cougar Board.
Ben Peterson, brother of former BYU quarterback Charlie Peterson.
Aha! All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And Wayne.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeComb.
From top to bottom, this is the most talented team the Kalani Sitake's ever had at BYU. And that includes his first year when he had Taysom Hill and Jamal Williams. This is as good of a complete team. Now, I know there's some question marks at wide receiver. Totally get that. But I also look at it from the depth they've got it. The quality, the high-end players, they've got it. I just think this team is absolutely loaded, and we're going to see it on display.
And the questions will get answered quickly. The receivers that you choose have to go out on the field, and they have to run their routes and catch balls, and they catch balls and make plays. You'll start to get to know them better. They'll become more than just a name on a page. And then on Utah's side, nationally, both teams ranked in the top 25. BYU considered a contender, and Utah a dark horse. You guys are in the conversation. Now it's just go do it.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Progressive presents Perfectly Bad Excuses for Missing Stuff to Spend More Time on Your Motorcycle.
Hey, Tom. Gonna miss the 5K. Gotta organize my vitamins. A, B, C. There's so many. D.
Now that was a bad excuse. If you love your vehicle this much, get customized coverage from Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The truck just arrived at Gillette Services, and so did the savings. Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95. That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts. Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer and 8-time President's Choice Award winner. Call 385-273-6628 or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
Hundreds of children are experiencing homelessness, living in a family shelter with just the bare essentials. And back-to-school shopping is a luxury they can't afford. But you can help. The Road Home Apple Tree program provides a brand new outfit, shoes that fit just right, and a backpack. Giving is easy. Donate online or shop for a child in need. Visit theroadhomeappletree.com today, because every child deserves to start school feeling like they belong.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate a youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe today was a good day. Today was a good day.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your feedback. What do you have to say about today's show? Question of the morning, how long do you think Kalani Sitake stays at BYU? True Blue BYU 1984 for as long as he wants. Okay, but how long does he want?
I know, but what's
how long does he want? That doesn't answer the question.
Leaves it very open-ended there.
Puts a condition on it, but doesn't answer it. Brandon, he's going to be there a long time. Could have left. He decided not to. He's truly happy there. I understand the undelivered promises, but it'll work out, and he stays.
Great. Very well could be true.
You said you were talking to people. There were texts, there were emails, and all that. You have your famous Kinahan gut instinct for how this is going to work. Does it get bumpier before it gets better? Is this Splitsville? You got it, or you got no feel for it?
Well, I can't have a feel if it's Splitsville, as you say, because I don't know what offers are going to come.
Mm-hmm.
This is not college football hiring season. Let's check back in 4 to 5 to 6 months when that is at that point, and we know when that so-called season arrives. This isn't it. I mean, I think that there's no question he turned up the heat on these folks who promised him stuff. And he's expected to be delivered. And he did it in such a brilliant manner, low-key, not raising his voice, blah, 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 blah. He can get angry. I've seen him angry. I've seen him do some stuff that, whoa. And he's told me about it. And I've told you stuff. So it's there. He can be tough. And that's what I led my story with at KSL.com. You know, when they had that crummy season, there was a lot of, he's too nice of a guy. And I was just talking with him at the indoor facility. I think it was on the pitcher day. And he said, yeah, people don't think I can get tough. They don't think I can get mad. Just try me. And he used a couple other words. So he can do all that. But I like the way he approached this. And my thought is that it will get ironed out, but I just wonder, I've got Whittingham in my other ear saying, it's going up 30, 40, 50% every year. You're going to have a $50 million roster. If the leadership of the Latter-day Saint Church, in conjunction with BYU, just says, hey, we're tapping out here.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing what we think is appropriate. We can't keep responding to other people all the time, because once you go down that road, it never ends. And they have been known, as Darnell Dixon said, come work at the Lord's University. And, you know, he was making that point that they don't pay top dollar. Lavelle Edwards used to joke about it and all that stuff. Well, do they continue to do it? Because if you're going to be all in, schools XYZ are going to keep raising the ante. And do you really want to go down that road? Where are you going to be in 5 and 10 years? $100 million roster?
I don't know how to answer that. I saw a great tweet, and this was about another topic. It was about college football, but it wasn't about BYU. It was something else. And a guy was saying, if you had sat with the power brokers 10 years ago and said, and 10 years ago, we were in the old school rules, and said, 10 years from now, quarterbacks will all make $1 million, the reaction in that room would have been astounding. And yet, here we are. There's lots of $1 million quarterbacks running around.
I think that's minimally.
Yeah. That's why I say there's a lot, because you don't have to be one of the elite schools to be $1 million quarterback.
It's got to be at least a year, if not 2 or 3 years. Kyle stood up there on his weekly thing and said it's 2.5.
So how many $1 million quarterbacks do you think there are then? I mean, you're down to some G5 schools paying that? What are they getting in the American or the Pac-12 now? Because he was talking power leagues. And in some cases, are there backup quarterbacks?
I think you'd be getting great money. Well, yeah, there are backup quarterbacks because there's freshmen that come in.
Right. And Houston is supposed to have a great, they've got a returner back, but they've got a 5-star freshman right behind
Henderson.
him. Right. It's like somebody, I was talking with somebody about this, and they're like,
clearly you're going to pay him.
The Utes are in a great thing. I mean, who has 2 quarterbacks? And so Houston?
Connor Wegman and Keyshawn Henderson.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're getting paid.
Right. Yeah.
Rob says if Kalani's feeling underappreciated and promises have been broken, then he might leave after this year. And he's got some social, this from some TV show or movie or whatever, and the kid's tearing up. So Rob is clearly a big Kalani fan,
he might,
but
that,
he's bracing
even
himself.
I could argue, even if they promised him everything and gave him everything, he could still leave at the end of the year. Who knows what's going to be out there?
Given the moves we've seen in college football over the years, can't rule that out. You can't. We've seen too many stunning moves. I mean, Oregon has been stunned multiple times. They're like, I can't believe our guy is going. We got to go find another guy.
Well, I mean, the NFL wanted to hire Coach Edwards. Who's to say that isn't an option?
That clearly could happen.
Yeah.
All right, DJ PK, we're all done. Coming up, Scotty G, the coach Tim Lacombe. More on the Lakers sale, I'm sure. $12.5 billion. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Are we finished? Done. So what, that means the show's over? Yep. It's over. Over. Goodbye.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Goodbye.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
It's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
That's a preemptive honk right there. Just because Coach and I were talking about Paris and Lloyd was making fun of us. Yeah,
Paris, Texas.
Maybe a little bit France. But.
Oh, good for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I've waxed nostalgic about my friends in Europe the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. You got a lot of them.
But we were just talking about a bunch of European friends. We were talking about our time in Paris, and we both kind of share the same thing. Architecturally, blow you away. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You guys live in different worlds. Your guys' conversations about Paris, my conversations are about maybe Star Valley or something like that. It's like,
Yeah, but none of us own cabin. None of us own a cabin in Star Valley. You do.
I'll be quick to tell you, I didn't pay a dime on that for that trip. I was taken. So, it's not anything.
I don't know if that helps your cause that much.
I have a bunch of European friends.
It's a good thing to have. You have those European friends to take you.
It was a basketball trip.
Good.
And what I can tell you is it's very touristy, as you said.
I couldn't handle the touristy.
People trying to sell you something at every turn.
Yep.
And then, especially by the tower, Eiffel Tower, you're going to get those little things that they flip, go up in the air. That, and then avoid Quick, the little restaurant it's their fast food burger place. No, not it. Find the Hard Rock. That's the place I got good food.
I went to the Louvre, and look, you're right. There's so many cool things there, but then it's like the mass of humanity of angry people all trying to get cell phone pictures of everything. It's like, yeah.
Well, yeah, and the other thing is why? You can see a picture of it anywhere. Go up there and look at that thing with your eyeballs.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. I was at a baseball game the other night, and half the place was not watching the ball game. They were looking at their phones. So, I mean, that's us now, man. We're addicted.
We got a busy show. Good friend of the program, Will Snowden. Have you had a chance to chat with Will?
No, but I've heard Will. I think the world of Will, and that's exciting. We'll have him. It's football season. You got to talk to football dudes.
Let's just say he was much more willing to come on the show.
Oh, yeah? With the change of co-hosts?
Yes. Yeah, he was much more willing.
I highly doubt that.
Will and Hans have this fun little hate relationship. No, I'm just joking. They're tight as thick as thieves. But, I would hear a lot of the conversations Will would have with Hans off the air. And Will is the only person on the planet, myself, Lloyd, anybody, Amanda, I think even included, that can talk to Hans the way that Will talks to Hans and not have Hans want to physically hurt them. Will has the ability to talk to Hans in a way that none of us could ever even think of talking to Hans. And so that's his unique ability.
It's a superpower.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be that brother type, right, to be able to do that.
Yeah. All right, so we'll talk to Will Snowden a little bit later on in the program. A lot of rumblings down at BYU. This to me is a sign of we just need to get the season started. We got people with too much stuff on too much time on their hands, too much things to think about. So let's get to it. Starting a lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, we talked about this yesterday, and this thing just doesn't seem to want to go away. There's stories that'll kick up, and you'll hear, a little dust up here and there, and then things just kind of quietly go away. I think when you have BYU in the middle of something, and it's BYU athletics, and BYU is playing at a high level, about to embark on a season that has really, really high expectations, I think from that, we do see an elevation of a storyline that probably should go away. I think there's a lot of people in Provo that would love to see it go away, but there's also a lot of people that are, kicking the tires on this to see what else they can get out of it. So there's a lot of ulterior motives going on. I think this is corporate America. There are people that are going to take opportunities to try to leverage themselves, try to leverage their position within a organization. There are other people that are just trying to do their job. There's other people that are being emotionally manipulated. Like, this is everything you see in a in a corporate world, in a viper pit, if you will. You're just seeing it play out very publicly in a athletic institution right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'd almost go Game of Thrones too, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, when you get a bunch of people that are competitive and used to winning, you're going to create a crazy competitive environment. But within that, obviously, there's got to be structure. And at issue here is obviously the amount of money that football's getting. I think we've been able to piece everything together, and it's interesting because we had Kalani, there was sound that was aired from the tournament we were at a couple weeks ago, and you and I both kind of made the comment that day, and then this morning as we're talking about the show, I mean, Kalani was not himself that day. He was definitely, on edge, and you think, well, this training camp start and football starting is one of the last things. It's been a long run. We saw him at Big 12, and he's kind of been doing this, so understood. But then when you hear the comments, and I almost feel like he kind of went into that day with that mission, to put this out there. I think that everybody wants to blame Brian, and as the AD, that's the job you take. I mean, you get blamed for things, but let's look at the on-field performance the last season. BYU football took that next step. They got to the Big 12 championship game. It didn't go well. It wasn't a great game, and BYU, for all intents and purposes, it was a formality that they got there because Texas Tech was that good. But BYU advanced, and they took the next step, and it primes them to be able to do that this year. Basketball, they get the number one player in the country. I mean, BYU's never done that. The dude plays at a high level all season, and I think that team's a Sweet 16 team. I really do if Richie Saunders is healthy.
Stays healthy, yeah.
Right? So, I mean, those are the two major sports, and then you look through, as always, BYU's ultra competitive in everything they do. They've got some national championships to show for it in track last year. I mean, their cross-country team continues to just dominate. So on the field of play, things are great. And I just believe that there is something, BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where, a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to, throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for, he's asking for more stuff. And people ask, what is more stuff? And we were talking about this today, right?
Yeah.
When you travel a kid on a visit, right? You can have an awesome visit. You can put them on a commercial airliner, put them in first class, fly them out here. But what is Alabama? What is the big schools in the SEC? What are they doing? They're putting them on a charter plane, and they're flying them in. And it's a really unique experience. Just do the math on what it costs to do a first class ticket versus charter a plane.
A little bit.
Well, a little bit. A lot bit, and then you figure how many visits there are. So, I mean, you start to dig, and you can spend money everywhere. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything is BYU. Like, this happened fast. I was there at 2019. We were giving guys granola bars and a high five. Okay? Now we're where we are, And I honestly believe, like, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but, like, this is every single year there's a demand for more. And, you know, I think BYU organizationally is a little conflicted. I really do. I think, you know, money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees. They do have the ability to raise money at a higher level because of their fan base and some of the success. But, you know, donor fatigue's a thing. Money's not just going to continue to print itself. And so I do believe that it's almost a crossroads. Like, do we really want to be this much into it? Or are we okay to just kind of be in it? And, you know, Brian's standing there holding the bag in some cases. So at odds is that money issue. And it's no surprise. That's what everything is in NIL in this era. But, you know, this is a much bigger deal. But I do believe that a couple people on the inside saw an opportunity to raise an issue, and that's why this boil has formed.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves. Because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore. Like, there are schools that seem to have unlimited budgets, but even they are like, ooh, we're really doing this? We're really got it. Oh, I guess we got to do it, so let's do it. And BYU could be at that point right now where they shelled out a ton of money through boosters. And when I say money, I'm not talking about, it's not the 10%.
Separated, yes.
Yeah, we all know that. I get that. But they're throwing a ton of money, whether it's from the school or whether it's from boosters, at individual players, at resources, and things along those lines at a level that's unprecedented for BYU for so many years, has almost leaned into the fact that we're frugal. As Kalani said, we do more with less. We're proud of that. And now they're to a point where, like, hey, wait a minute, let's do more with more. And they have. And they've elevated the spotlight and the national attention's on BYU. They're getting so much attention. They're getting a good return on that investment. But then they're also like, okay, is there going to be a point where this kind of levels off a little bit? Or are we just going to be continuing to increase 15, 20, 25% every single year? Because eventually we can't do this anymore. We've loved the results that have come from this. We love, the national attention and A.J. DeBonsa being a ambassador of our program as an African-American non-member kid. That's awesome. That's been great. But at what point are we going to be like, ooh, wait, we can't do this every single year at a exponentially, level of growth? And BYU's got to make that decision. And I think right now, you've got I believe, and, this is me on the outside looking in. I believe that you've got an athletic director and you've got coaches and you've got even school president that it's like, let's go. But that's not the all, they're not the be all of all existence in terms of the leadership there. There's a lot of other people that have some say into what goes on. And namely 12 dudes downtown that have got some thoughts. And they're like, okay, we also control the purse strings and we have some thoughts as to whether or not this is something that we want to continue to invest in at this high level. There's a lot of people that have some say here. And I think there's probably some conversations like, can we keep doing this? Should we keep doing this? Is it in our best interest to keep doing this? How long can we keep doing this? And you've got Kalani, who's BFFs with Jay Hill and Kyle, and these guys that are probably on the phone and not rubbing it in, but just saying, wow, you know what? We never even dreamed that we could get this. We never thought this was available, but we got this in spades over here in Michigan. This is crazy. And Kalani's like, well, wait a minute. We were on this doorstep of the college football playoff. I want that too. I'd like that. And so he goes and says, look, I want this. And you probably got Brian like, hey, let me work on it. Let me get it. And he's like, and if I'm Kalani, I'm like, I'm the same way. I'm not blaming Kalani. I'd act the same way. But like that girl in Willy Wonka, like, no, Dad, I want it now. I want it, and I want it now.
Veruca.
And so, yeah, you've got a lot of people, a lot of opinions, a lot of thoughts, and then you got probably some dudes that are looking to take advantage of the opportunity and try to put a wedge between people. So, yeah, you can see how the perfect storm can get to this point.
No doubt. And again, it's all the crazy thing is I think everybody has the same desire, right? But
win.
But as a team, you learn this when you're a young kid. As a team, you got to be on the same page.
Yes.
As a team, you've got to zig. You got to zig when you're being expected to zig and zag when you're expected to zag. And right now, I think there have been some guys involved that have maybe stepped out of turn. And I think the biggest thing is all stuff that can be fixed, but team has to precede everything in sport. And that's even in the business of it. Those people have to be pulling in the right direction, and they have to be on the same page with what they want to accomplish.
And when you've got a lot of cooks in the kitchen, it can be tough to do.
That is not good.
And it's tough to do things very quickly. Look, I mean, I've worked for a bunch of different corporations doing the radio thing. And there are some people that can make decisions very quickly and be like, all right, let's go. There's some people that take a long time to make a decision, but when they make the decision, boom. Wow, I'm just knocking stuff over. That's how quickly they can do stuff.
Effect,
yeah. You like how that worked out? Mm-hmm. Those on the video stream, I'm sure you enjoyed that one. And then you've got other people that are like, okay, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go, and we'll figure things out later. I think BYU wants to be very methodical. They made a lot of decisions very quickly, and now they want to evaluate. And sometimes that isn't on the same timeline as an athletic director or as a coach. And sometimes the athletic director has to be the guy that represents people that are slower making decisions, even though he wants to go quickly and he wants to go fast. And the coaches want to go fast, and they're looking at the AD, why can't you make this work? He's like, well, I got a lot of other people I got to answer to. I'm just not answering to a president. I got a lot of people that I've got to figure this thing out with. So this is what I think. I think when the opening kickoff takes place here in a few weeks, a lot of this goes away.
I do too. I mean, right now it's hanging around, it's fodder. I saw Gordon Monson wrote an article about it today. So it's definitely on the forefront of everybody's mind. And sometimes you get stories that they blow through, and basically people have had enough of them in that day, and you move on. This one's had a couple of days here, and I'm with you. I think it's mainly because there's not a whole lot else to talk about. And once that ball starts flying and everybody kind of gets back on, hey, we're all wearing BYU patches here.
Yeah.
Right. And we all want the same thing. The crazy thing is there was a term used when I was a kid that was culturally around here. It was in the world, but not of it. And I think right now that's the conflict is they're in it, but are they in it all the way in it?
Yeah.
And do they want to be all the way in it? Because, I read a little of Shane Reese's article, and he pointed out some of the unsavory parts of this, where guys are, basically the school part, just get me to the NFL and give me as much money as you can. And so I think what reality is and where BYU is right now, that is the delta. And they, for whatever reason, right now the money's the hot topic, but that is, to me, I think it is maybe a disconnect with where everybody thinks this is going to go down there.
As you mentioned yesterday, to quote, I think that's Bill Shakespeare over there. This is much ado about something.
For sure.
This isn't us trying to just sugarcoat things. There's conversations, there's issues, there's some stuff that needs to be ironed out. Do I think it's the old athletic, this is unsalvageable? Certainly not. Do I think that there's some opportunists involved? Yes. Do I think that there's some conversations about how do we proceed? What's our identity going forward? Sure. And I think that there's a lot of people with a lot of different interests, but ultimately everybody wants to win. Everybody wants to win and win at a high level. It's just a matter of how we're going to get there. I think Brian and Kalani are 1,000% on the same page. It's just somebody has to deal with the bureaucratic mumbo jumbo that the other one doesn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And those guys, we said it yesterday, Kalani's been through a bunch of stuff. Brian, certainly, you can't be in athletics and not butt heads from time to time, so you work through stuff. But in talking, I spent a ton of time on the phone talking to people last night, this morning, just trying to get a lay of the land, boosters, some people internally. And, I think the bottom line is everybody is just trying to navigate this new system, trying to figure it out. A ton of confidence in the people I talked to and Brian and the job he's doing on the field. There was a meeting on Wednesday of last week. It was a department meeting that we used to have. I joke because the area down there that BYU Sports is in is called advancement. Okay, it's the department. And so every year on the calendar would pop up, we'd have our advancement retreat, which I always thought was a funny name because it's like one step forward, one step back. So they did change the name. It seemed funny, but that was the meeting they had. And, Brian was up in front of the meeting and, they said that the energy and excitement and enthusiasm was through the roof. So again, I don't think you throw the baby out with the bathwater in this situation. A lot of amazing things going down there, a lot of positive things. And I do think from my time there, Brian Santiago is a huge reason why we're able to make advances and be more competitive. And I feel like, that's the way he views the world. So if there is a disconnect, it's something they can fix. The other thing I learned was the timing of the hire of Mark Hill yesterday seemed interesting with everything going on. This has been in the works for a couple of months, and BYU doesn't hire anybody very fast. They have to go through a process. But in talking to people who knew Mark in Kentucky, this has been going on, and the plan has been in place for this hire to be made. So that wasn't like a flippant, well, we got to get somebody here to fix this. So I thought that was interesting.
Bring in the cleaner. No. By the way, Mark's super. In fact, I would like to see if we can get him on. Mark's well connected, super experienced. I think is going to bring a wealth of knowledge to BYU.
A huge reason, Mark and Leanne Pope ended up in Kentucky, the connection there, and then have maintained a great friendship, and they say nothing but great things about him. So I think BYU fans will love him. I think his experience, obviously, around football and running football, and perhaps a fresh face that hasn't been in all the meetings and, the broken promises, whatever. He's a new face that can say, okay, where are we and what do we need to get done? I'm here to help you.
All right, 10:25, just getting things started. Scott Gerard, the coach. Boy, I tell you what, Tim, when you look at where we're at right now and what we're talking about, let's just get football going.
Yeah, I mean, I seriously, it's hard for me to feel bad for those guys, honestly. I mean, again, maybe a bologna sandwich and a granola bar back in the day.
But no mayo.
So quit crying and coach.
No mustard.
No, I'm just kidding. I know. The hard part now is everybody, because back then, the problem was back then we were giving that and everybody else was giving,
Yeah, filet mignon.
Correct.
You go to get those fillets down
So
at Bar W.
I guess I know what they're dealing with, and now it's legal, and they're just saying, hey, man, we just want more to be able to do more.
Yeah. 10:26, that's Tim Lacombe. I'm Scott Gerard. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Not remember the Titans.
Nope.
All right. It's Lloyd's.
This
Lloyd's
could be anything
soundtrack
because this is
day.
on.
Yeah, I know it's a lot. Yeah.
Hey, I don't hate the guess.
Yeah.
Is it from the show Respect?
No.
Okay. I just taking a shot in the dark.
R-E-S-P-E-C.
You hear a little more Aretha, then yeah, maybe.
This is what Lloyd needs a teeny bit more for us. R-E-S-P-E-C.
Yeah, no doubt.
Find
Show
out
us.
what-
Oh, I have it for you guys.
Show us a little.
No, you
art.
do. You always
Absolutely. Nothing but.
do.
I know.
Mad respect.
Let's get to some sports.
No, I like music.
okay.
This is a music station.
Why don't you shut up and talk about sports?
Shut up and talk sports.
Shut up and dribble.
Unless you're saying something I agree with, then talk all you want. All right. Football just around the corner. Will Snowden's going to join us. By the way, Will, not only will be great to talk about what's going down at BYU, but Will Snowden is, we should all have a hype man like Will Snowden is for McKay Hillstead. And Will would call me after every game McKay Hillstead played like, he's cooking. He's cooking. And so we'll talk a little bit about McKay Hillstead 2.0 at Utah State. We were up there last week. I had a chance to talk to him. That's a kid that looks like he's got a little chip on his shoulder.
He does, and he's gained weight. Second time around up there, and this one will be vastly different. And they've got a plan. Obviously, Coach and I talked about how important it is to protect that kid. I mean, that's mission one. So I'm excited for him to have a big year. He's certainly a fan I saw him as a sophomore, as a sophomore. I love the kid. So I'm excited to see him have another opportunity up there. He fits the bill. See, he's a tough kid with a chip on his shoulder. They seem to do well at Utah State.
Yeah. Find somebody that's a little angry at the world that wants to take, that wants to prove some people wrong, come to Logan. That you're our people. Just come on up to Logan. If you're angry, you feel like the world's done you wrong, we'll embrace you. Just go out there and prove everybody wrong.
Getting the photo with J.C. Carroll and Jordan Love and
was J.C. on your radar at all when you were?
I
Were you
was
at
not,
Utah or BYU? At the
I
time?
was at Utah, but not really. I mean, I was kind of I was just there as a manager, but it really the story on that one was a bunch of people went up to see him, but they had a hard time because it was 2A or something.
It's a little bit like Jimmer, right?
Yes, very much so.
No competition.
Not a ton of competition you're playing against. So you really have to, see things. And the story is Randy Ray went up there and saw him, and then he talked everybody else out of.
Thank you. All right. So David James sitting out in the lobby, and I went out there during the break, and I had there's a donut place I really like. It's on the way to work in North Salt Lake. No, I think there's still one there. Nope, they're gone. Oh, then never mind. Jake Hatcher, like they're gone. But they make this kind of it's a croissant stick glazed donut kind of thing. And I told DJ, I'm like, you got to have one of these. It's like the best donut on the planet. And he's like, it's a donut. It's sugar. It's carbs. Like, what is it? And he took a bite out of it, and he's like, yeah, it's pretty good. And then he just walked in. I think he started really working on it, and now he's all stumbling around like he's drunk. Because
Holy cannoli!
That's a hell of a donut.
Is
right
it a
there.
cannoli?
No, not cream
filled?
filled. Okay. No, it's kind of got like a croissant kind of texture. But
yes, but it is like the cannoli of donuts.
Holy cannoli!
I should have got you one before we started the show.
It's okay.
You're not a sweets guy though, are you?
I don't love sweets. Now, if you had a pizza out there, I'd probably take a slice.
You did tip me off early to grab one, and I
did. I tried to give you a heads up on that.
I know. You told me.
Yeah.
I messed up.
By the way, I don't want to give them a ton of love because they don't advertise. And look, I pay for them. I'm not getting any freebies at all. But it's like a mom and pop place. I want it to be I don't want it to go away. So I want to drive as much business as I can there. North Salt Lake. Look for a couple initials. They're good dudes. All right. So we got football around the corner, as you mentioned. Basketball. We got non-conference schedules coming up. This is the fun time of year. You have made it through the desert of sports radio.
Yeah, and you know what? We had help. I want to thank, like when you get an award, I want to thank Brendan Storsby for his contribution to this summer. I want to thank Bar W Beef.
Yeah,
just go down the list.
Yep, a lot of people have gotten us to where we're at today. And what we want to do is thank you. And thank you for your help and your time in letting us do what we're allowed to do.
I'd like to thank the Lubbock judge. The injunction definitely bought us another week.
A lot of judges have helped us throughout this summer.
Yeah, injunctions are the new rage.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about it later in one of our segments. There's been another injunction, doesn't affect as many people, but man, if you see an injunction, you should file it.
It's like when you grew up in the mid-90s, you weren't cool unless you had a pair of Gerbeau jeans or something like that.
I had me some Gerbeaus.
Everybody had the Gerbeaus, right?
Yes.
I had some of
That's
those
a good,
scores. I tried
right before the Luckies.
I tried to do the long, just below the knee look.
Oh yeah.
Not a good look for a portly guy at the time. I have to admit.
Were you packing a few LBs back in the day?
I've been heavy in my lifetime.
No.
Oh, I mean, my highest probably 220. That's pretty big for this fella.
Yeah.
Did you have the braided leather belt?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Braided leather belt.
With different color weaving.
Yeah.
Could go that way. Could go different color. Could just go brown.
Yep. And you're
whichever.
Look, you weren't cool unless you had a pair of those. All right. You're not cool these days unless you have an injunction. And if you don't get your injunction, then you're not cool because they're handing them.
Filed yours?
Yeah, they're handing them out like candy right now. Everybody's got an injunction for something. It's like the world's, look, if things don't go your way, back in the day they'd say look, if you have a little adversity in your life, you fight through it, you work hard, and good things are going to happen. Now, what were you telling kids? Hey, if things aren't going your way, all you have to do, get a good lawyer, get an injunction, and things are going to be just fine.
Injunction. What's your function? Slowing down things we don't want to happen.
If you haven't won a case against the NCAA, you're only one of like 500 people that have sued the NCAA so far this year and have not won. Everybody's getting wins against the NCAA. That's the summer. We call it the summer of us. It's the summer of those fighting the NCAA. That's also helped us get.
But it has gotten us here, and to them, thank you so much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Honestly, you look at the sports world right now, and the fact that we have talked a lot about controversy, stuff brewing down at BYU, a lot of other stuff that going on. That's not sports related. Like, we've just spent a lot of time this summer talking about things that aren't necessarily sports, that would show up in a news headline instead of a sports headline if newspapers, if kids remember what those are. Like that, if you're a guy that got out of coaching, which you are, you couldn't have timed it any better.
No, I timed it.
You
so
couldn't
good.
have timed it
any better. I missed COVID and NIL. I didn't have to wear a mask or play in front of no people.
Yeah. But you still had to wear the suit, though.
I did. That is a good trade-off. At least those guys get that. I just had AI write this real quick. I'm going to read it. Junction, what's your function? Well, in sports, my function is stopping the fun. You've got a player who wants to play. A school says, not today. A league says, wait. A judge says, go, and nobody knows what the heck they're supposed to do now. Junction, what's your function? Keeping sports from knowing what the rules are. Transfer portal, injunction. Eligibility, injunction. NIL deal, injunction. Conference realignment, somebody get the judge on the phone. You thought the season started Saturday? Not so fast. There's been an injunction. The coach made a depth chart. Injunction. The NCAA made a rule. Injunction. The player appealed the rule. Injunction. The lawyer filed something at 4:57 on a Friday afternoon. Injunction. And the best part, nobody actually knows what the injunction means.
No. Now, we had a judge actually send out an injunction, and she didn't even really know the landscape of college. So people are like, well, can we transfer? How does this affect the transfer portal? She's like, I don't know what a transfer portal is. I just had a court case and said, these guys want to play. So I said, yeah, go ahead, play.
Is that the thing on the Dr. Pepper commercials? The transfer portal?
Yeah. Brian Bosworth, is that like that weird thing that the guy comes in and out of? Well, I don't know what that is. Like, you should probably know a little bit of the landscape before you start throwing down rulings like that.
Well, we've spent a ton of stuff. We've learned a bunch about the legal system, the NCAA, and the need to retool so that laws and rules can actually stand, and we can actually play the game, the way we're supposed to play it.
I like how we went from, Congress is not going to get involved, to Congress, hey, they are going to pass this bill. Then it's like, no, they're not going to pass the bill. Then it's like, SEC and Big Ten are involved. We're going to get this thing passed. And it's like, no, we don't have time. We have this month-long vacation, but we promise we'll talk about it in September. We'll vote on it in September, but August, we got these. We got these timeshares over in the Hamptons, and we can't get out of it. So we're going to be gone for a month.
The Senate schedule is very sticky.
I like how congressmen have Lloyd Cole vacation schedules. They take months off. It's not a week off. I'm going to take a month off.
And you know what? I'm glad that...
Hey, stop judging. I don't need your judgments.
I'm really glad that Lloyd did that. He's been at peace since he got back. He's been a different man.
You think so? I've only been around him a couple days. This is the first time I've actually seen Lloyd in 3 weeks.
Hey, Lloyd and I...
Longer than that.
We bonded. We definitely bonded. When you... Basically, when you're playing the game without your LeBron James, the role players got to step up their game.
Yes.
And we did our best. I mean, LeBron, there's no doubt you're the king.
We call him LeBron. Lloyd's LeBron.
You.
Oh.
You're our LeBron.
I don't know about that. Hey, do you, is your wife or you, I think it's stereotypical to say your wife, but I enjoy watching them too. Like those shows on HGTV where somebody comes in and flips a house.
Yeah. Well, my wife watches all that stuff.
I watch that stuff. I try to pick up little tips here and there on construction and stuff like that because I build things now.
You're a shed builder,
You are
dude.
a builder.
You're a builder of men and sheds.
Oh man, my shed. It's coming. It's coming along nicely.
I think we should maybe share it when it's done.
Have you used the lathe at all for any of this?
No lathe has been used.
Okay.
When you put a pen in, just carve out a spot and just put a pen in there, as part of the Stud.
Yeah, I did get my header in, and it's a load-bearing header into the front and said it's very important, so I got it real flush. Everything's nice.
Yes. Good on you. I looked at it, and I was like, that is actually stressing me out a little bit about thinking about putting that thing together. You're doing a good job.
And he loves it.
Oh, yeah, no, this is, like, I have not had this much fun doing something like this ever. Like, I have loved every second of this. The reason I bring this up, though, is that I watch these shows all the time where a guy will come in, buy a distressed property, 30 minutes later they have it looking nice, boom, and then they flip it for, $20,000, $50,000 profit. Well, some dude went in, bought the Lakers a year ago for $10 billion and just flipped him over to Trump's son-in-law and the Disney guy for $12 billion. That's a cool $2 billion profit in the span of about a year.
It's pretty good business.
That's not a bad flip this house.
Yeah. I mean, and they made improvements. The Lakers, if you're looking at the team.
You kick LeBron to the curb, remodeled the kitchen, boom, there you go.
Oh, Austin Reeves, yeah. Okay, come on in.
Yeah.
Walker Kessler. It's expensive, but we're going to do it. Bring him in.
I mean, honestly, this is...
It's HDD. It is. It's a flip.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You go in there, you clean things up a little bit. You've got a outdated kitchen. LeBron James, all right? You do a demo.
And it was awesome in its time.
Oh, yeah, it's great. Back when you had in the mid-'90s, it was a great kitchen.
But now fridges talk to you.
Yeah, exactly. That old fridge, it's got to go. The countertops, boom, Formica, nobody uses that anymore. It's got to be marble. You got to get that out of there. So that's what you got now. And now Kushner and Bob Iger, $12 billion.
$12 billion.
Remember when Ballmer bought the Clippers for $2 billion and everybody lost their mind? And Ryan bought the Jazz for, I want to say, $2 billion. Imagine what Ryan could get for the Jazz now. Not suggesting that, Ryan. Please.
He's in for the long haul, though.
But I'm sure he could get 8, 9 for the Jazz right now.
I mean, it's crazy. You said 1 year, $2 billion.
Yeah.
I mean, it took me way longer than that to make my first $2 billion.
I know. What? 2 years?
Well, I'm 56 years? And I'm still climbing.
Still waiting.
Yeah, still don't have it.
I'd just be fine with $1 billion. Yeah, I'd give $1 billion of it back.
Dude, just give me a quarter.
Yeah, I'd be fine with $250 mil. Yeah. If you won the lottery, would you cut Lloyd and I in on it?
100%. Zero doubt. I've always been that guy.
I know.
I love that this is our question on the show.
I would, though. I'm telling you, I would do it. I'd do it.
Lloyd, you win. You run to Evanston. You buy a lottery ticket. Okay. Let's say the jackpot's $50 million. You keep a half of it, so you're at $24 million. Uncle Sam and the state well, I don't know if the state takes it or not because you bought it out of state. But anyway, Uncle Sam takes half, so you're at $25 million. How much you kicking me and Coach?
Oh, geez. I don't know. How much were you kicking us?
We just split it.
Coach would do that too.
Wait, split?
I 1,000% Coach would believe that. He put it in thirds.
Yeah, I think he would too.
I seriously would be I would be the guy that would pay for people, in line behind me.
Remember we were doing it was pay off the house.
Yeah,
pay off your house.
Oh, that's a cool one.
Yeah, pay
off the house. Boom.
If you did that for me, I'd be totally fine with that.
Well, consider it
pay
done,
off the
boys.
house.
Now I just got to find something to win
and a nice trip to France.
All of us go to France.
Paris,
We're not going to Paris. I'm taking you to Spain.
I'll invite you to my. I'll invite you to my spot.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, right here on the Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, summer is here. It's hot, but guess what? Fall is coming. Winter is coming. And you think, all right, look, I got through the summer with my bad windows. I don't have to worry about it until next summer. No, that's not true, because winter's going to come. Your AC is now going to shift over to your furnace. It's going to be putting out the hot air, trying to keep that house warm for the holidays, all your parties. And if you've got bad windows, guess what, folks? You are going to be losing money on your heating bill. All you have to do is go to Advanced Windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. They will have you set up with brand new windows, all locally manufactured, in 8 weeks or less. So you're not even halfway through the college football season, and you'll have brand new windows installed in your home and ready to go. All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com. They'll say take $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
There's never been a better time to fall in love with Subaru. Now through August 31st, get award-winning vehicles and exceptional offers from a brand you trust during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hey, Doug.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We have a guess.
Putting it in?
Did you hear what I said?
No, what'd you say?
I said Forrest Gump.
Got it.
Woo! I didn't even, no Googling needed either.
I don't know. We're going to need to look at the,
he
the
did not
computer
Google.
over here.
No Google.
Don't exit out of anything.
I'm reading about a guy's making brisket right there. That's all.
And in my search, just so
I
you
mixed
know,
these up. I could have went in the order of the movie, the songs, the movie, because when you do the soundtrack, it'll go in that order of how the songs
in chronological
in the movie.
order.
Yes.
Yeah.
and so you mix them
And
up.
so I'm mixing it up a little bit.
That's a good one. I honestly, one of the best soundtracks, I think, for the mood of the movie and everything, the way it takes you
it's
through
an excellent
history,
soundtrack.
right? And I love Bird Ficklin running for a touchdown every time I mean, that was like Bird last year. He was Forrest. Just, oh my God, he's going for another one.
Who was it that we were talking about playing ping pong and getting? Oh, it was Barrett Perry. And Mason Falslev apparently coming to blows playing.
Yeah, they were
ping pong.
They said it was reminiscent of the Forrest Gump match against the table. Just so you know, Lloyd, I had in my Google search, what movies are respecting California Dreaming?
Yeah, trust me, I know. We already were guessing this, that you guys were typing those in as we go.
That was me, but I didn't get to it.
It's gonna.
I didn't get to it, and he said Forrest, and they said we have a guess. And so,
I think it's still under question that you got it within those two.
You can
under question.
As long as you don't get too judgy, you can look at my web browser history if you want.
there's a lot of stuff
me,
about
I'm about
lumber.
as judgy as they get.
Hey, there's a lot of stuff about lumber in there. Let me just warn you.
A lot of.
He's been lumber searching.
Hey, remember Michelle Tafoya?
Oh yeah, one of my favorites.
She is now, she obviously ex-NFL reporter. She is now trying to win a spot in the Senate. She is in Minnesota. She will compete for an open seat in the U.S. Senate after winning the Republican primary in Minnesota on Tuesday night. So look at Michelle Tafoya trying to make the jump from the sidelines now to the Capitol.
Let's go. Let's go, Tafoya.
She will face Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan for the Senate seat. So there you go. Michelle Tafoya.
What's she running as?
She's a Republican.
She's a Republican.
Yeah.
I miss our guy, the wrestler in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
Rulon Gardner.
No. Hey.
See, you're picking
it up. Okay.
You're figuring this show out.
Wait, no, it's
Steve Austin.
No, it's Captain Lou Albano.
Nope.
Macho Man. Randy Savage.
Oh, yeah.
Who was it? Who is that guy? I can
The guy
see
that was
him.
in Predator.
It was Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Because I really didn't know. He's a direct relation to Ace.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was a phenomenal detective.
All righty then. When you all right, so who would you rather have running your state? Jesse Ventura or Arnold Schwarzenegger? I mean, you got the Predator connection there. I would probably go, I think Jesse might be willing to get his hands a little bit more dirty than Arnold.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll be back. Yeah, I'm going with Jesse. Anybody that's top rope somebody, they got the goods.
I mean, is Arnold really a tough guy? Like, come on.
He's a strong guy.
Strong guy, but is he a tough guy? Jesse Ventura is a tough guy. Like, I could see Jesse mixing it up. Arnold's like, you know what? Look, I just got a manicure.
My guy's a dude, I don't even know what state he's from. Pennsylvania? Wears shorts everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that guy.
That's my guy.
It's like cargo shorts and
a hoodie. And a hoodie.
In fact, I'm guessing, I'm going to make a proclamation. Scotty's always comes in, sweater, shirt, looking dapper. This is so you don't have to change clothes when you get home and you can just work right on the shed, right? You don't even have to go to your room and change your clothes. Is that why you did that?
And that's where I was this morning, too.
Okay, yeah! I know my guy already.
I had some siding delivered this morning, and I had to get it all.
I'm going to have to make a trip over and just see this in process, Lloyd. I want to get boots on the ground.
Make sure
in bed.
All right, coming up next, Will Snowden will join us at 11:05. Always looking forward to chat with Will, one of the good dudes out there with Alpha Recruits. Also, his son now at Michigan. What's that process been like? Also, former BYU Cougar. His thoughts on what's going down in Provo as well. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The truck just arrived at Gillette Services. And so did the savings. Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95. That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts. Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer and 8-time President's Choice Award winner. Call 385-273-6628 or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer. As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
What keeps you up at night? Do you wonder if what you've saved will be enough? If your money will go as far as you plan? Or whether your retirement will look the way you imagine? What worries you? Everyone's concern is different, but ignoring it won't make it disappear. This is Ron Paul. You may not be able to predict what comes next, but you can take steps now to diversify your savings with precious metals before uncertainty becomes urgency. My friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit explaining how gold can help diversify your IRA or 401k. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. There's no cost and no obligation. Just free information to help you consider your option. Take the first step with Birch Gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCote. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog, you're crying all the time. You ain't nothing
high class. Well, that was just a lie. Yeah, they said you was high class. Well, that was just a lie.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. Hey, the Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people who impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Will Snowden's going to join us from Alpha Recruits, one of our favorite dudes out there. Also, former BYU running back. Get his thoughts on, never a dull moment down in Provo. Hey, you know what it's like to be in the middle of that stuff sometimes.
Yeah, and, it does get ramped up. Everybody's excited to get hitting someone else and competing against others. So, yeah, tensions seem to be fairly high down there.
Well, and the other thing, too, that we just need season to start. I think that will be the thing that solves a lot of issues. People just need to – it's like maybe this isn't the best comparison, but there's a lot of coaches and GMs out there that get a little nervous near the end of summer before training camp starts because that's when guys end up getting themselves into trouble. And we're like, we just got to get it. We got to get these dudes into camp. Get these dudes into camp, we'll be fine. And I think right now we're just like, hey, tensions are running high. Everybody has high expectations for the season. There's some dudes out there that are looking to make names for themselves and maybe create a little bit of wedge or maybe some opportunities for themselves. And it just, yeah. It's you hit it on the head. It's Game of Thrones,
It's
man.
Game of Thrones.
It really is.
Yeah, and the more that comes, it just the hard part too is like disinformation travels so fast in this day and age. So, yeah, but the bottom line is Brian's the AD down there, and they've done a great job. And whatever it is with Kalani, I guarantee it'll get worked out. I see all this stuff like BYU going to move on. Come on,
no,
it's just. You don't have to go to the next step just because there's a little bit of a wrinkle. Because like I said yesterday, if you go back in the time I was at BYU 12 years with Coach Rose, there were 3 or 4 like slobber knockers. And the difference is people were team-oriented enough to keep it in the room. And not, I'm hearing crazy stuff. Like there's people down there pulling media members aside and stuff. So bottom line is it'll get fixed. It'll get fixed.
Yeah. People will get it figured out. Will Snowden expected to join us coming up here in just a moment. We'll chat with him and get his thoughts on the BYU situation. Also looking forward to the BYU football season, what he thinks out of the University of Utah with the new Morgan Scalley regime. And also maybe get some thoughts on what's going down in Michigan, too. And he'll have some opinions on the quarterback situation up at Utah State because I know that he has been good family friends with the Hillsteads for a long time, and he was the one telling me about McKay for a long, long time, even before McKay made it to Utah State the first time. So it's going to be he's got a lot of irons in the fire coming up this fall, to say the least. As you look across the board, I think one of the reasons why I think there's so much attention right now to BYU is the fact that there's a lot of, and this may not be fair to Kalani, but there's a lot of people that are wondering like, okay, Kalani, Jay Hill came in and that team really improved very quickly. Jay's gone. We talk about Kelly Papinga. How does Kalani respond without having that calming influence of Jay Hill in that locker room?
Yeah, I mean, that's why tensions are high. There is so much expectation, and rightfully so. I mean, BYU, we've heard it from everybody that's gone down there. The depth, the talent, the ability to move the ball by air, by land. Really good things. Bear Bachmeier coming back with a ton of momentum, and so yeah, I think the expectations are high, and when the expectations are high, the pressure mounts. And I do think Jay, to a certain extent, was a calming influence, but also I think he took some of the load off of Kalani in terms organizationally and things like that. So, he's probably dealing with more of that and knowing that the pressure's high.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you want your kid to get noticed, there's only one man to talk to. It's Will Snowden, running Alpha Recruits, and one of the best dudes, most informed and well-spoken guys on the planet, and I am lucky enough to call him a friend. Hi, Will. How are you?
My guy, it's been too long. It's good to hear your voice. I'm doing really well.
Oh, there we go. Hey, how's life treating you? You good? How's your summer?
I can't complain at all. Just crazy. Just trying to maintain and deal with this recruiting business and get ready for the season. I'm so excited for so many teams, excited for what's going on here in Utah. Then obviously with Smith being at Michigan, it's exciting, and got some big moves coming, so I'm excited to watch it all.
All right, so let's start with never a dull moment down in Provo. Kalani wants more, is hoping to get more. I think Brian would like to get him more, but there's always a lot of bureaucratic mumbo jumbo. What do you make out of this whole situation?
I think it's just all a process. Obviously with Kalani being one of the hotter names in college football, he had some expectations and some hopes and dreams for things moving forward as he committed to come back and sign the new contract. Obviously, everyone knows he had opportunities to move on to some of the blue blood programs, and he's such a BYU guy, so loyal to the program, so loyal to the school, so loyal to the state. He stayed, but I do think there were some things that were told to him that he thought would be happening a lot quicker, and they just haven't happened yet. So I do think they'll get it figured out. It was very interesting hearing him actually speak out about it and talk. Kalani, we go back 30 plus years, and he really does hold things to the chest. When I saw his interview with Criddle and just opening up a little bit more about really what it takes and really the expectations he had, I was glad to see it. I was glad to hear him say this is the reality of college football and a program like BYU that has the opportunity to compete at the highest level. He just wanted people to know it, and I think it's definitely well heard, and I think that they're going to start making moves to keep him happy and to do what they need to do to win, because the expectations are high down in Provo, right? The fan base is great. They expect to win. They want to win. Kalani wants to win. His staff wants to win. The players want to win, and he wants to build something that's realistic. He's not saying, hey, we need to raise more money than every single person in every single organization in the country, but we do need to put ourselves in a position where we're being super competitive with what other programs are able to do.
Will, I apologize that Hans isn't on the air with Scotty anymore. I know you guys used to really, wrestle each other and get after it. So, my apologies that I'm here, because I'm not as, I don't know, it would be no wrestling match. You just put me down real easy. So, but it's great to talk to you, man. And I've always enjoyed listening
I'm glad to be here.
But
Thank you.
The question I have for you, so I coached college basketball 16 years and was part of the old model. I left in 2019, so I missed the NIL thing. And you mentioned, you're right in the middle of this recruiting business. I'm just curious, and I know it's highly different, but in terms of teams approaching players, I mean, how are the first initial conversations? Has that changed at all, or does it just simply go right to business?
So it has changed a little bit when you're recruiting the high school player. Okay, so when you recruit the high school player, you don't go right to business unless you're dealing with the 4 or 5 star athlete. That conversation comes up pretty quickly, because it just depends on what his recruiting list looks like, right? If his list looks pretty heavy, that you have to be in the range of the income that it's going to take. Yeah. You have those other teams. So when you're going in and you're competing with USC and Ohio State, the Michigans of the world, Alabamas of the world, pretty quickly we do have to be in range. But also you still want to build that relationship. Now, I've dealt with the portal. I transferred a lot of my players have transferred, and so Alpha does NIL for our players, right? So we do a lot of the contract negotiations. We have an agency behind us, so it's right in the portal. It comes right into kind of business offers of what we have for a player of that person's caliber, and how they see them. So it is a little bit more business with the college players with the transfer portal, but high school players, they still want to build relationships. They still want to put themselves in a position where they actually get to know the kid. But the transactions in the portal are a little bit more business. Let's see what it's going to take to get a kid like that to come play for us, and are we in the ballpark? Do we have that type of funding for him? So high school, build relationships. You do want to build the relationships, and the portal is, hey, let's get right down to business. Players already have been there and done it. They understand what they're looking for, and the coaches understand what they're looking for, what they're bringing a player in from the portal to do. So it's a little bit quicker, a quicker process, more of business right away.
Dealing with, all the schools you have, and you mentioned the big dogs, and you've dealt with everybody, but where do you feel like, we hear BYU's behind or they're not getting everything? Where can you pinpoint areas maybe that other schools are doing things that BYU's not?
Well, at the end of the day, it comes down to your roster. It really comes down to the funds that you have for your roster, right? Are we competitive? Are we competitive are we playing our D tackle what the other schools are paying their D tackles? Can we compete in the quarterback game? Obviously, everyone knows that the quarterback is probably the most important piece of any team. And do we have the funds? Have we raised the funds that it's going to take to keep a top-tier quarterback? And obviously, BYU is quarterback U. We've had a lot of success there with our quarterback play, and they have to be able to be in the hunt to get those type of players. But not just that. Then you have to load up on your offensive line, your defensive line, and that's what you kind of see when you look at Indiana last year. They were able to go and raise money for their trench. Offensive line was wonderful. Defensive line was wonderful. And these, with older players with a lot of experience, but you're paying quite a bit of money for those players. So I do think BYU is fine. They have no issue creating the relationship. Everyone who plays for BYU really does love it. They don't want players do not want to leave there. When they lose a player, it just business-wise, it doesn't make sense for that player to stay there. So I think Kalani just wants to get the NIL budget up so that they can do more with the recruiting and maintaining the top players and going to get the top players. But in BYU's defense, it is an interesting situation because BYU, we're a much different school than everyone else in the country. The standards that they're wanting to hold, the things that they're wanting to do and stand for, you definitely want to be in play financially if you're going to go get the player that you usually don't get, right? And they do want to go get I love that Kalani wants to diversify what he's doing and bringing in more players that you might not usually get, right? And now you're actually giving them an experience that they usually would never even see being in Provo, Utah, where the Latter-day Saints are so strong and going to a church school that they really don't know anything about. So it does take a lot to build that roster to be able to compete nationally consistently. And BYU is always going to compete nationally consistently, but he's talking about winning a title.
Right.
He's talking about being at the top of Big 12 every year and being in the playoffs consistently every year. He feels like he has every single thing that he needs to do that, but he obviously feels like there needs to be more support financially. And I'm sure those guys down there are figuring out how to do that in creative ways. There's definitely, we have plenty of donors and people who have quite a bit of money. So I guess it just takes sitting down more and making sure that football is king. And he wants football to be king because it does generate the most money. And I think sometimes he might feel a little bit like he plays second fiddle to the basketball team or other things that don't control really and be the face of what BYU is when it comes to sports. And football is the big eye that you look at.
Maybe this isn't a fair question to ask, but and so you can handle this any way you want. But in talking to Smith, are there things forget about the NIL part of it, but just the resources, what's available to them, how they're treated? Has Smith noticed a dramatic change from what he experienced at Utah to what he's experiencing now at Michigan?
Yes. Now, it wouldn't be football-wise.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of the things that, when I walk around, obviously I've worked with Michigan for years. Right now I have 3 guys on that roster that I work with and do their NIL and worked with them through high school. And the reality is, there is some things that are different. Obviously, the talent overall is pretty crazy. You know, when you walk through the facility, it's like I'm walking in the forest. I mean, there's so many big, tall, like so many, right? They're really big men. But as far as from an NIL standpoint, there is a major difference in abilities to earn extra money, right? There's a lot of opportunities there with kind of they have a very strong alumni, right, that are coming in with business opportunities for these guys, job opportunities, a ton of internships. I mean, I think Smith finished 3 internships in this last semester, right? Wow. So there's a lot of opportunities there. And obviously, you know, the expectations are very, very high. And, you know, I think he feels that, but I would say just opportunities, business opportunities. He's seen a few more, and that's really exciting for him being a defensive player, right? Defensive players don't usually have the same type of opportunities that maybe a quarterback, wide receiver, and running back have. But he, you know, there's been a lot of opportunities for those guys out there.
You know, Scotty's made a point to say you're a huge McKay Hillstead fan, and we were up in Logan last week and had an opportunity to sit down with him. I actually saw him as a sophomore. I watch, you know, all the football I can, and I saw him as a sophomore and just fell in love with the kid. Sophomore in high school, even back at Skyview. So we were up there. He looks bigger. He looks stronger.
Dude's gotten yoked, man.
Yeah, he looks bigger, stronger. What do you expect from him this year?
McKay, so just so you know, yes, I'm a huge McKay Hillstead fan. I believe in him as much as any player in the country. He's special at what he does. He did have an unbelievable off season. We spent the month of July doing speed work, and the way that we do speed work is not the average speed work. We do what everyone does, but also we do a lot of different track workouts, right? So we're running 300s, 600s, 400s, a lot of 200s. So I know there's not a better conditioned quarterback in the country. He's in top tier shape. He's done everything he's supposed to do in the weight room. He's done every single thing he's supposed to do with his flexibility, everything he's supposed to do with his arm talent, which is he has a wicked arm. His arm is just wicked. Yeah. But yeah, like he can. There's not a throw he can't make. As you guys know, he's basically a computer. Very smart kid. So I expect him to go off this season. I think it's a perfect fit for him to be in that offense with what they do. And so I would expect him to be up for, you know, Pac-12 honors, you know, newcomer of the year because he's back. Those type of things are the things I expect for him, and I expect Utah State to win a lot of football games. And everyone better be ready when you play the Aggies, because that's a dangerous team. So it comes down to keeping him standing up. You know, if they can make sure they can keep the pressures off of him, he'll beat you in multiple ways. First with his arms, but if you let him get out there and start running, he can't hurt you with his legs. You know, people don't realize McKay as a junior ran 10.800 in the 100-meter, and that's here in Utah where it's freezing. If he would have ran his senior year, we probably would have brought him down to 10.6, maybe 10.5. He's an elite athlete. So as you guys saw, yoked he is. He's bigger, stronger, and faster. Has many years under his belt now, watching, learning, and now I really do think it's his time, and I'm excited to watch it.
Just seeing him and being around Bronco for a year, and then you throw Robert and I into the mix, and you know McKay's always got a chip on his shoulder. He really has a chip on his shoulder right now. Dude, I'm fired up. This season can't get here soon enough. I'm fired up to call a lot of touchdowns of his because it felt like it's a perfect fit, kind of a perfect storm of OC, head coach, quarterback coming together.
Oh, yeah, it can't be any better, and I think they fit together just like, you know, peanut butter and jelly. I mean, it's gonna be fun to watch. Now, obviously, you know, I've been high on McKay since, you know, I've been kind of mentoring McKay since the 8th grade. One of my favorite players I've ever worked with. He's like a son to me. I truly love McKay. And I love all these players, but McKay and I have a very special relationship. This is someone I talk to multiple times a week, no matter what. But he will set the state on fire. Everyone will know again. Like it's going to be he will gain your respect. If you don't respect him now, you will very soon. He plays for keeps. So I'm excited to watch that. I mean, when you break down what's going on in the state of Utah with just the quarterback play and the future of the quarterback play, you look at BYU. They have Bear Bachmeier, the young phenom, and they also have a young phenom who's coming back from his mission soon, Ryder Lyons, another 4-star, 5-star kid. You go to the University of Utah. They've got arguably one of the most electric quarterbacks in the country, right? And it's not even arguable. He's one of the most electric quarterbacks in the country. He really could be in the Heisman race with his ability to run and throw the ball. And then you just go right up to Utah State and McKay Hillstead, people who know, and in 3.5 weeks, everyone will know that this guy can run the ball, throw the ball, lead a team. So the whole state should be fired up for what each one of these quarterbacks are going to do. I am moving to I'll be in Ann Arbor for the season. They have 8 home games, so it got a little bit crazy trying to fly back and forth. So we'll be out there, but I'll be flying back a few weeks and flying back to watch Utah State play Washington State, and then I'm coming back for a BYU and Utah game. So I'm in football heaven right now. Then I also catch my high school guys playing. So I just can't. It can't come quick enough.
You've been around Morgan a long time, and you know how he is as a person, as a leader. Is there any concern whatsoever about him moving over into the captain's chair as opposed to being a longtime lieutenant, now becoming the general, or do you feel like that's pretty seamless for him?
Very seamless. It's zero concerns. And, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all, regardless, Coach Witt, it's just kind of funny to look at what Coach Witt did and how, us as humans, we're pretty stupid people, just to be honest. It's almost like we can't give respect. If we give someone else respect, we're taking away from the respect that Morgan Scalley deserves. Obviously, Kyle Whittingham is the greatest Utah football coach of all time. He brought them from I'll just be up front. I went to BYU. I never thought about the Utes. Kyle Whittingham created the Utes. He really did build them to a national powerhouse where there was a certain level of respect. But his right-hand man was Morgan Scalley. Morgan has learned from him, learned what to do, what not to do, things he likes, things he doesn't like. The players absolutely love him. He's as tough as they come. He's as competitive as they come, and he's as smart as they come. People don't realize, Morgan's an expert offensive coach just as well as he's an expert defensive coach, but I think he's learned a lot through everything he's been through that makes him the perfect leader to lead Utah into the future, and they'll be competitive right away, and he'll continue to build on it and develop top-level players. He's kept a lot of top coaches. He's hired the right men. And so I think Utah is competitive year one, majorly competitive year one. And Morgan has a great future here, and I can't wait to watch it. But, yes, he's ready. He's seasoned, and I think he's learned a lot. And he's had a lot of power down there for the last multiple years anyway, leading. And so I think it's really seamless.
Give us a couple of names. You know these guys way better than we do in terms of new faces in programs that, right now they're just a name on a page. But you know about them, and a couple guys you expect to pop as youngsters here in the state.
Okay, so the youngsters I expect to be let's start at BYU. At BYU, I do expect Legend Glasgow to be a major star. He's a major star. He's a big time star. When I say that, it will Legend he'd be a star anywhere. That's from Ohio State to USC to Brigham Young to Utah. He's that special. He's a special talent. So I think we'll see a lot from him already year one. Also, his partner in crime, the running back from Lehigh, the Eka kid, is special. He's very, very special. I think that he'll be a great kind of second, third option for BYU. I think that's nice to have the youngsters a youngster who steps up. I also think that Trey Roberts will actually come in and make some plays down there at Brigham Young, and he's a young one who's just off his mission. That's his older brother was a great there, and I think he's going to be super special. When we go to Utah State, it really does start with McKay. I think Hillstead will be special this year. I think that just everything's aligned well for him, and I think that he's going to be really awesome there. I also have another local guy there, Charger Doty, who's special. He's a strong safety who's really coming on well. I think he'll make a lot of plays at Utah State. And then when you come to the Utes, I mean, I think they have some new guys who will show really, really, really well. I'm interested to see what Lance Holsclaw, he's not a young player, but he's someone who hasn't really gotten, a billion reps, but I think he's special off of the edge. I think he could be a 9-10 sack guy for them. So I do like him. Also, Rabbit Evans, coming off of an injury, I think he's special in the back end. In the back end, he'll make plays. And then they've got young guys, Davis Andrews. I don't know how much he'll play this year. He's just off of his mission. But Utah's in a very good position. All of these programs really are in great positions. Now it comes down to keeping them all after this season. So what I do is just get excited about what's going to happen this season, and then I'll let the business just take care of itself after the season. But I think everyone is going to be super competitive, and this could be the year this could be another year where we have 3 top 25 teams with Utah State, BYU, and Utah. I think all of them will hit the top 25 this year.
I know you're busy. I know you got a lot on your plate, but give me, with the high school season kicking off this week, give me a few high school kids we should be watching, and if they're committed, where they're going.
Well, we don't have I'm really interested in seeing this new Davis quarterback. I'm having a brain freeze on his name, but he just transferred in from, I think, one of the big schools in California. He's supposed to be super special. So I'm excited to take a look at him. I have another kid is at Olympus High School, the All-Red kid. He has a lot of tools. He'll play linebacker this year. He was primarily their offensive running back last year, but I think All-Red will have a special year. But I am going to go, when I look at the rosters of each team, there's too many kids to talk about. Yeah. I'm really interested to see this Lone Peak team, this Sky Ridge team, because Sky Ridge, that has a very loaded roster. A lot of college football players on that team. Lehigh is always competitive. Corner Canyon now, what does Corner Canyon look like without Coach Kerr at the helm? So there's a lot of stories to talk about. You guys are going to have to watch a lot more high school ball this year because there are stories to actually identify with what does Corner Canyon do and how do the other coaches in the state respond to Coach Kerr not being there because he's been so dominant for the last 10 years. Who's going to step up and take that role? Time will tell, but if I had to do my early pick, I'm gonna say Sky Ridge in the championship, and I'm not sure who they will face, but that's a pretty good team. They got a nice young quarterback there. They really have a lot of tools, so I'm excited to watch it all.
That got me thinking too. What was your initial thought when you saw Coach Kerr get that Weber State job?
Well, I thought about time. I mean, obviously, he's Coach Kerr can coach at any level, and we're going to see his kind of. I expect him to be on like a Jay Hill trajectory. He really is an exceptional head man, but he's also an exceptional OC. So he's like Jay. Jay's an exceptional DC, exceptional head man. But I could see Kerr in the next 3 years. It's going to take a lot to keep him there because of his offensive mind is so strong. Kids really respond to him, and I think he's going to take the state of Utah by storm because he's watched it for years. Utah's one of the most underrated states in the country when it comes to football, and I think Kerr will prove it really quickly. I think that he's gonna put Weber State back on the map in that Big Sky Conference, which in my opinion is the toughest conference in the country at that level, and is going to be, we'll see where he ends up, because his offense will score a lot of points. That staff is pretty ridiculous what he's brought up there. Defensively, they're going to be great. Now, obviously, I'm not crowning him already first year. There are things that you have to figure out, roster things that have to change, recruiting stuff that has to change. But I do think that you'll see a big jump for Weber year one. But I was kind of doing the hallelujah dance when he got the job. I've always wanted him to have that opportunity, and I think he's going to kill it. I've been up there a few times, got a chance to talk to him quite a bit, watch how he's running things, and the response from the players, the coaching has been amazing. So I'm hoping he gets a lot of support from the state.
Hey, while you're in Ann Arbor, which I'm really jealous, that sounds like a heck of a sabbatical, my guy. If you need any help, my daughter lives right around the corner from you, the Egan's. So if you need any help, man, you on the yard or anything, you make sure you have Matt out there mowing or doing something for you. Okay? He's just right around
Tim. Okay.
Yeah. My daughter's Allie, so they're your neighbors. And
okay, that's wonderful.
Us,
I'll tell him, Big Dog. I'll tell him, hey, one of my sons will be coming over and tending with the house, but hopefully he doesn't burn it down. So I'm going to tell her to make sure that she keeps an eye on it.
All right. When I come over to see my grandson Hank, I'll just drive by and make sure there's no funny business.
I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate you guys
You're
so
the best,
much.
man.
It's going to be a fun season.
All right.
Yep.
You got it.
Thanks, Will.
There he is, Will Snowden, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Runs Alpha Recruits, does a tremendous job. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ear saying, do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees continue their series in El Paso today at noon. Listen on the KSL Sports app and KSLSports.com. Tomorrow night they play at 6:30. You can listen on 97.5 The Zone and 1280 The Zone. Friday, the high school football season kicks off. Listen to Game Night Live, The Red Zone, at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company to The Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves a risk of loss.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences that build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, there's a lot of things brewing right now, but when you look at the landscape of athletics right now, you look at what's going on, I like guys and I like coaches out there that are going to throw their weight around and just absolutely get after it a bit. And Ben Johnson, who head coach of the Chicago Bears, had a comment that at first I think has ruffled some feathers, but I actually respect the heck out of it because he's throwing out goals and very specific goals for his team. He says, you've got 31 other teams going to training camp right now saying, our goal is to win the Super Bowl, but I want more than that. All right, well, what's more than winning the Super Bowl? Ben Johnson's goal is, I want to have the highest scoring offense in NFL history, which, by the way, happens to be the 2013 Denver Broncos. I know
in history?
Yes. In NFL history, the most points scored in an NFL season was the 2013 Denver Broncos. That Peyton Manning
They
MVP.
beat the greatest show on turf?
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Yes.
That sounds made up.
Well, you can go do the research if you want. He says, I know how many points the Broncos scored per game, 37.9, and I want to surpass them. I want shutouts. I want blowouts. Ooh. Okay. All right, big fella. I like it. You know what? Go out there and throw some hefty goals.
And
everybody
cool
wants to
part,
win a Super Bowl. I want more.
The cool part about that to me is he's not saying, he's saying we're. He's putting that out in front of his team, unlike the UK guy that's like, now that I'm here, Kentucky is going to win. And, like he has faith in his dudes.
Yeah. Why are you going to win? Well, because of me.
So you're right. The Broncos, the most points in any season, 2013, followed by the Patriots in 2007.
Yeah. Your greatest show on turf isn't even second. Were the 04 Raiders on that? Oh, wait a minute. No, it wouldn't be them. The 03 Raiders?
I do not see.
No, I don't know. I know they wouldn't have been on there.
25, the first 25, there is no sign, Lloyd, of the team that you've hauled me into, this wheelbarrow that you and I sit
And no,
in.
they were never all that high-powered. Usually it was a good balanced team with defense
Well,
and
get ready
offense.
for high power now, because there's a
because
I'm here.
Easy.
The only thing that's high-powered is
Coach.
Max Crosby's fist into Kirk Cousins' face.
You know what? Kirk Cousins does have a punchable face, so I don't blame Max.
You know what? That I will
I don't
totally
blame
agree.
Max one bit.
Hey, if that just gets Fernando to the field quicker, I'm all for it. I mean, they say he hit him twice. Popped him twice.
Oh, yeah. He hit him once and he hit the ground. 2 hits. Bah.
Grab the jersey, little whap. But I'm telling you, maybe it's a concussion and Fernando gets in week 1. I mean, that's what we want. We want to see the dude.
That was good, Scotty. That was good.
Honestly, Max Crosby versus Kirk Cousins, that fight's not lasting very long.
No, absolutely not.
That'd be like me and Will Snowden. Just like, bam, see you later.
Yeah, and you're down.
Can you guys watch those videos on the interwebs that come through, like the reels of people just getting laid out?
Oh, I love those.
I cannot watch them for the life of me. It just hurts.
I do enjoy when my my algorithm changes to that a little bit somehow.
When the NFL season starts, we're going to start seeing all these stadium fights, right? Seat fights, guys getting pulled over, shins ripped off. I mean, just go to the game and chill out, dog.
Yeah, I've never been and that's the thing. You have to really work hard to try to get into a fight, I think, because I told the story when I took Brody to a Broncos-Raiders game. First game we went to was in Las Vegas, and I told him, we're not gearing up. We're not wearing any Broncos gear. I've seen the stories of the black hole. We're not getting ourselves in a bad situation. So we came very neutral. We showed up, and Raiders fans, and I'll say this in all honesty, could not have been nicer. And Brody ran his mouth like crazy. He had good back and forth. They were having fun. We had a great time. And these Raider fans were drunk out of their minds.
Okay, in all fairness, those aren't Raiders fans. They're not Raiders fans.
You want your fan? Are you trying to make your fan base violent?
That's not what I'm saying.
He's saying it's a transient.
It's a different fan base.
It's
a different fan base.
They were
all
dressed up.
Okay.
They were rocking the gear. Come on. I mean, they're Raiders.
That wasn't what I was thinking.
This has been Scotty G and the coach.
Good night, everybody.
Nope, we're good.
There'll be none of that.
Not that one. No, the one with the spikes. He's got, why am I going blank on his name?
I don't know, but it certainly isn't that. I mean, he does look like, well, never mind.
Where did you sit? We were
pretty
good seats.
We were lower bowl. Lloyd, you sat in those seats. They're pretty good.
Oh, they're good. It's in the corner.
Yeah,
it's
in the corner.
No, it was good seats.
But yeah, they treated us like gold. And now granted the Raiders won pretty handily, so maybe that had something to do with it as well.
That's what I'm talking
about. But honestly, it's like, you know what? After that, we're like, hey, let's gear up. We're Broncos gear, and we did, and we had a good time. Like, I don't get how people get so angry to the point where they're throwing fists.
So I went to the concert the other night, and it is a thing. I think it's a thing everywhere you go, right? You kind of, for that evening, they're going to be your next door neighbors. And I do not like contention in the least in that situation. So
not much better, but
just a synonym.
Yeah.
I'm dying over here.
So anyway, I'm in there, and I like to talk to people beforehand, get everything kind of, hey, we're all cool, high fives are big at a concert. And everybody was fairly inebriated or imbibing anyhow.
Yeah.
And so this dude comes walking down, and he's kind of a long-haired, and he's kind of walking down to pass us. And I give him, hey, dude, I like your hat. And he turns to me with a totally stern face. He said, you know how much money you got to have to wear this hat? And I was like, no, why don't you tell me?
Yeah.
And, basically, I think he wanted maybe a contentious thing, but then I'd ask the follow-up question.
No, really? How much?
And then, before I knew it, we were talking about Amway, and I could be in third level.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm just kidding. That part didn't happen. But anyway, yeah, when you go into those things, you got to be conscious of your surroundings, right?
Yeah.
No fights.
No fights. Come on. No fights. Let's get, let's not get crazy here. All right. 11:46. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. and even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100 or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything, automatic shipment straight to your door, insurance billing, and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cuckoo-Kajou. Simon and Garfunkel. Nothing wrong with that. All from the, as I correctly guessed, without any assistance whatsoever, the Forrest Gump soundtrack. Lloyd doesn't like to pick out individual songs. Kind of licks a stamp, mails it in, and picks the soundtrack.
But it's become a fun little challenge.
It
I
actually has.
I look forward to the challenge. And
if you don't use the computer,
right?
it's a
and
challenge, sure.
I did the first 2 weeks because I.
Yeah, I know.
I just wanted to be
I acted like
that.
I didn't know what you were doing.
But,
I didn't.
But today, nothing happened. That was all my guy right here. No AI, just SG.
Okay.
No, I'm being serious, Lloyd.
Okay, I said.
But
I said
when he says
okay.
okay that he doesn't.
Yeah, I know. It's like
I'll tell him, I really appreciate you so much.
Huh.
And he'll say,
Do you?
do you? I mean, how do you win?
you can't. You don't. You just
No, you know what?
you
We've
just
had
kind of
some.
punt every now and then.
I think we went through when
Tell me about punting.
when you were gone, I do feel like there was I don't know, just to be able to have that mano-a-mano time.
A little reconciliation.
I think we're in a good spot.
Well, good.
I don't know why you ever thought we were in a bad spot.
I can take another vacation if you'd like. Maybe get you guys even in a better place.
No, I think we're just fine now.
Let's not get crazy.
In fact, if you try to leave, I'm going to chain you to that shed. Then I'll know where you are at least.
Oh, man.
Lock you in that shed.
Well, that's the next step.
I got to figure out how to build doors. I don't know how to do that. I've got to YouTube how to do that. But I can't imagine that. After what I've already done, I can't imagine that's got to be too hard.
It does kind of look like the start of an arc.
Yeah, a little bit.
The people in your neighborhood may think you're going to come out in sandals and long beard
and a couple stone tablets.
Start telling people what to push and where.
Yeah. Good.
Of all people, I don't see Scotty leading, animals onto an ark.
Yeah. And by the way, I know I made a Moses joke.
Don't talk about his kids people. Like that. That's not fair.
It's actually pretty accurate. Yeah. You've met Brody.
Yeah, but he's a cuddly. If he's animal, he's a cuddly little feller.
He's
at least the part I've seen.
He's a little. That's the thing. Like he does a good job putting on, and I think all kids do this. Like they put on a very public face, and then there's an at-home face, and Brody is he does a very good job in knowing how to manipulate the situation around him.
Well, for you boomers out there, that's also known as the Eddie Haskell approach.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's very much Eddie Haskell.
And, that is directed toward the boomers because they would have grown up with it. Otherwise, you're in the dark. So just live there.
You watch any preseason football? Did you watch that Hall of Fame game?
I didn't watch
which
one second
actually
of it.
was a really good game. I did not watch it live either.
Dude, don't say that to Jake Scott because he will kill you on that take.
Why? Because he likes to watch it? Or
no, because he's like, what's the purpose of it? It's only 3s and 4s going against
it. I mean, he's not wrong.
No, he's not wrong. But he killed Christian on it. It was funny.
Because Christian watched it?
Because Christian watched it and loved it.
Well, it was. I mean, look, if here it is for me, it's like, what's a good? It's like you come out of a
a bad dream.
No. All right, so let's say you're doing the monthly ecclesiastical fast, if you will. All right,
cleaning out the pipes.
You got 2 or 3 meals you haven't eaten, and you're super crazy hungry, and you go get just this nasty fast food burger. And you take a bite, it's like the best burger you've ever had. You're like, oh, that's awesome. It's so good. And then the next day you go get another one. You're like, it's not that good. And then a couple days after that, you're like, okay, that really wasn't that good either. Like for preseason football, we have been in a drought for football for a long time. And then so that first time you take a bite into that burger, you're like, oh, this is the best thing I've ever had. And then all of a sudden you keep consuming it. You're like, okay, this isn't good at all. This really isn't that good. You got to wait another month, then you get the prime rib. But right now, you're just eating greasy burgers. And it was good at first, but now, even in the course of a game, like you ate that burger in the first quarter, it's great. And then by the fourth quarter, you're like, okay, this is soggy. These pickles don't seem right. And it seems like this has been left out under a heating light for too long.
And that's what it tastes to me from the start. It does not taste burgerish. It does taste very... I've given it a try in the past. But
yeah.
Yeah, by the time, and I know the approach is a little different, that sort of thing, but I still, just when it's counting, that's when I'll tune in. I watch far too many preseason basketball games by necessity to watch preseason football games.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you on that. And that's how I am. Like, I will, like the Broncos, Brody and I have already got that game circled. We're excited. But I guarantee you, we're going to watch that first quarter. And then by halftime, we're like, all right, what else you got going on? Let's go do something else.
Any Matlock reruns?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, okay. We can figure something else out to watch because this really isn't getting it done for us. So that's it. That's what preseason football. The reason I bring it up, though, is that Hall of Fame game had produced better ratings. That one first preseason football game, better TV ratings than any of the Stanley Cup Finals.
That's crazy.
Games.
I mean, it just tells you how big a beast that thing is, dude.
And any Major League Baseball regular season games so far this year.
Crazy, but not surprising.
But not
surprising at all.
Not surprising at all.
But I guess it's not surprising, but it reminds you just how it's like a Millennial Falcon flying in or the whatever that big thing was.
That's a millennial. No, millennium.
Millennial.
Millennial Falcon.
That's what I said.
Right? Oh.
Yeah.
It is millennial. Yeah, the Millennial Falcon.
Is it?
Well, you tell me, is it?
I don't know. That's what yes. But that's not the big ship. I'm saying the mothership
the Death Star?
Death Star comes hovering in, and it encompasses everything, dude. Football, NFL football is king.
Yeah. But the fact that a preseason game, in a game that nobody played in late July, late July, early August, and it just kicks everybody's, you know what. The fact that the NFL draft pulls better ratings than the Stanley Cup. And I love the Stanley Cup. You and I were all in on the Stanley Cup playoffs this year.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Not just the Mammoth. I watched them all. Those
Yeah.
are great.
I just, the NFL reigns supreme. And there's a reason why they're getting billions of dollars of TV money. Because when your preseason game, your first preseason game pulls those kind of numbers, it's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
All right. Steve Bartle joins us next. Talk some Utah camp with him. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, you're a little beat up. You need to go see somebody. Let me suggest University of Utah Health because that's where the pros go. Players from Real Salt Lake, the Salt Lake Bees. When you've got University of Utah players that need help, they'll go see the same specialist that you can see at the University of Utah Health. Go to uofuhealth.org. Numerous ways you can get the health you need. First off, they've got telehealth options. You can get the help you need just from the comfort of your own home via your phone, your tablet, or your computer. You can also access health at all the various clinics up and down the Wasatch Front. And you can also just go to the granddaddy of them all, University of Utah Hospital, ranked the #1 hospital in the state of Utah 11 years in a row, courtesy of U.S. News and World Report. Go to uofuhealth.org. Find a location near you. That's uofuhealth.org.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. But why should you care? You only use it to hydrate, bathe, cook, clean, garden, play, and generally stay alive. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at timdalysouthtown.com. Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection, bigger savings, bigger deals. OAC, deal for details. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
looking back at the years going by like so many summer fields.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Thanks for making us part of your day. All right, when you look at the University of Utah, as camp is certainly underway, some position battles to look at, but certainly nothing at the quarterback spot. That is settled for the University of Utah, and looking forward to catching up with Steve Barlow, get his thoughts on what he's seen early on. But if you're Morgan Scally and you're taking over as head coach, it's nice to know you got a guy named Devin Dampier taking the snaps, because that gives you a little bit of peace of mind.
No, for sure. And you heard Will Snowden just effusive in his praise, his ability to move around. This year, the little wrinkle, that the offense will be a tad bit different, and the entire feel, will be a Morgan Scally team. I'm excited to see what that means for Dampier. And then we've talked about Bird, and he's going to be definitely have an impact, man. His ability to just be used as a decoy at times, line him up, make defensive coordinators stay up late at night. That's going to be the game, and we all know how good that kid is too. So they got a really good situation up at Utah right now.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Kevin McGivern, what he does with those quarterbacks, because I think Bird Ficklin has a chance to really cement himself as one of the most dynamic players in the Big 12 in terms of what he can do at various spots. I would line him up in the slot. I would have him motioning out of the backfield. I would have him certainly taking direct snaps. I would certainly have him doing everything out there on the field, because that's a athlete that you just want to find ways to get involved.
I mean, he makes one guy miss, he may be gone, right? That's that guy's he's elusive. He's got the ability to outrun people. And, I think it was PK saying when he was up there the other day, real zing on his ball, watching him throw it. So between those two guys, definitely, you go into situations far worse as a first-year head coach. He's definitely got two guys at that position that can really be difference makers.
Yeah, when you're taking over as a head coach and you have to bring in a new quarterback, that makes things very difficult. The fact that Morgan Scalley was able to hold on to not one but both those guys, I mean, shows you the recruiting ability that Utah has.
And, we talked to Will, and his son Smith went with Kyle. The opportunities were there. Obviously, Dampier's, his coordinator, went. I mean, so if there was a time and he wasn't fully, trustworthy in what was coming in, he could have gone.
Oh, yeah.
Both those guys could have. And I think it speaks volumes. And that's why I've said from the beginning, you just look at the players. I got no concern about Morgan Scalley as a head coach. I really don't.
Look, I will be surprised if it doesn't work. I will be very surprised because, and to Will Snowden, I think he said a really good point. You can be, you can say that Kyle Whittingham is the greatest football coach the University of Utah has ever had, and right there with Lavelle as one of the greatest football coaches ever here in the state of Utah. That can be true. And you can also say Morgan Scalley is ready for the opportunity and Utah can continue on its trajectory. Both things can absolutely be true.
Yeah, there doesn't have to be one side or the other. And, I went through it was interesting. When I left BYU, that you leave so much of your soul there. You just realize, you move your stuff out and you stop wearing the gear every day. But, man, being there 12 and Kyle was there double that. So, I think we do live in a world where you can be happy for one guy and happy for another. I don't think it has to be one or the other.
Do you still have boxes of the gear? Or did you hand it out? Or?
No, that stuff was every time I left, I would literally text where I was and say, "There's stuff out on the porch. Come get it."
Free gear.
Free gear.
Well, it's probably for the best, just for a cleansing process.
Yeah. And honestly, I was turning blue. I wore blue so much, so it's nice to wear other colors sometimes.
You do miss that Nike code, though, right?
I do. Yeah, the Nike code was nice. So what I have to do is just make sure I don't throw any of my shoes away now.
Yeah.
I'm still wearing those bad things. I still had some in boxes, so it comes in handy.
The infamous shoe code.
And some coaches get a better code than others.
Yeah.
Right?
So yeah.
We got X amount every year and could go in, and this was not labeled, right? This was just stuff you buy stock from Nike, and you could get whatever you wanted.
Yeah. No, that's in addition to the labeled stuff.
Yes. Yeah. It's almost becomes way too much.
I would like to get to that problem.
I've
given Nike way too much of my hard-earned money throughout the years.
Do the guys give you a suit to travel in or something like that?
I get a little bit of gear. Some coaches treat you a little bit better than others.
You show me where that equipment room is, and I'll go in there with my show me hat, and we'll tell them what's going on with Scotty.
I will say, look, if you're a player or you're around a team, there's one guy that you always have to be the nicest to. You treat them with so much respect, so much love. It's the equipment guy. Always treat the equipment guy like he is a lifelong friend. I have arranged jazz tickets for equipment guys. I've done all kinds of things because those guys can really make your life a lot easier. Let's just say that.
Or more difficult.
Or very difficult, yes.
Yep. I learned that too my first couple of years at Utah. We had Big A behind the door, and you didn't ask for too much because then you got cut off.
Yeah.
So you had just right.
It's
kind of like the porridge. Just right.
Not too much. But, but be nice. Be
nice.
Courteous, respectful, and usually things will work out for you. But those dudes can have a little bit of an ego trip, too, because they understand they do have the keys to the kingdom.
They have the key, dude, a literal key to the door that everybody, as they walk by, like, the key.
Oh, look at that
key
new
to gear.
That pullover is really nice. Do you have that in an XL?
One of the cool places. I was at the Jazz prior to doing this. Worked there for 6 months, and they have, I was in the business offices, and obviously there's back areas that have gear that you can, give out to people, but there's also, all the premium stuff's in there. So the signed jerseys, and oh man, it was cool. They had really cool stuff in there.
See, yeah, when I was with the Jazz, we never had access to that stuff.
No, I didn't get any of it. I just kind of.
You could see it.
I could see it. Yeah,
you could look at it.
Our area was in a certain area, and I could look through a window, and it was all in there.
Because I was always like, hey, you know what? Look, we're doing the Jazz broadcast. I was doing Jazz pre, half, and post. Locke was doing play-by-play, and I was doing the pre-half and post before I gave it over to Jake, and it was like, look, we're at the games. You can hand out some of that stuff.
It doesn't make it a way up to the booth. I did learn that. I had to go actually get a job there to get a little gear.
Yeah. So when you look at what Utah's got going for them and the excitement around this program, I think that Utah is right there with. Okay, so if we're going to put tiers of the Big 12, I put Texas Tech as tier 1. I can't quite put BYU right there yet. I'll go Texas Tech tier 1, and then maybe just a breath behind him. Not tier 1, not 1A, 1B, but just slightly below Texas Tech, I'll put BYU. But also slightly below BYU, I put Utah. I think Utah is way closer to Texas Tech than a lot of people think they are. And I think Utah's got every opportunity, if this roster plays out, if that offensive line can continue to develop, and they don't have to be as good as they were last year. That's a heavy bar to reach. But if they are just as good as we think they can be, I think Utah's got every chance to be in that Big 12 championship game.
I do too. I mean, we just talked about the embarrassment of riches at quarterback, and that only lasts as long as those guys stay healthy. I understand that. But the fact you've got really two competent guys that come with not just experience, but experience at your place, playing for guys that are going to be there and with guys that are going to be there. I think that's just different. I fully expect the fanatical effort to be there, on the defensive side. I also like Will Snowden. I'm excited to see what Lance Holtzclaw can do on the edge. I think he is a guy, like he said, he hasn't had as many opportunities, but I think he's going to be a difference maker. And like I've said before, like I've always respected Utah's teams, and you always have to take them so serious. I'm excited to see it with just a tad bit of a wrinkle, with a different set of eyes, kind of seeing the whole picture, and how that all fits together. Will they be a little more willing to take a couple chances downfield during the game? Because what I've heard is they are loaded in the skills area.
Oh yeah, yep.
You can go back, the running backs, the receivers, they are loaded. So it really comes down to just getting the season started. But I'm with you. I think I put Texas Tech at 1-2 because I'm listening to Kalani, talk about how much they have, and they are setting some sort of delta there. I don't know if I'd talk about it like that, but bottom line is they've got every benefit. They can go get whatever guy they want. And they've even got judges, playing along. So how can you not put them 1? But I do believe the fight for 2-3, there is a group of teams, but I love the fact that we're talking about the Big 12 in 2026, 27, and we're talking about those two teams in the top 5 because I do believe they're there.
The other thing about Texas Tech, though, is maybe we're overvaluing, and when I say we, I'll just put it all on me. Maybe I'm overvaluing Texas Tech a little bit because are they going to be as good as they were last year? Well, you don't have Sorsby. Will Hammonds is all beat to hell. You don't know what he's going to look like coming back. And that defense, you got Jacob Rodriguez, who right now is just rocketing up the food chain with the Miami Dolphins. They can't keep him off the field there. You got David Bailey, who's no longer on that team. So that defense probably, just based on talent, probably, at least early, isn't as good as they were last year. So this probably isn't the same Texas Tech team that they were last year. So maybe it's 1A, 1B, 1C with Utah, BYU, and Texas Tech.
It could be, and all we have is that frame of reference. I mean, I watched both of those games last year that BYU played. Texas Tech obviously watched Texas Tech go to Utah, and honestly, it was like watching two different levels of football. Mm-hmm. It was like an NFL team that came down for the week, and because there was just like it was futile to try to move the ball against those guys.
Yeah. Yep.
Both cases, both teams really struggled. So I do believe at the end of the day that's what we're thinking. And it was Frank Schwab, I think we talked to yesterday, that said, the regression is imminent. You're not going to go out there every year and have a better year. The one thing Texas Tech has going for it schedule-wise is they don't play anybody. I mean, they can
Yes.
really roll out of bed and be dominant. So they really, the test will come later in the season for them. But I do think there is a bit of that we were so impressed and overwhelmed with what they did last year that it's carried over this year.
And they're thinking, okay, well, they still have the money, so even if they don't have those guys back, they probably went out, they replaced those guys with big money dudes anyway, so, off they go. And that could certainly be the case. I think I've told this story on the air before, and this is before Texas Tech went all in on the money. But when I went down there, Matt Wells was the head coach down there, and I was calling a basketball game and went over to his office, and we were hanging out, and the amount of just stupid money that they were throwing around then was crazy. It's gone up tenfold now.
There's no limit.
All right, joining us now, Ute Insider, KSLSports.com, overall good dude, Steve Bartle, kind enough to join us. Steve, how are you?
I'm good, fellas. How we doing?
Doing great. Doing better now. We get a chat. So have you learned anything? Is there anything that you've been able to decipher or take away from the early stages of fall camp for the Utes?
Yeah, obviously, we are limited in what we are able to watch and then, with the interviews that we get. But it sounds like things are, trending in a positive direction for Utes on a number of different fronts. So obviously, questions, the big questions coming into fall camp center around the trenches, which is kind of crazy given the fact that we're talking about a Utah football program where that's just like you can always count on it. Each and every season, you didn't really know who it was going to be, but you just knew that, Utah was going to have guys in the trenches. And I think, through the first 2 weeks here, sounds like they've made progress on that front where they're, figuring out, who are going to be the guys, on both sides of the ball in the trenches and Coach Gross kind of getting a better sense of who are going to be the guys that they can count on. He mentioned last week his availability that they feel they've got, 10 guys that they could throw in a game and trust them to perform and execute. But, Coach Scally shared on Monday that, we got to figure this out sooner the better. And so I think, it seems like they're starting to figure out who are going to be those guys. And then, with our availability and what we were able to kind of watch at practice earlier this week, getting a look at guys and how much better they look physically after, all of the talk about the summer workouts. It's clear that, that these guys have benefited from a new and improved strength and conditioning program. Guys look noticeably different, in terms of their size, their mass, particularly in the trenches. So, still plenty to figure out, but it does seem like Utah's trending in the right direction, when it comes to the big question marks coming into fall camp around the trenches.
I just hear from, anybody that's been able to see the limited stuff, just how stacked Utah is in the skill positions. The fact that they've got, running backs, they've got two incredible quarterbacks they're going to be able to use. The receiving core is solid. I mean, how bullish are you on the skill positions?
Yeah, for me, that's the big reason why I'm optimistic about Utah this season is what they have at quarterback and what they have at those skill positions. When you look at the schedule for Utah this season, it sets up really nicely for them. And I've told people this, my whole thing is I feel like there are 8 wins on this schedule for Utah because of what they have at quarterback and at the skill positions. Getting to those 9, 10, 11 win marks, that's going to be determined by, certain individuals at other position groups, certain position groups overall, developing and progressing over the course of the season. That's going to be the key. But for those skill positions specifically, Utah went into the transfer portal, obviously, and brought in 3 guys, and Braden Pagan, Kyrie Scholes, and Ricky Johnson. And those 3 guys have been, pretty consistent mentions and guys that have been talked about as guys performing and looking good. And, with Dev and Bird at the quarterback position, the big thing for Dampier this season is going to be the command of the offense and his ability to make quick decisions. And, McGiven shared with us last week that there was a moment in practice where Dev, made an adjustment pre-snap, and it led to a big play. And McGiven also shared that it wasn't something that they had installed as coaches. They learned that it was something the players did while they were down in Arizona for a week working out together. And so, it's clear that Dampier has taken control of what he's needed to do to gain that sort of command of the offense. Now, look, doing it in practice week 1 of fall camp is different than doing it in game, but I think there's optimism about the work that Dampier and that Bird have put in to develop as quarterbacks to maximize their potential in those skill positions.
So I was just talking about Texas Tech, and it's really easy for us to say, oh, Texas Tech is going to be great. They were great last year. They'll be great again. They're probably going to go backwards, even just from a health standpoint at the quarterback situation. You lose some real key players in the NFL draft on that defense. I mean, I think it's a realistic possibility we might see Texas Tech regress a bit this year.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated with Texas Tech, and obviously the fascination starts at the quarterback position, given all of the drama around Brendan Sorsby this offseason, and now them having to resort to Will Hammond, who obviously performed extremely well here in Salt Lake City last season, but didn't look as good against Arizona State a few weeks later. And so, that's going to be a really interesting dynamic. How much has he progressed? How much has he been able to progress given his injury? That's going to be really interesting. The thing with Texas Tech, though, is they return some really good offensive linemen, and we don't necessarily associate that with the formula to success for the Red Raiders. It's always been the skilled positions. Last year it was the defensive line and that defense in general. And, maybe they didn't get the premier pass rusher like they did last year, out of the transfer portal, but they still got some really good defensive linemen to rebuild, on that defensive side of the ball. But to me, the formula for success for the Red Raiders this year is going to center around that offensive line and what they bring back, with a couple of key starters coming back at left tackle and a couple other spots, and then some of the other players that they've added to that group as well. So to me, it's going to look a little bit different in terms of their formula for success, but I think there's still a lot there where I still have them pegged number 1, but it's not with the gap between, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and that like it was before. They've definitely come back to the pack a little bit, but I still think they've done a lot to just add a significant amount of talent than the rest of the league.
What is how's any big fights in the athletic department up there? Things seem to be good. Maybe that's the benefit of venture capital. It's not emotional.
Yeah, there you go.
No, there's drama, in the state in athletic departments, but it doesn't seem to be Utah anymore. It's kind of interesting.
That's refreshing.
How shifted 50 miles down the road. No, it is interesting.
But in all honesty, the Otro Capital deal. Have you heard how? I mean, we're into it. Things are going. Have you heard how things are going?
No, that's sorry to kind of detour there for a bit.
Oh, you're fine.
No, with the Otro Capital deal and Crimson Brand Partners, it's still in its infancy. They're still putting together the staff. They're going to have a staff of 70 members, and from the little bits that I've heard, and we haven't heard a whole lot. It's been pretty quiet as they've put together the staff, but there's a lot of optimism that they're going to get things going here for Utah commercially and open up some opportunities and avenues for Utah that just weren't there before. And so there's a lot of optimism that things are going to pick up here, over the next couple of months. But as of right now, it's still pretty quiet on that front.
Steve Bartle joining us, Ute Insider, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so give me your the Steve Bartle most interesting position battles in camp through week one.
Ooh, great question, Scotty. I think one of the more underrated position battles for Utah is actually in the secondary at cornerback. They've got Scooby Davis coming back, who's a guy that they feel really good about. But, at that other cornerback spot, it's going to be really important because, we know that Utah lost, Smith Snowden to the transfer portal, went to Michigan. They also lost Blake Cotton, who really kind of turned into a key cornerback for them, halfway through the season. He was a playmaker in the secondary, really did a great job of disrupting a lot of things. They're going to need that. They're going to need guys to step up. And to me, it sounds like, the competition in that secondary has really ramped up. And as much as we're talking about the passing game, and the success that they're having there, it sounds like the cornerbacks and the defensive secondary are, making their fair share of plays as well, with pass breakups, with interceptions, and that sort of thing. And it sounds like, Elijah Reed, somebody that they brought in from the transfer portal, James Chenault, and then J.C. Hart. Those are the three primary candidates battling it out for that cornerback spot opposite of Scooby. And, it's a pretty heated battle. Coming into fall camp, it sounded like Chenault was kind of the guy that you could pencil in as a starter, but through the first week and a half of fall camp, it sounds like Reed sort of put himself ahead in that race. So that's going to be a really important position for Utah to figure out. I would put it up there. And then another one that I find really fascinating is the running back spot and how they're going to divvy up carries behind Wayshawn Parker, who he's come into fall camp in great shape. He's viewed as RB1. But figuring out how to divvy up those snaps and opportunities between guys like Daniel Bray, who emerged as a explosive playmaker last year, Steve Chavez-Soto, the freshman, Lamarcus Bell, who's come in and made a good impression. There's some really interesting position battles beyond what's going on in the trenches.
We had Will Snowden on earlier today, and he talked about Holtzclaw and how he's got a ton of confidence in him, thinks he's going to be a major difference maker on the edge. Your thoughts on him? And, he's never really had a big chance to show it, but I think this year he will.
Yeah, I think he is somebody that Utah is looking at to be, somebody that they can rely on consistently, right? John Henry Daly was somebody that he wasn't dismissed as a guy that could break out last season, but the conversation always centered around others, Cash Dillon and Logan Fano and those guys. And, Lance, the conversation is centered around, other guys in that room, and not in that room, but along the defensive line. And, Lance, with him, the conversation is centered around what he's done off the field, right? He's been up on Capitol Hill. He was involved in that sort of stuff. But the football player, I'm really, really interested to see what he's going to be able to do to capitalize on this opportunity of assuming a starting role. He's kind of viewed coming into fall camp as the top defensive end, in that room. And for Utah, they're going to need him to live up to that, at least in some respects. He's an athlete. He really showed well in that bowl game last year against Nebraska. I think he had a sack and a half in that game. He is going to be the guy that I think Utah hopes takes that sort of leap that John Henry Daly did last year, that sort of breakout player. He's got all the makings to be that type of pass rusher. It's just getting it done, going out and executing. I think that's going to be the big key for him.
Well, Steve, we appreciate it as always. Always fun catching up with you. Enjoy the rest of camp, at least what you can see. Things haven't really loosened up, have they? It's still pretty, or have they?
I'll say this, Scotty. No, I'll say this. It's the first time we've gotten to watch practice in probably 6-7 years. It was probably pre-COVID was the last time we got to watch fall camp practice. So, we are very appreciative of the 20 minutes we got to watch. Hopefully, it continues and we get a few more moments up there watching ball.
There you go. Well, good stuff, man. You're the best. Talk to you soon.
I appreciate you guys.
Thanks,
Take care.
Steve.
Read his stuff on the website at KSLSports.com. Steve Bartle, Ute Insider, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
I mean, honestly, this is uncharted territory for Utah. Other than Witt like to change his offensive coordinator every 45 minutes, we have not seen a switch at head coach for Utah, hardly ever. I mean, they are the Pittsburgh Steelers of college football. Kind of had a couple of coaches, and they've all stepped in and been very successful.
I think Morgan probably will try and find the sweet spot in being a little bit more aggressive. If he tries to go full Mike Leach on it, Utah's going to learn some painful lessons. But
there's more room for error than Witt thought.
There is, and I think
in a good way.
And we saw that in the bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
Deep down, Witt is a soccer coach, and I don't think that Morgan is a soccer coach. And when I say that, I mean like, oh, you've got a 1-goal to none lead. Well, let's sit on that thing. Yep. Let's anchor it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Love that strategy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmer Mania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is back-to-back days with little CCR.
That means you're living right.
Woo. It ain't me.
Hey, we got to go to Skinner, dog. It's
yeah.
got to happen.
I would love to see little Skinner
out
live.
at the fairgrounds.
Hey,
Lloyd, we got to make that
happen. What do you
happen.
think of my playlist?
It's off the chain.
Are you sure?
No,
Yes.
you get no credit for this
You
playlist.
do.
Come on.
No.
Because all I got to hear on Scotty's days, wow, Scotty, you're so amazing. Wow,
Because-
these songs are so good.
Because
wow.
I put work into it. I do a little research. How am I feeling? What coach is going to respond to? What you're going to respond
that's
to?
okay. Fine,
He's just
fine.
like,
Lloyd?
Because I like the whole movie thing? I'm a
movie
movie
do I
guy.
like?
You know this.
Hey, you know I love this.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
And I love the novelty of trying to
Feel like I
guess.
get the love
I
that-
did
that
screw
Scotty
that up
gets.
the first 2 weeks. I
Wish
won't
you loved
do it
me
again.
like you love him.
I do love you like I love him.
Just wish. One day. I'll
he's
get
just
there.
see what he's trying to do is put a wedge between us.
No wedge. No.
That's
No,
what
you
he's
guys
doing.
are.
He is.
Yeah.
You guys are one.
I've seen that done in sports and business world and athletic departments.
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time.
Yeah. Yep. Somebody gets in. Things are a little too.
Hey, it's too good right
too
now. Let's
good.
fester this, and then maybe I could get something out of it.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a hand grenade. I'm going to open the door, throw it, and then I'm going to close it, and then just see what happens.
And
I just want equal love.
maybe just over a weekend. See what happens.
Put together a list.
This is my list. I
is
did
not-
an awesome movie. Forrest Gump, one of the greatest movies of all time.
Is it though? Really?
Oh, yes.
I think it's a bit overrated.
If you would, this would go off like I don't know.
This is
what
the
was
one with the beach ball,
Never-Ending
right?
Story, and
This is the one with the beach ball.
this would go like Never-Ending Story and Johnny Five, essentially. Short Circuit.
Okay, we
if you
can't-
try to do something like that type of thing, put it out to the listeners, you will get killed.
All right. Short Circuit versus Forrest Gump. I would take Short Circuit.
Versus the
Now you would, but I don't think the listener would.
versus the Violator,
The Violator gets you every time.
AKA. I'll leave that one to you.
I don't know. Like here's the whole thing. Like the whole Jenny thing. Jenny was kind of a pain in the butt. You know, like. Okay, you got rich, you got all your Apple stock. All right, finally, and I'm sick and I'm about to die. I'll settle down with you.
Hey, there is no doubt that Jenny
never loved him.
No,
Jenny
I know.
never
I
loved
agree.
him.
I agree.
She used
There
him.
She did. There's no doubt about that. But hey, there's been a lot of people used in life.
Are we even sure the Sixth Sense kid was even his kid?
No,
He did see dead people.
no, we don't know that. Wait, dead people?
It's just pulling them two together.
The Sixth Sense.
Come on. Hey, stay with us.
Haley Joel Osment.
He's not in that.
Wasn't he the kid? I thought he was the kid.
No, I think you're wrong.
Okay. I agree to disagree.
I loved that show. It was one of those I went to and was like, that was so well done.
Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump movie?
Yeah. Stood up and gave it a standing applause.
It was, absolutely.
And I will just say, I think there are a lot of Jennies out there. I think there are a lot of Jennies in lots of different types.
Yes, there are a lot of Jennies
They
out there,
use you
Scott.
up, dude.
All right, here's
and the cool part about it, though, in the end, he was probably not like couldn't put it together. He was being used, but at the end, like his love never changed.
Yeah,
it was unconditional.
Well, my wife named Jenny. When we first started dating, it was on the heels of that, and she. Like
I bet you said Jen.
No.
Well,
like
Scotty's knows better than that.
We those ground rules are laid really quickly. You make
Don't
a Forrest
you
Gump
dare.
reference, and we're done. We're done. Like, this thing's off the tracks immediately. So, yeah.
There will not be a second date.
Yeah.
So you're saying the next time we get together, I shouldn't greet her
Don't
with
do the Jenny.
Okay.
You know what? I feel like you should just see how it goes. Take it for a test drive.
So
I'm not a smart man, I know what love
I know how to
is.
address your father now
Yeah,
appropriately, and I
yeah.
know how to address and what not to say. So I appreciate that. He's always setting me up to succeed.
I just want you to get along with the people in my life. That's all.
I love the people in your life dearly.
Hey, it's a Wednesday. Let's give away some tickets, shall we? Win Ticket Wednesday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 801-575-ZONE. All right, Coach, rank this concert 1 to 10, 10 being the best. 2 tickets to see Motley Crue, Return of the Carnival of Sins, along with Tesla and, more than words, Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, September 21st. Tickets on sale at livenation.com.
I've got my thoughts on the Crew.
Yeah.
They're not good right now. They're just not the same. They're kind of like a David Lee Roth. Like, they're trying, using a lot of background tracks. But the show is worth going to. Listen to me, because of Tesla. Tesla is honestly one of my all-time favorite underground bands that just, every single time you see them, bring it. Jeff up there just crooning. And you know what, Extreme, that song's worth seeing live.
More than words?
So just go, enjoy it. It's free. And I'm sure the tickets, because Lloyd's give them to you top notch.
Yeah, just ask Lloyd where they're at. 801-575-ZONE, and you'll have 2 tickets.
But
and
just
off you
know
go.
the Crew's missing a little bit now. They're just missing a little bit.
Saying you're backing up. Back it up. Back it up.
Back it up, Coach.
That wasn't quite Britton.
Crow is good.
That wasn't quite Britton Johnson-esque, but it was pretty good.
Pretty good. I look, I can't sell what I can't sell. Like, I can sell you bar W beef all day long.
Here's the thing. You're being genuine.
I'm just telling you the truth. It's not the same. So if you go out there and expect the same, that's it. Just don't expect it. Tesla, however, they should be the headliner.
Yeah. And look, I don't know any other Extreme songs more than words, but I'm sure those dudes probably don't play a lot others than that song. They probably just play it over and over and over
again.
They're
going to play, okay, this is the reggae version.
Yeah.
Ching, 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 ching.
Who didn't try to learn how to play that song on the guitar to impress a girl back in the 90s?
It's tricky.
It's not an easy song.
Not an easy song to play.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Guess who's going to make an appearance in studio at 1 o'clock? The one, the only, David James. Sniggledorf will join us coming up at 1:05 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
They've been doing it for a while.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think the Jazz want to make the playoffs this year, and they really have no motivation for not making the playoffs this year because their draft pick goes to the Memphis Grizzlies in the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. How motivated are the Jazz actually going to feel to maximize the win total of this roster using all the assets available to them to get there? My guess is it's actually not as high as fans would think because they don't have to do anything exactly right.
The truth is they are dedicated to it. But that doesn't mean they have to do anything about it right now.
Sure.
But no, not one person in that building, if you went up to them and said, hey, is the Bosnian Beak your answer at center? Not one of them is going to say yes.
Right. Or Jackson Hayes.
Or any of that. No, they're not.
Yeah.
So, yes, they do need to address the problem, for sure. Do they need to address it right now?
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. No, why would they?
Catch Jake and Ben, afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I love the fact that you're coming to the flat top side of things. You got the jalapeno smash burger. You got the pulled pork. You got all the good stuff at Beehive Mills.
Absolutely, man. We've absolutely enjoyed our relationship, and it goes far beyond just April when I started here. We've been using them for a couple of years. Perfect for us because you can order the exact quantity. It's just 2 of us at home right now. But if you've got 6, you just ramp it up. Bottom line, never been easier to have dinner, and it's delicious. I love all the meals. Last night it was barbecue pork, and Scotty mentioned on the weekend we had those jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Great value and unbelievable flavor.
Just go to BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com. Subscription options available. A lot of ways you can save money at BeehiveMills.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Do you love your front door? Does it improve the curb appeal of your home? Does it feel secure and new and perfect for your home? No? Let me direct you to Peach Windows and Doors, where everything they do is custom. They can install a front door or a basement door or a big door that you could drive a car through if you wanted to. And the knobs on these doors are not just knobs. They're like a locking system that works like a safe. These are the most secure doors, and Peach builds those doors. So when they install, they are custom fit to your home. You can even have an option to have like a glass window on the side of your door. They're called operable side light doors, and they can open themselves, which would allow you to move something large in or out of the house. It's just all of the custom features that we can do for you at Peach Windows and Doors. I encourage you to stop by their showroom on 3rd West at 2940 South, or see some of the beautiful doors and windows online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Carry me home to my kill.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. Lakers, $12.5 billion.
Ooh-wee.
Does that come with Staples Center too? Probably does. Well, whatever they call it now.
It would have to, wouldn't it?
I would imagine.
Come on.
Yeah, I hope so.
That's a money printing machine down there, but still $12.5 billion when it sold for just over a year ago for $10 billion.
And you know, we had lunch or breakfast with our guy Chris Barney, and you know, his comment was when the Lakers, that ownership group changed from the bus to the Dodgers, he's like, man, things are going to happen. I would imagine going to happen even at a faster rate now because the price tag just got bigger, you know, a year later. So, but obviously deep pockets coming in that group right there with the Disney and the Kushners getting together.
The old adage, it takes money to make money. I mean, honestly, you can, if you got an extra $10 billion lying around, you can buy an NBA team and flip it for a year later for $12 billion. You know, it's a nice way to make a cool $2 billion. The only problem is it takes $10 billion to make it.
Yeah, exactly. Can I get that on a 30-day note?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I want to take a loan out for how much? $10 billion, but I'll pay it back in a year.
And you know where I live.
Yeah. Like, you can take my house, put it as collateral. That's totally fine.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy in this world, like just how fast these franchises are being able to grow like this. And it's not like the Lakers have been tearing it up on the court either, right? It's location. They are in one of those cities that it really matters.
Yeah. And look, you've got a fan base that is very unique and certainly loyal, that will buy up merchandise like crazy. You've got a destination location. You've got a team that will always be competitive if it's run even reasonably right. And yeah, I mean, it's an easy investment. But you look at Ryan Smith paying $2 billion for the Jazz, or I think maybe just a hair under $2 billion or a hair over, give or take $100 million. And that, I think the Jazz, probably with the renovations to the building, everything else that's being built, in regards, Jazz are probably worth, $8-9 billion now. So I mean, and he bought that. What was it? October of 21. I want to say.
Yeah. It is crazy, but it helps too that Ryan's come in here. And, he's taken the established building and he's by necessity with hockey, they're having to make those changes, but man, it's looking good in there. And some of the pictures I've seen. And then obviously the amenity of having the parking garage, just adding some of the things around. You've got to make it better, obviously, at the same time. But man, I'm primed for what's going to happen. That's all the stuff off the court. I'm excited to see this team on the court now, fully kind of assembled and ready to win.
It looks like that $12.5 billion does not include the stadium.
It does not include the Staples. Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
What's the name of that arena? It's like a crypto thing now, isn't it?
Crypto.com arena.
Crypto.com. Crypto.com. Okay.
Crypto.com arena.
There you go.
On the spot.
But so 12.5 does not include the building, but it's that Laker name and a lot of value that comes along with it. My goodness, I would have sworn that building would have come attached to that with that kind of a price tag.
Well, and I just knew that certainly Delta Center was part of the transaction.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
Maybe I just thought that was status quo, but not necessary because sometimes they're owned by municipalities more. So I guess, or
that might make a little more sense that it's because it's such a cash cow, as you say, that it's its own entity.
Well, and that's the other thing. I mean, you look at the buses; they really didn't have a lot of like liquid money. Like they were not they were a cash-strapped organization because their income came from the team. Yeah, I mean, it was their value was, you're right, on paper. They didn't
you had to cash it in to get it.
Exactly. So I mean, there's a lot of us out there that are worth a decent amount of money because house values have gone through the roof, but we're not doing anything with it because we probably have interest rates at 3%, so you're not going to give that up. So, your house may be worth $2 million. Doesn't mean you're going to do anything with it. So same thing with the Lakers and the buses for all those years. Now you actually have some ownership groups, one and now another group that comes in and they're willing to throw some money around and they've got some deep pockets. Yeah, the Lakers are going to be good again. Now, I don't know how quickly they're going to be good, but you got Luka and you got an owner with some deep pockets. They're going to be relevant very quickly.
And they've gone, they went out in just a summer and their roster looks vastly different. It's certainly a little more competitive. And, the proof is going to be in the pudding for Walker Kessler. They have basically pushed all their chips to the middle. And that was the guy that, as Luka looked around the league, that he felt like he could really excel with. Now it actually has to happen. Unfortunately, it can't be done in the mind. It has to be done on the court. And that was the big question. The Jazz love Walker, but his last couple of years have been limited by injury. And, I think there are question marks still. So it'll be interesting to watch with all that pressure now, too, of new ownership and all this money spent. It's going to be a little different than taking the floor in Salt Lake City.
Oh, yeah.
For him.
Yeah.
A little bit amped up.
Yeah. You got a big contract. You're playing in L.A. Luka handpicked you.
And you're the guy. Yeah, he handpicked you. So, he is going to have to earn that paycheck.
It's all fun and games until you have a slow start to the season and that team and that city and that media turns on you. Look, I mean, I'll call out us as a media. We're not the nastiest media group in the country. Like, we'll treat you pretty well. You go to L.A. and you're not playing well, you're done. You go to New York, you're not playing well, they're done. They're going to burn you alive. You had it pretty good here in Utah. I think there's going to be, you might see Walker Kessler fall into the line of Darren Williams and Gordon Hayward, who look back and say, maybe I jumped the gun a little too soon there.
And I think the dude's got all the tools. You know, he's got all the thing I love about him is how he ran the floor. I think that's his greatest strength. And,
freaking gazelle out there.
And for a team that likes to run, you know, and Luka get out with the ball, you know, much like somebody running a route to clear a certain area for an underneath catch, that's a similar deal. If a guy runs the floor, he's occupying defenders. Those wings can be open. So he's going to pay a lot of dividends, but you know, the dividends that he's going to be required to pay for the money he's making, that's going to be amped up. So that pressure, I'm curious to see how he handles that pressure, because he seemed to me at times to, you know, that his head would get the better of him. And man, he's thrown right into an inferno there.
Yeah, especially after a year off, not really doing anything, sitting back and just waiting, and then all of a sudden you get thrown into a pressure cooker like that. Yeah, have fun. Because the great thing, look, everybody likes making good money, right? Nobody's complaining about making big paychecks, but also know with big paychecks come big responsibilities and big accountability. I mean, it damn near broke Andre Karolinko.
Yeah, go to a max player.
Yeah, he became a max player, and he felt it. And all of a sudden, when he was looking around in Houston and realizing I'm a max player, I'm holding this team back from making big roster moves. And, oh, by the way, Darren Williams and Mehmet Okur and Carlos Boozer are all better players than I am. I'm like the fourth or fifth option on this team. And then he starts breaking down and crying in Houston in a playoff series because he had put so much pressure on himself and felt that pressure that it broke him. Absolutely broke him. So, yeah, you know, sometimes the money's nice, but there's a high level of accountability that comes along with it.
Yeah, exactly. And then back to the Jazz perspective, that's a perfect example of why you can't overpay.
Mm-hmm.
The Jazz have some really talented dudes if they had a little wiggle room at that point, but they had none. They were up against it. And that's why the Jazz could not sign Walker to that deal and carry over that period of time, because, you know, right now you're hoping Darren Peterson continues to punch above his weight. Obviously, Keontae George is in a pivotal year. So all this stuff is growing, but, you know, the time is now. And I think as this thing got down the road, if Walker was here and the Jazz would have paid him, the situation could have been similar. So I'm glad, you know, that they made that decision. There was a line in the sand. And I wish Walker nothing but the best. But we're just calling the situation what it's going to be. And it's going to be far different than, you know, waking up in the morning and having DJ and PK react to you, as opposed to those guys in the morning in LA, you know, because there's like 15 of them,
mm-hmm.
and they've, you know, they all got out, you do each other. So who's going to be the more ugly? And, you know, I just don't know that Walker's made for that type of thing. So I hope it goes well for him.
1 o'clock straight up. David James will join us straight ahead right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17 BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500 BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All three models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK. In the spirit of back to school, raise your hand if you want a really cool, really free snapback. Great. Here's your assignment, and you're going to ace it. Join KSL Sports Zone hosts Jake and Ben broadcasting live at Grifols Biomed USA, 349 East University Parkway in Orem, September 17th from 3 to 6 p.m. Can't make it to Orem? No problem. You can visit any Grifols Biomed USA or Talacris Plasma Donation Center in Utah that day. If you're new to donating, you can earn up to $720 in your first 8 donations. When you donate plasma at Grifols Biomed USA or Talacris, simply tell them the secret word, SNAPBACK. If you're one of the first 20 donors at your participating Utah Grifols location to say it, you'll score a free Wooden Grail snapback hat while supplies last. New plasma donors can earn up to $720 in their first 8 donations. It's a great chance to get paid for your time and leave with a little extra back to school style. Get more info at grifols.us/KSL Sports 26.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Love is but a song we sing, fears we will die. You can make the mountains ring, or make the angels cry. Though the bird is on the wing, and you may not know why. Come on, people now, smile on your brother. Everybody get together, try to love one another right now. Some may come and some may go. We will surely pass.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, and the great David James.
Heavy on the great.
Great, the legend. I hear all this.
You are, but you've earned it. I would bask in it. Don't fight it.
Before I die.
Yeah, bask in it, dog. You do. You're like the Army. You do more around here before noon than most do all day.
All right. Here's the thing. I'm going to cue up DJ, and he will tell us awesome stories about where he was when he saw this. Okay? I'm just going to throw out a date, and the stories are going to roll.
We could take this on the road.
No, because this is why I love chatting with DJ.
All right.
Because you just
I don't know what we're doing here.
No. That's the thing, because you'll know immediately when I say, and you'll give me great entertaining stories about you seeing this August 12th, 1984.
August 12th, 1984.
This day in 1984.
1984.
Yes.
That's old school.
Let me just say.
August 12th. Is that Olympics?
Braves, Padres.
Braves, Padres. Was there a big old brawl?
The brawl.
That was the brawl. Okay.
I knew it.
That was the brawl. Yeah, they were throwing at each other. And, sometimes they run out there and, you got to go out there and, hey, guys, you're not really that interested. There were people who wanted a piece of each other, Scotty.
Yeah.
It's going down.
Hey, let me tell you
it
this,
looked like BYU during a budget meeting.
This has its own Wikipedia page.
Yeah,
yes.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was epic. It was a full-on, for real. The adrenaline was pumping.
I love for real.
It was for real.
I like Freel.
It was totally
cooler.
for real.
It's Freel.
But you don't. There's not like a where.
So I can tell you why there's a problem with that.
Okay.
So I was in college.
Yeah.
And I lost track of pop culture. Well, you don't have a TV. You don't have necessarily access to cable. And the reason I was asking about the Olympics is because I volunteered in the Santa Barbara. There were 3 Olympic villages, and one was on the UCSB campus, and I volunteered in that. And that was all-consuming, and you checked out everything for 6 weeks, not just the 17 days of the games. There was a lot of prep for that going in. And so I was trying to check the date, and I don't remember the exact date of the games. And when you said that, a lot of crazy things happened. I mean, I could do the rest of the segment on the crazy stuff that happened in the Olympics. Wildly entertaining.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
The stories are true?
Oh, yeah, so many. Yeah. Oh, so many things happened. That was the start of, they had a prototype for email, and we had computers, and you could email. There was this electronic messaging system you could use where you could contact anyone. It was cutting edge. And so, Ken Gillio, who lived across the dorm hall from me when I was a freshman, and who went on to work for Associated Press and all kinds of stuff. Well, you got to be like that.
No, I love it. Everybody you know is famous.
He's Ken Gillio. I don't know that he's famous. Anyway, he emailed Howard Cosell, and he had some long word, and I think it was irregardless, which is hilarious. And irregardless is not a word or something. But Howard did not answer the question. He just corrected the grammar or whatever and sent it back. But Kim was so excited to get something from Howard Cosell. He was just beside himself. And I said when I found out that one of my high school basketball teammates was down in L.A., and I'd completely lost track of Ken Lindstrom. And so I emailed him, corresponded with him, and then promptly lost track with him again. And then the best one, Scotty, we created an international incident. There was a thing called the LA Times Morning Briefing. PK would absolutely know this. You open page 2, in the top left corner was a gray shadowed box, and it had funny notes, bizarre happenings, all the stuff that you'd want to talk about in the water cooler.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff was all in the morning briefing. And you just had to read that and you were up to speed, right? And so our goal was to find one thing in the village. We were the PR team, and we had to send stuff down, and it got handed out at the main International Press Center, which I think was in the convention center in LA. And so we were going to get something in. We were determined to get it. And one morning it came back. Our boss went to the morning meeting for the whole village, and security came back with a report that the South Korean delegation, that there had been a fire, or at least smoke, that had to be investigated coming out of one of the dorm rooms, like there was a fire. And they got there. They were, it was not that, Scotty.
Okay.
Scotty thought it was Don Nelson, Maui Wow.
Yeah.
No, it was the snack, and they had a little thing, and they were barbecuing snacks on a little portable grill thing. And so they go back and report it. So we report that they were barbecuing the snake. And what was it? It was snake. It's snake. You were barbecuing snake? Oh, my gosh. So we write it up. We send it down there. Sure enough, it shows up in Morning Briefing. It shows up in the San Francisco Chronicle. It's in the Miami paper. Paul Wyke, another one of our buddies from college radio, his grandparents sent it there. It's just all over the place. Within 12 hours. The South Korean delegation is on the phone with the people there. What are you doing? They're hosting the 88 games in Seoul, South Korea. It's their coming out party. We are a first world nation. We are not backwards people who barbecue snakes. And, we are a modern first world. We make cars. They're going to go on to make phones. We have gleaming skyscrapers. What is this? What is it? Well, it turned out they'd broken the rule. They hadn't had an interpreter there. They were trying to say snacks, not snakes.
Oh.
We had to issue a retraction. I had to call Dwyer, what's his first name? I had to call personally. They made me personally call the sports editor of the LA Times and tell him about the mistake. This was a mistake. It was just a misunderstanding. It was like retractions all over the place. You can't retract it. David Letterman comes out and his staff came across it 2 weeks after the games are over. He didn't get the correction, and he's out repeating the original story and getting a huge laugh in New York.
Oh.
It was a mess, and we were right in the middle of it. It wasn't our fault. It was the fault of whatever security person talking to them should have taken someone to interpret, to translate, right? And they didn't. And that's where it all went wrong, and it got reported to our boss at the meeting, and our boss came and told us, and we disseminated it. But we were in the chain, so we had to be in the chain trying to clean it up, too. Yeah, that was epic. And so when you start bringing up 1984, I'm like, I wonder if he knows about that. And Jim Rome was right in the middle of it. He would remember that story for sure. Jim would, Ken would, Paul would, yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, we created quite the incident.
Yeah,
Spread globally.
I'd say so. Hey, high school games kicking off this week.
Yes.
Let's go.
2 games Thursday on KSLSports.com and the KSL Sports app. 23 games Friday, and then 2 more Saturday. There's a doubleheader at Snow. So 27 games. If you want to watch them, and we produce some of them, a lot of them, but then also partnering with Hive Sports in Central Utah, and I think it's Centralcom down in St. George, producing those games. So you can games all over the state, which, we've got family, friends, extended. You can't always. Well, I'm doing the Cedar Wasatch game tomorrow night. Not everybody from Cedar City wants to see that game. Has time to drive up Friday and stay overnight and drive back Saturday and all that. So it's a way to track that. But also, I think for people who have no real buy-in to high school football, if you're a Ute fan, a Cougar fan, an Aggie fan, a Wildcat fan, it doesn't matter. Everybody is recruiting in-state kids, so you can turn it on and see whoever. I mean, the West High quarterback's going to Michigan, right?
Have you done your boards?
Have you done your boards? I'm literally sitting out there doing them now and harassing Scotty, trying to get templates and all that stuff.
Because I gave him my templates, but they're apparently not going to work.
Well, they're pretty detailed for college. There's a whole lot of info that you have, because colleges have so much info and the players have more history at that point.
Yeah.
Wasatch has started a bunch of sophomores. I mean, they're very young. Yeah, they only have 3 starters back from last year, and it looks like one of them got beat out and isn't going to start. I think another one might be hurt. That one starter on defense, they're supposed to have 2 on offense, but one guy isn't even in the 2 deeps now. So, yeah, they are young. And Cedar's pretty young, too. They graduate a lot of guys. They were 13-0 last year. They won the Class 3A state title. That's a 100-year-old high school down there, and that was their first state football championship.
Are you getting 2 deeps, or coaches sending those out? Because, man, that was the thing back in the day
Scotty,
when I was doing high school games. That was a nightmare, trying to get 2 deeps from high schools.
You know how PK loves the baseball analogy?
Yeah.
Well, you know how when you go 1 for 4, you're having a decent game. When you go 2 for 4, you're having a good game, but you really want to go 4 for 4?
Yeah.
I'm 1 for 4 right now, Scotty.
Batting 250.
I'm hoping to see some stuff on my email showing up here in the next 30 minutes or so. That'd be great.
I mean,
but
you got to have
coaches
stuff
are
to
going
talk
back
about.
to school. They got a lot going on, so I get it.
I did see the Perry Power Guide has your game listed, obviously, because it's one of the 27, and they do concur that Cedar's the favorite by about 10.
Point spreads on high school football.
Ooh.
I mean, I used to do a voice back in the day, and it was not the Majerus voice. It was a guy named Vinny DeBrizio, and he would call in and give prognostication and lines and that sort of thing. It was back with Fox, when Fox was on the air. And so, we cooked it up, and I'd do some high school once pro bono, just for the fun.
There's some wild X factors here. Wasatch, for example, has been the only school in the county forever. Until now, they're opening the billionaires, as you know, have chased the millionaires out of Park City. And that's a running joke up in Wasatch and Summit counties. And they've opened a new high school. There's so many kids up there in the Heber Valley now. So there's a new school, Deer Creek, and it looks like they got about a third. Wasatch had a pretty big football program. It looks like about a third of the kids went to Deer Creek. And, it's a chance to play, right? And so, but Wasatch, it looks like, kept most of them. But nonetheless, they're a 4A team coming off a 4-7 team and a new school opening up and a bunch of seniors gone. So there's a bunch of unknowns here. A bunch of them.
Your bird's eye view of what's going on at BYU.
Well, I don't know that I have a bird's eye view. What do you mean by bird's eye view?
Just from the outside looking in. To me, it feels like we just got to get some games going. There's a lot of expectation.
Well, certainly there'll be a lot less talking among the fan base and the media because we'll all turn to the games.
Yes.
But I think Tim Lacombe has been in the middle of the budgeting process a time or two, and it's all about the money. And there's always limited resources, no matter when boosters say we won't be outbid, unless you get to the point where how do we divvy up the last $1 million and then someone comes in and writes another $1 million check. At which point it will take coaches probably at least 2 to 3 weeks to decide they need another $1 million. So you're always chasing your tail from that regard, and it's because you find out, well, Texas Tech just found another $5 million. So you're trying to keep up with the Joneses, and then there's the math. There's the promises that were made that were very detailed that were made in the short run, like this is what you're going to get in the next 6 months, next year, next 2, right? Then there's the kind of promises that get made about what it's going to look like in the long term, where you can't really promise numbers 3, 4, 5 years out, but we're going to be taken care of. We're going to compete at the highest level. That means different things to different people.
Oh, yeah.
So the devil's in the details there. And then you have personal relationships. People are friends with people. Alliances form. That happens everywhere. You have a new AD who wants some of his own people. We saw that at Utah. Now we're seeing that at BYU. I've said this a million times. I'll just make it 1,000,001. It always cracks me up when the Utes and Cougars tell me how different they are, and then I turn around and I find out, you're not that different, right? You aren't. People are complaining about your athletic director's ego. Remind me what your favorite school is again?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So a lot of this stuff is the constant noise of college sports. A lot of it is BYU. This was a Dick Harmon thing from when Roger Reed was the basketball coach, and stuff was going on, and Dick Harmon, I can't remember what it was, and Dick Harmon was saying, well, yeah, I mean, it's a deal, but it's a bigger deal because everybody knows everybody, and everybody's, and so then people start talking, and it matters to everybody, and I'm saying it's like there's a super tight ecosystem, and so every reverberation is heard because everybody's so close together, and it matters so much to everybody. And quite frankly, at San Diego State, there aren't as many people. It doesn't matter as much. They are more spread out, and they're not as interconnected, and it doesn't reverberate the same way. So part of this is just, this is what you get, But that just comes down to the geography area. The Aggie fans are tightly knit in one, not exclusively, but mostly in one valley. Mm-hmm. How does something ricochet around Cache County? Scotty, tell me about that sometime.
Yeah. Very violently. Yes.
But it finds its way out somehow, and this will too. I mean, I was telling Scotty yesterday, I've been a part of, many of discussions inside that aren't necessarily amenable. And, you got to find your way through it. The difference in this one is it kind of made its way to public, to the domain. And so that's why I think it's got a ton of people talking about it and twisting it around and analyzing it. But it's really nothing more than, like you said, a bunch of people in the same place that want to take that next step in an environment that's moving faster than the speed of sound.
That's true right there.
And so it's tense right now. It's very tense.
Everybody wants / needs more resources.
And he's got a coach in every sport looking at him, asking him for that. And the bottom line is football is and always will be. But I don't think we're talking about a huge amount of money. I think it's just in some cases, like some have said, you may not be able to come up with it all, to be able to fulfill it right now, but over time you'll be able to do it. I mean, that was some of the stuff I had to work through.
I was going to say, put your coaching hat on. How much do you hate that answer?
Well, you hate it, but we, again, if that's the answer, you're dealt with it.
You're not the Fed. You can't print your own money.
Yeah, I don't know that I...
Not without the Department of Treasury showing up in a super foul mood.
Yeah. Yes, very foul.
I've heard.
That was probably go back to your dorm room stories.
Back to Isla Vista.
Man, these printers are really good.
I don't know what's going on over on Trigo, but there were a lot of guys had windbreakers on.
You didn't mention the guy across the hall. You did, but the one to your left, maybe he was a counterfeiter and you didn't even know it.
I can't believe you're talking about Harvey like that.
But he does do Harvey dirty.
But Harvey does live abroad now, so you know.
Okay.
But it's a country with extradition, so I don't think.
I was going to ask you, is they have extradition?
Yeah, it's England.
Monologa.
He's a professor at a school in England now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he's on the up and up and everything. Harvey's clean.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
As far as we know.
As far as we know.
All right.
Dennis, on the other hand, is a little shady.
So, I know for a fact he'll have stories on this one.
Okay.
Not quite to the date. Yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
August 11th, 1999.
August 11th, 1999.
Locally here.
Oh, I know what happened.
You know what happened in August 11th?
I think so.
Of 1999.
It was the outdoor event.
Oh, it was a tornado.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going Jazz, Cougars, Utes. I was going, no, Lavelle quit a year later.
Yeah.
And then PK was under par, I think, and had to leave the course.
I saw that story yesterday on the news.
Yeah, I saw some stills. I saw some video. It was funny. We had a kid who at that point would have been like a year and a half old. And my wife and I went shopping, and there was a guy who worked downtown, and he'd always cut me deals on suits, shirts, ties. He took care of me. Good dude. Well, he got transferred to a store up in Davis County. So we went up there. And I remember getting into the car, and, you haven't lived till you close shop with, an 18-month-old, so that went great. And and I looked down, and we get in the car, and I looked at my wife, was kind of distracted, and I'm like, what is it? Look at that. That's weird down there. I mean, it was blue skies in Davis County. It was like you could have gone to the pool. It was August. It's hot.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
At Lagoon, they didn't know. They're just, everybody's doing their thing at Lagoon, riding the rides and going crazy. It's like, that looks weird down there. Little did we know. Yeah. The roof of the Delta Center was flying off. And on the recap yesterday, I saw some post that they were working on a project on the roof of the Delta Center. And the foreman on that project was from Oklahoma. And it's like, I've seen that before. We're out of here. And they got off the roof just in the nick of time.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing. Some kind of repairs. I don't know, AC units up there. I don't know what they were doing. Heck of a story. Social media. I hope it was true.
Who's got more pressure on them? Well, actually, I mean, the obvious answer is Morgan Scally. But Kelly Poppinga is not that far behind in terms of pressure replacing the guy.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. You're replacing a man, he's on you. I guess you would say Morgan because he's the head coach, there's more responsibility. But the head coaches tend to get multiple years to figure it out, and most need that. And that's why they get it, because it took Bronco 2 years to get it rolling. It took Kyle 3 years to get it rolling. It took Kalani 5 years to get it rolling. So you have all these examples where coordinators come and go every year.
Yep.
They come and go every year. Now, he could also get it rolling in a year, and he could get the kind of call that Jay Hill got.
Which wouldn't suck.
Right.
But I just think that Jay Hill, when he stepped on, it took him 1 year to get it going. Mm-hmm. And then when he got it going at a high level. Defense we've never seen at BYU, especially in the backfield. We've never seen that kind of production from a BYU defense before. Now people expect it. Now people expect that level of defense. They expect to see quarterbacks like Shedeur Sanders go over to the sideline and say, I don't know what they're doing out there. I can't figure that thing out.
I may regret saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway, Scotty. I do think the advantage he has is that while Jay is gone, he was on campus. He got to work with Jay. He heard everything Jay had to say. He saw everything Jay saw. He saw all the tweaks that Jay made, and he knows why he made them. So he had full access to Jay's brain. And then all the coaches will tell you, it's a team thing. It's a group thing. They'll tell you Kalani could put his 2 cents in. Gary Anderson's there putting his 2 cents in. Poppinga's there putting his 2 cents in. Ultimately it falls to Jay. Well, everybody else is still there. I mean, you can still go talk to Gary Anderson. Hey, Gary, I saw this thing on film. What do you think? Same with Kalani. So I don't think it should fall that far. And having said that, I do think Jay has a special sauce. I was out there when I was supposed to be working on those high school spotter boards, and somebody was asking me, well, if Kalani did leave, would it be Jay Hill? I said, well, only if the person making the decision has an ounce of common sense. And they started, said, I didn't mean Utah, I meant BYU. I said, it doesn't matter what you mean.
Oh, yeah.
He should be the number one candidate at either school if the next time the job comes open. He's the guy. I mean, I think we all think that of him. I think there's a long list of people who think that of him, including Kyle Whittingham, obviously.
And Scotty said yesterday, to your point, how valuable Gary is down there. I mean, he's been valuable over the last couple of years, but man, worth his weight in gold this year.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's already a relationship. They've worked together. Like you said, they sat in those same film sessions. But it's nice when you've got a guy of that quality, first of all, and then who has been through everything that can be there and be your sounding board.
And there's value today, but I think the real value is when stuff goes wrong. And you can't play a 12-game season without stuff going wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
So something's going to happen. And so in that moment, to me, that's the most interesting thing about Morgan. I think Morgan's a good hire. I'm not surprised Morgan got it. I expect Morgan to do well. But if Bronco couldn't step in at BYU and win right away, if Kyle couldn't step in at Utah and win right away, if Kalani couldn't step in at BYU and win right away, why do I think Morgan's going to? Right? There's going to be some problems. There's going to be hard times. And so in those moments, how do you handle it? How long does it take you to come out of a tailspin? Is it a couple possessions? Is it a quarter, a half, a game, a week, a month, a season and a half? You know? And all those situations are a little different, right? Kalani's a little different. He had an offensive coordinator assigned, so that's 2 years. And I mean, Kyle had returned missionaries, but BYU just tends to have a higher percentage of them. So when you're recruiting and ramping up, you got to wait a couple years for those guys to get back. Now it's a different era now. We have multiple players saying, I'm going on a 1-year mission. So it's different. So now you're getting people back faster, right? So it's always a little different. There aren't perfect parallels here.
We didn't have that option.
Yeah, did you know that was an option when you, because they didn't say anything.
I didn't see a box to check.
Yeah. But I also wasn't
you have to make your own box.
Believe you me, I would have checked it.
But I also wasn't a 5-star quarterback either. So.
See?
Yeah.
I wasn't a 5-star anything. I was just very, very below average, actually.
5-star chillaxer.
That.
So, high school games coming up Thursday. Things kick off. KSLSports.com. We've got you covered, man.
KSL Sports app. Tons of games. Week 2, I'm doing Skyline Olympus. We got a rivalry game week 2.
Nice.
So the games are coming, and there's out-of-state games. We got out-of-state teams coming in. There's a team from Texas coming to play Corner Canyon. I think that's week 5, and we're doing that. And we're also trying to go around the state. Scotty, I will be making some late-night drives.
Yes.
Kanab, Beaver.
Hello.
Let me hear from you.
I want to hear from you.
What you should do is figure out a way to have a call-in show for that local region as you drive out of town. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, like Lavelle used to have to take
I thought you were talking
He's
about...
going to tell another story.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about DJ covering a game in Logan, driving home, listening to some Yahoo on the radio, rip on
some Logan station.
Rip on the Salt Lake media.
That was you?
Yeah, the lazy Salt Lake media. People like David James won't come up here and cover the game. I'm literally in the county covering the game, listening to him on the radio.
So how long did it take for y'all to work that one out?
Pretty quick.
Next year, maybe.
Yeah.
2027.
Because I know how you both hold grudges, so...
No, we don't. No, we just pause them for decades.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't actually hold them.
And then all of a sudden, it'll kick back in.
Hey, when he came down and we started working together, I was like, yeah, I figured out this. He was talking about doing radio in Logan. I'm like, oh, I have a radio in Logan story. And then right away, he doesn't hide his guilt very well. He could have been
he has that face, right?
Because I really didn't remember the name. I don't even know if I knew who the name was.
It probably wasn't even me.
I got in the car. No, because Scotty's face says, that was me. I remember saying that. You could have just played, that was Bob. Bob was 2 years old. Bob was bad seed. He
Way to go,
played
Bob
it
Apoon.
Hey,
Bob Apoon.
In all honesty, if you need a spotter, I'm very good. I actually have experience with the great Bill Marcroft back in the day, so I can help you if needed.
Wasatch High, be there. Let's go tomorrow night.
What's it pay?
Well, let's see. Nate Dowdle spotted at the RSL game, and I believe he got $0. Okay, that's my eternal gratitude.
Did he find a way to get the pretzel bites, though?
No, he was gone by the time I discovered the pretzel bites. That came much later. The post-game pretzel bites were outstanding. It just turns out that warm bread, butter, and salt is an unbeatable combination.
Dipped in fake cheese, even better.
I did do that.
Yeah.
I did do that. Which, and I believe all your dietitians will tell you that's the kind of stuff that needs to be consumed after 10 p.m. at night for your best results.
And honestly, too, it's mostly plastic anyway, so it just goes.
What's the big deal?
Yeah, come on. Thank you, DJ.
All right, thanks, Hattie.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That's David James. All your high school sports, football kicking off on Thursday. Available for you on the KSL Sports app, KSLSports.com, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, how to get 30, how to get 20, 20, 20, how to get 20, 20, how to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
folks. It's another edition of Sports Roulette. We take the old roulette wheel, we spin it wherever that little white ball lands is what we end up talking about. We went a little long with DJ, so let's get to it. Lloyd, go ahead and fire up that wheel.
I got a fever, and the only prescription is more Indiana basketball.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but you know what? The WNBA has turned into quite the soap opera, and honestly, as you said, like it's keeping it relevant. Honestly, like I know the WNBA looks like a mess and a circus right now, but you know what? It's a mess and circus that a lot of people are consuming because it is a mess and a little bit of a circus. And the head coach, Stephanie White, is that her name, of the Indiana Fever last night had some thoughts. And this is now the new way the Lloyd is going to end all of his emails.
Every day these women put their ass on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
So love will win.
That was just echoing still. Love and kindness.
Love will win. Kindness will win. All of you go to hell.
And the rest, yeah. Yeah, that was that was a lot. But I'm with you. I think the drama is what is kind of getting people's eyeballs on the thing.
Yeah.
And every night I'm perusing Sports Center. There seems to be something going on there. I
Scotty,
said, yeah.
Go to hell.
That was kind.
That's how I know Craig Bullerjack cares, is when he tells you to go to hell. All right, wait. You got to play that again, Lloyd. Honestly, okay. Love will win. All right, let's go through this again, because this is fascinating.
And I do like to think Lloyd's talking about us in the beginning of this, what we do every day.
Yeah.
Every day these women put their ass on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
Love will win. Grace will win. Kindness will win. Humility will win.
None of the four.
They go low.
Scotty,
yeah.
Go to hell.
They go low. We go high. And then you end it with, the rest of you go to hell.
Oh, man.
Everybody else can go to hell.
Well,
so,
we agree on one thing.
If you're not kind like I am, if you're not humble like I am, if you're not caring like I am, well, you all go to hell. All right.
Steph, bringing it.
I don't remember that part of the old, the New Testament, but okay.
If soap was smart, the channel soap, they would take the WNBA on and have it be their evening stuff.
Yeah.
Because it is. It's like every night there's another little wrinkle that, somebody went over and did something to somebody else, and you got a story.
I mean, honestly, every element of what's making our country divisive right now is on display in the WNBA. You got politics, you got race, you got all these things going on right now where it's just like this melting point of contention in our society, and you just put that right on the WNBA, and they're like, check, 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 and check.
And this is what I know for sure in all of this. Love will win. Kindness will win. Grace will win. And the rest of you?
Go bleep yourself.
Yeah, what Bowler said. The rest of you. That's what Bowler said.
All right, Lloyd, spit it.
Russell out.
So, it's an end of an era. You watched him.
Whether you wanted to or not.
Whether you wanted to or not. You had to watch Russell Westbrook. He may have frustrated you. He may have been difficult to watch at times. He may have been a ball hog. He may have been, well, there's a lot of things you can say about Russell Westbrook. But he is now retiring from the NBA. You know, one thing about Russell Westbrook, I can't say this about Harden, can't say this about a lot of guys. I never really doubted that Russell Westbrook truly wanted to win.
With you. played his tail off.
Yeah.
I mean, he put his tail on the line every night.
I mean, the want to and the desire was always there. Now, the decision-making, maybe not so much, but never really doubted the commitment.
And, we'll go into retirement holding the NBA record for most career triple-doubles with 209. And that's just a byproduct of what you said. He plays harder. He plays at a faster speed in the regular season than most guys do. He gets himself the balls, and he makes plays. And so while, his ability to influence winning consistently wasn't always it, I do love the fact that the guy plays his tail off.
5 years from now, when you think of Russell Westbrook, what's going to pop in your head as a basketball guy?
I think you think triple doubles. I think the guy impacted just about every part of the game. To your point, a guy that had a Ferrari, and was still trying to figure out how to control it all. But man, the one thing, it will be effort. His effort was supreme.
I know there's haters out there, easily first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Look, all the accolades that he'll get in his post-career, he certainly deserves. I don't know what his career looks like. He's not a media guy. I can't see him calling games or anything like that. But look, this is a guy that played for a lot of teams, forced a lot of trades, had some, never really. I don't remember any off the court.
What are you talking about, man? I'm out, man. I'm tripping.
That's right. That was our guy. Was that Napoleon?
That was Napoleon. Yep, and I was sitting right there too when he did that.
Oh, were you? You were in the room?
I was in the room there for that.
Oh boy.
He always had a little contentious back and forth with fans,
and he got sideways with fans here in Utah, and so there was issues there. But ultimately, guy busted his butt, never won. You can't help but go back to the series in which the Jazz played Oklahoma City, and Donovan Mitchell had his coming out party against that team. But look, a lot of great moments, but not a lot of winning moments for him.
Yeah, he was 11 seasons with Oklahoma City with those teams. He won the MVP in 2017. So obviously some high level play, but just never getting any kind of trophy. And then the thing I wanted to mention about his triple doubles, that mark was Oscar Robertson's, and it stood since 1974.
Yeah.
So I mean that's and part of it is the game has changed a little faster, but you have to be on it every night the way he was, and so that's what I'll remember about Russ, and the fact that we named him the Old Maid, because every year you wondered what when you're dealing out the cards in Old Maid, you're wondering who's holding it, and he was always kind of that to me. He was just kind of that guy that put up a bunch of numbers and see what next season had for him.
Oh yeah, numbers were never a problem for him. Winning, on the other hand, not so much.
Did the Jazz win that game or did you lose that game? That was the question on the tripping.
Oh.
That's what it was.
Spin it.
Send the invite.
So our guy, Aaron Rodgers, is getting ready to start his season with Pittsburgh. Was kind of hoping for some sort of reunion, being that it may be his last year. And he will not go back to Green Bay and play. So if there is going to be something in Green Bay honoring Aaron Rodgers, he basically said, well, first they got to invite me because I'm not coming back, with the schedule. So willing to go back and be celebrated. But he said, man, send me that invite and we'll get something worked out.
I'm sure they'll, when all the cooler heads prevail, I don't know if they'll move a statue. They'll retire his number. He'll be hanging from the rafters, and he should. He deserves it. And so, yeah, let everybody calm down, settle down for a little bit, and then, he deserves to retire a Green Bay Packer, don't you think?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's where he made so many great magic. So much great magic, and it'd probably been weird for him to go and get in the visitors' locker room anyway. So it may be better just get your season done and then. Go out there and be celebrated. And there has been friction back and forth, but like we talked about, there's a lot of friction in sports. It works itself out.
Usually finds a way to make it, once everybody kind of just calms down a little bit, Everybody separates, and you realize how good you had it. Look, let's talk about the Jazz. Darren Williams gets traded, but honestly forces a trade, and everybody's heated. Well, now Darren Williams probably spends more time in Utah than a lot of Utahns do, and same, you go down the list. Gordon Hayward, I don't think would have done anything remotely close to what he did had he been able to take a time machine and see what the future holds for him. Like, everybody just kind of takes a step back and realizes, okay, we had it pretty good. We did some good stuff together. Let's celebrate the good times. I saw that documentary about Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal. Look, they had a great thing going in Orlando, and egos blew it up. And then years later, they realized, we kind of screwed that up, didn't we? Yeah.
I saw the Jerry Jones, he and Jimmy, and the fact that they both kind of own their part in that as well. You're never going to make the perfect decision. You're trying to do the very best thing. And everybody's got an opinion. And at this, at these levels, at college level, at the pro level, people, they've got a lot of experience too. So there's pride tied to it. And that's what you have to kind of slowly, as you walk away, you realize that pride's tied to stuff that's no longer, you're not carrying the banner anymore. You're not wearing the brand. So those days were awesome, but guys do find their way once that emotion is drained to figure it out.
All right, we'll wrap things up next. Scott Gerard, the coach, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
I mean, honestly, this is uncharted territory for Utah. Other than Witt like to change his offensive coordinator every 45 minutes, we have not seen a switch at head coach for Utah, hardly ever. I mean, they are the Pittsburgh Steelers of college football. Kind of had a couple of coaches, and they've all stepped in and been very successful.
I think Morgan probably will try and find the sweet spot in being a little bit more aggressive. If he tries to go full Mike Leach on it, Utah's going to learn some painful lessons. But
there's more room for error than Witt thought.
There is, and I think
in a good way.
And we saw that in the bowl game. Mm-hmm. Deep down, Witt is a soccer coach, and I don't think that Morgan is a soccer coach. And when I say that, I mean like, you've got a 1-goal to none lead. Well, let's sit on that thing. Yep. Let's anchor it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Love that strategy.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees continue their series in El Paso today at noon. Listen on the KSL Sports app and KSLSports.com. Tomorrow night they play at 6:30. You can listen on 97.5 The Zone and 1280 The Zone. Friday, the high school football season kicks off. Listen to Game Night Live, The Red Zone, at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company to The Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit beehivemeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250, micro. And yes, I told you so.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and, of course, the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Escape to Cedar City, just one tank of gas away. Hike Canara Falls, explore Cedar Breaks, and enjoy world-class theater under the stars at the Utah Shakespeare Festival. Adventure, culture, and wide-open beauty closer than you think. Visit cedarcity.com.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim LaCombe, wrapping things up, getting you ready for Jake and Ben. All right, so you got some new rules in college football you got to keep an eye on. First off, if a player in the second half gets a targeting, he will not miss the first half of the next game.
Thank you. That needed to happen.
So he will get tossed. But he will be available for the next game. However, if you get 3 of them throughout the course of a season, you're going to miss the full game next game following.
I can go with that.
So you got that to keep an eye on. Offensive pass interference will no longer be a 15-yard penalty. It'll become a 10-yard penalty. So you'll only go back 10 yards. Defensive pass interference will remain a spot foul with nothing longer than 15 yards. Head coaches now have 2 replay challenges per game. And
great.
If they win one of those 2, they will be awarded a 3rd challenge throughout the course of the game. Because we need to drag this on even longer.
Red hats out there. Just wait for a little longer.
Oh, man. That red hat.
Oh, kills me.
Unsportsmanlike conduct penalty will be called if a player initiates any of these 5 actions or gestures. Any act of simulating the brandishing of a weapon, slashing of the throat, or nose wipe signal, removing helmet after the ball is dead with exception of timeouts and equipment adjustments, dead ball contact fouls such as pushing, shoving, striking, etc., that occur clearly after the ball is dead and are not part of the game action, and using forcible contact to push or pull an opponent off the pile after the ball is dead. So you get to see that scrum. Guys can't hop on the top and start.
I have a clarification on the first one. Jake brings up a good point. I mean, a good finger gun.
You can't do the finger guns anymore? Apparently not.
Like if your thumbs are down?
So is this the Ja Morant rule, you cannot brandish a weapon or act like you're brandishing a weapon.
Either or. I mean, he did both.
Yes.
Brandished and acted as though he brandished. And I'm surprised they didn't put in there that you can't, defame the way they do.
You can't do horns down.
Because everybody seems to get all riled up about stuff like that.
Yeah, calm down. So we go in over the replays, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so there you go. Bottom line is, for all you kids out there that want to target in the second half, go crazy. Just know you're not going to miss the first half of the next game.
Go for the head. It's like Karate Kid. Sweep the leg.
Sweep the legs, Johnny. All right, Jake and Ben coming up. Although I want to give us a couple more minutes because,
You like your nickname? the G one, instead of the other that he would give you if you ended now?
Yeah. Don't call me Clock. Yeah. So we've all received the Jake Scott nicknames.
Yeah,
some are a little bit better than others.
He's the one that coined me coach back in the day. I don't think any of the players ever called. They were like Tim, so I had to get used to it.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jake and Ben coming up next. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Isn't it something, the homes that they built in the state of Utah years ago that would have beautiful views because they're facing the mountains, but the whole side of the house facing the mountains has like 2 or 3 small little windows. And I think, why don't you want to see that magnificent view? We can fix that. Peach Windows and Doors. Peach Windows and Doors can put in larger windows that will bring in more of the beauty of the view outside your home. It'll make your home feel so much newer and more beautiful, just changing out those windows with custom windows. Of course, it will help your energy bills because they can do triple pane windows that are so much more energy efficient. But you know, one thing people don't realize is how much it cuts back on noise. Do you hear every car, every lawnmower, every dog barking? You'll be blown away at how much quieter and more peaceful it is inside your home once you get new windows from Peach Windows and Doors. They even have payment options that'll make your project happen sooner rather than later. I recommend stopping by the showroom because you can really see all the options at 2940 South 3rd West, or go online to peachwindowsanddoors.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Oh, is that why? Oh, okay.
One of those 4-second bumps
We
in?
got a short
Yeah,
bump.
I don't know. I forgot to check that. My bad.
Well, it is Win Ticket Wednesday. We are going to give away Motley Crue tickets today. So the bump was appropriate. It was just
a little teaser.
It was just brief.
Short.
All of a sudden, Christian yelling at us. You got to take it right now.
You got to stop talking.
All right.
Okay.
It is 2:02.
It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Speaking of that, is Alex back there? Put Alex on the headphones. I gave Alex a hard time last week, Ben. And
Clock.
I feel bad about it. And then I added a nickname, and now I feel like I feel worse. So Alex, by the way, who does a great job producing on Tim and Scott's show, but he does a lot for us, RSL stuff, and of course the Saturday show. Alex, I apologize. I was teasing you about the clock thing.
I know. I'm
Okay.
aware. I guess I missed the. Was there a nickname involved? I missed the nickname.
I said we should start calling Alex Clock. But I want you to know, because we've worked together for a while now, but more closely, I tease because I love. That's all.
I know. I get it. I get you. I get you.
As I've said, and we've discussed, and in fact, we had an entire presentation, which I was pro the presentation on our very first day of this show in the afternoon. About the number of nicknames you have given. And I will say, and this I do not take any offense to this at all. All of them are your doing. I don't think I've created a nickname for
Warbird,
anybody.
dude.
Okay, Warbird might be my first.
And that was on
stuck.
accident.
And you actually were the one who came up with it because I said Orbird and you thought I said Warbird. So that still kind of belongs to you. But you have a long list of names you've given to everybody. Fingernails for Caleb Williams, Pitt McAfee, Sleazy G. They were talking about that in the last segment. Salazar for Lloyd. I don't know if everyone knows this, but Car Crash Christian is what we call our producer, Christian Esparza. A name and moniker he will not adopt when he's doing traffic updates.
Which is crazy.
Triple C, he could go by Trip, whatever he wants to do, and he won't do any of it. But he knows better than we do, obviously. So next to President Donald Trump, who has assigned some of the most hilarious nicknames in history.
I'm working on it.
You are right. You are right on his heels.
But I don't know. Clock for Alex feels too mean. I
think it's funny.
I should be nicer.
But you giving somebody a nickname is not a mean gesture.
Oh, okay.
You do it generally lovingly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Except for Salazar.
Oh, yeah, except for Salazar, the Portuguese dictator, yeah.
But you are not afraid to give nicknames. Claire?
No. Well, that's actually his middle name.
I know, but you're the only person who calls him that. So.
True.
So it is something you have done. So, yes, if Alex felt offended, he certainly doesn't need to.
No, he does not. It's, you know what?
Rusty.
Rusty retired.
What Rusty are you talking about?
That's a story today.
Every Rust is a Rusty.
Which, I think
I think it was Rusty Wilson initially, and they both retired in the same offseason, or has Rusty been gone for a year now? Rusty retired earlier this year. We lost both Rusties.
Yeah, both Rusties are gone.
Son of a gun.
You know what's funny is I like to call PK Patrick because everybody calls him by his nickname. So I'm going to call him not only by, it's not Pat, I'm going to call him Patrick.
Patrick, yeah. So it's just one of your things. It's one of your quirks. And, it's effective.
Hopefully people keep up with it. Because
you got to listen a lot.
Because I do stay married to the bit.
It's pretty nonsensical otherwise.
So maybe my favorite one. Do you remember the rotund point guard Ray Felton?
Mm-hmm.
So I started calling him Ray the Buffet. And then it's just the buffet. And we were interviewing, he was on the Blazers at the time, And I just started referring to him as Ray the Buffet Felton to the Blazers writer or whatever, and he did not find it funny. He did not find it funny at all. Kind of like my my Tim Hardaway Sr. joke on that national guest that we had that
didn't land.
Did not find that
VHT
funny.
hot dog,
dude.
Yeah,
hot dog. Dude, VHT goes deep because he doesn't really play like that anymore.
Well,
so.
again, if it's a reference of a player to another player that has a different nickname. We don't call THT. We call THT hot dog. And then you named Svi Mikhailuk THT because you thought he played like THT, who we call hot dog, and you didn't even call him hot dog or THT. You called him Svi. It's a long, winding road. You got to listen really closely.
I love this VHT one's pretty
good one.
good. But he doesn't, like I said, he doesn't play like
cares?
that anymore. He
Like
really had a team kind of pour it on style last year as opposed to the dribble. I think it's because he only got into the game like 3 or 4 minutes a game, and he was like, I'm going to go out there.
I'm going
to shoot this thing.
I see that my contract's not guaranteed.
And then he gets the start and a little confidence, and he's like, all right, I'll play like a normal human now.
It was great.
But it's still a good nickname.
No question.
I like Cousin Drew.
Cousin Drew.
Yeah.
As opposed to Uncle Drew.
Yeah.
And nicknames for players that are not stars, I always find that entertaining.
Well, Drew was on the team for like 8 months.
I know, but
Not even that long, yeah.
He was one of my favorites.
Drew Eubanks.
Drew Eubanks, Cousin Drew. Absolutely one of my favorites.
That one fit.
So we'll see what happens with some new Jazz players. We
Beak?
haven't the Bosnian Beak. Yeah. That's a fairly recent one.
He got nose surgery. It's a real stupid show we're doing here.
Dude, he is going to play so much better this year.
We'll see.
He's going to be
coming 25 pounds lighter because he can finally breathe.
Because he can finally breathe.
Cardio will be moving.
He's probably sleeping well. The apnea is
cleared up.
Yeah, I would hope so, right? That's the point. He was dealing with it for a couple of years. We wonder why he went from Portland Nurk to Phoenix Nurk. Well, it was the beak, dude. Now he's back.
He's really built something here.
So good times. Good to talk to everybody. Thanks for listening, however you may be doing it. We have to figure out what we're doing for what you got.
I got
Wednesday.
2 really good ones.
Coming up at 4:30.
I've suggested 2 to Christian.
Okay,
that
and we're feeling good about it? All
I
right.
like them both, but we can always pivot. But
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll get into that coming up at 4:30. Always a highlight / low light of the week. What you got Wednesday? You missed last week. We had DJ in here. DJ did it.
Saw that.
What did we do? We did Chargers. And what was our not sports?
Matt Damon movies.
Okay.
DJ. So this is funny.
Did you take Rainmaker? Was that your first pick?
I did pick it, but it was not my first pick. Such a good movie. Good. I like Grisham.
You're a Grisham guy. I know
Grisham.
your thing. I knew you would take Rainmaker.
I took. Yeah. See, So DJ, it was his first time playing, right? And I even gave him a hint. I was like, "You're playing to the audience.
Yeah.
You were playing for votes here." He's like, "Okay." And he kept picking these Chargers old timers, and I was like, should I let Eric Weddle go another round?
Mm-hmm.
And so I finally picked Eric Weddle, and you could see it on his face, because of course that's what the fun part about this game, where it landed like,
should have taken
votes.
Weddle a long time ago. Yeah.
Getting votes.
Yeah, Herbert. Well, Weddle won. LT.
Who did? I think LT went 1.
And Herbert. Yeah.
No.
You gotta get those
Junior
two.
Seau went
Seau,
1.
yeah.
LT went 2.
I don't think you guys drafted Herbert.
No, I don't think we did either. I picked Leslie O'Neal 2, with my second pick, where I would have taken Weddle there, but I was trying to give DJ
a chance
to grab the vote getter, you know?
Nice of you.
But I couldn't let it go another round. I had to be, and he's like, "Oh, votes."
Yeah.
But can you guess DJ's favorite Matt Damon movie?
Let's see. If there's an obvious number, who had the number 1 pick? Was it DJ? Did you give it to him as a gift?
Uh-huh.
I would think it would be Good Will Hunting.
That's not what he did.
What did he take?
The Martian, I think?
He took The Martian, but
Martian's good.
he was surprisingly really into Jason Bourne. And that caught me off guard.
Okay.
He got really
Carried
excited
the
about
franchise.
it.
Sure.
Do we know who won? Because he felt pretty strong about his Matt Damon
We'll
draft.
look later. I haven't seen the
I can pull
results.
it up.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. But he was feeling good about his Matt Damon movies.
Okay.
but I think Weddle got me some votes.
Did you get Talented Mr. Ripley?
No. No. I did not. He did not take that either.
Okay.
No, not a
Undrafted.
surprise.
Sure.
That is the one movie that Ben thinks is so good that I hated so much.
No, I think it's fine. I don't love it. It's fine.
I don't walk out on movies. I almost walked out on that movie.
Okay.
Have you ever watched a movie and been like, I need this thing to end? I thought it was ending like 4 times. I was going to run to the parking lot, and I just need this movie to end so I can leave.
I only saw it like 6 months ago for the first time. So,
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I was not offended by it. I just was so bored and so over it, and there was like 45 minutes to go, and I had no idea. I'm waiting for the credits to roll, and it's like, I think it's going to end. Nope, still going. So no, I did not take that. I kind of forgot. That's Jude Law. Oh, he's the other. Kind of forgot he was in that.
Jude Law, Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Not one of my favorite of old.
Totally fair.
Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Totally fair.
That was No Capote.
Correct.
That's probably my favorite movie of his. Not that anybody cares.
Okay.
Have you ever read that book?
In Cold Blood?
Uh-huh.
I told you I just read the kids To Kill a Mockingbird. And Dill is obviously
Right.
Truman Capote.
So you're going to move on to In Cold Blood next.
So that's
huh?
next.
That's
yeah.
next.
And Breakfast at Tiffany's. And
Different vibe in Cold Blood than To Kill a Mockingbird. Different vibe.
Kind of.
I mean, they're not. Neither one of them is cheery.
No, there's a death at the end of both of them.
But the whole family being slaughtered is.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. But good reads.
Oh, we're off to a
Blazing
great
start.
We're off to a great start. Ben, I mean, we've got to talk about not only the biggest story of the day, but quite possibly the most salacious.
I can't believe this story. I saw this morning. I'm assuming we're talking about the Lakers.
Ivana Trump's brother-in-law is buying the Lakers?
So I woke up this morning, and like an idiot, the first thing I do instead of drinking water or brushing my teeth is I check my phone. And I saw, Bob Iger and Kushner are buying
Josh.
The Lakers. And in a groggy state, I just assumed, Mark Walter has left, or the buses have left 5% of the Lakers to be purchased. And so I just kept scrolling, just moved on to the next thing and kind of got up and got my day started. And then went back and clicked on the article and thought, they're buying the whole team? The Lakers just sold this season.
One year ago. Yeah,
October.
Yeah.
And I thought, what happened there? And then I realized, Mark Walters is being investigated by not DOJ, but whatever he's being.
The SEC.
The SEC. And thought, this is one of the craziest stories I actually remember. This is a low-key, like, major story that could shift the outcome of the Lakers for a long time. This is a weird move because Mark Walters was kind of viewed as this savior for the Lakers. Not that the Lakers needed saving necessarily, but the buses, as you have mentioned, I think very appropriately, how do they make their money?
The Lakers.
The Lakers. They don't own this vast empire of mortgage lending or property ownership. They own the Lakers. That's where their money comes from. So it's hard to just be like independently wealthy outside of that. Not that you can't borrow against your own team, but Mark Walters obviously has built this dynasty with the Dodgers, and everyone thought, well, he's going to Dodgify the Lakers and be willing to spend whatever luxury tax and tax aprons to get this team super competitive, and they're going to return to greatness in a way that the buses really couldn't generate. People don't realize this, and I not been to the Lakers facilities a whole lot other than a playoff series when the Jazz played the Clippers. I wasn't even playing the Lakers before the Clippers had their own arena. Apparently, like, the Lakers stuff is not cutting edge. They don't have cutting edge facilities. They're not the top of the top in the NBA.
It's not the Inuit
Dome. What the Jazz are trying to do with some of their facilities, what some of these other smaller teams or other teams have done, really building out their facilities to show that they can compete and, make players feel very at home. The Lakers haven't always had that and don't have that. And that was kind of what Mark Walters was going to bring to the Lakers. And within now 10 months having to pivot and sell the team, and he made a cool $2.5 billion. Good for him.
Not bad for a year's work.
Not bad for less than a year's work of you not actually doing a whole lot. And it sounds like he's probably going to end up losing more money than this when he's getting investigated for whatever fraud he's being investigated for. I don't know. Who knows? But now you sell it to Bob Iger, who I've followed Bob Iger's career. It was really good for a minute. and it's been kind of a disaster since. Obviously, the Kushners are a controversial but prolific family in our country and have had some real hits and some real misses, and I think there's a very legitimate question of what do those families look like when they're... What would President Trump be to Kushner? To the Josh Kushner.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's Ivana's brother-in-law.
Ivana's brother-in-law.
So Trump really isn't related to him in any way, shape, or form.
But even then, you would
his
think
daughter is married to this guy's brother.
You would probably lose a little bit of power or fame when your somewhat family member is no longer the leader of the free world. So I'm curious. I'm just curious, like, how much money do they have to dodgify the Lakers? Because I don't trust anything Bob Iger is doing right now.
Bob's worth about $700 to $800 million,
which is nothing in the NBA.
And Kushner, from what the AI tells me, is worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 billion. So
$5 billion.
$5 billion.
Okay.
Which is a ton. Which is plenty.
It's a lot. Yeah. But it's not like top end. It's not. Who owns the Clippers?
Steve Ballmer.
It's not Steve Ballmer money. It's not the richest of the richest NBA owners. It's right in line with where a lot of NBA owners are.
It's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of Ryan Smith. I don't know what
I don't know
he's
exactly
technically worth at the moment, but he's sold Qualtrics for $4 or $5 billion, right?
I've seen several different numbers, so I really don't know.
Right. So that is probably somewhere in the same neighborhood, rich enough. I find... Of course, here's where my brain goes because, of course, the investigation. And listen, Bob Iger being worth what he's worth, the CEO of Disney is not a billionaire. I mean, he's doing fine. I'd love to see how much of that Bob actually owns. Because the first thing that stood out to me was, they're using Mickey Mouse to soften the fact that they're... Because these guys were in line to buy, Kushner was in line
trying to buy.
They were in line to buy the Vegas expansion franchise, and this feels like a last-minute switch to me. And I wonder why. And maybe it's the investigation. There's no way that Mark Walter bought this just for a one-year flip. I would guess.
No, not a chance.
And so
he would have made more money holding on to the Lakers
forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, why not? That's basically what he's doing with the Dodgers. He doesn't care about the cash. He's just gonna invest in the expanding value of his franchise, and he's got the cash to burn. So what the hell,
Right.
With the Lakers, I'm curious why all of a sudden he changed his mind, because they're not going to move in a potential expansion buyer last minute to buy the Lakers for no reason, And so I wonder, the Bob Iger thing feels like, let's throw a celebrity on this to... Let's have Mickey do some song and dance, and everybody's going to be stoked about this because your first reaction is, I've heard of Bob Iger. I like Goofy.
Sure. And
so it kind of puts a more pleasant face on what is a really curious situation. And so I'd love to, as usual, I'd love to know the whole story, and I'd love to know how much Bob Iger is actually buying into this, because he does. That feels like we'll come in for 5 points, Bob, because we need to put your name on the deal.
Totally agree. And then my other thought was, why did they pivot to the Lakers? Because it was going to cost more to get a team in LA or in Las Vegas, excuse me.
Well, because the Lakers are more valuable. That's an easy pivot.
Absolutely. But if the expansion rumor is accurate, which is like they're expecting $10 billion for a team in Las Vegas, and maybe a team in Seattle is going to cost that much. And the team that's rumored to be getting the team in Las Vegas are the Waltons, the same team or the same family that A owns Walmart and B owns the Broncos, and we talked about them yesterday. Linda Walton, or whatever her name is, the richest woman on the planet. She's like worth $600 billion, something absurd. I don't know how much it
was. Like
$130 billion. They're not going to be outbid by anybody. If they just want to have the team and they want to park their money there, they're going to get the team, and they'll just keep raising the price. I honestly wonder if it got to a point where they said it's a better deal to just buy the Lakers than try to buy an expansion team who doesn't have any lore and history.
Oh, no, it's way better to buy the Lakers. I understand why these guys pivoted. Why did Mark Walters pivot? That's what happened, is the franchise became available. No, if the Millers were worth unlimited amounts of money and they're pursuing an expansion team in Salt Lake, and then all of a sudden the Yankees became available.
Buy the Yankees.
You're buying the Yankees.
Yeah.
So it's a no-brainer for the Kushner, Bob Iger side, of course. You got to come up with $2 extra bill, but you're going to own the Lakers in the second biggest market in the country and what do you want to call it? The crown jewel franchise of the NBA.
Yeah. Plus, you get Walker Kessler.
Oh, I mean, there you go. It's a no-brainer for the buyers. What changed is the current owner.
Clearly, Walters is rattled by this investigation.
I don't know.
It has to be to me. I mean,
but why not sell the Dodgers?
Maybe he thinks the Dodgers can make more money. I would be surprised, but I don't know. Are the Dodgers worth more than the Lakers? I wouldn't think so.
But what's the motivation to get out, I guess?
Yeah.
And if you're getting out of one, why wouldn't you get out of both?
Yeah.
Or why wouldn't you keep both? And that's where, of course, the real tinfoil hat people come in and say that, by selling it to Ivana's brother-in-law, they're going to get some favorable treatment.
By the way, quick Google per CNBC says the Dodgers are worth $8 billion. Now, again, what you're worth and what you actually sell for could be two totally different things.
Yeah.
But if his idea was kind of a pump and dump sell of the Lakers, I got in, I cleared out some of the stuff, I put in a few new facilities, I moved the G League team, and I can get $2.5 billion in a year's work. That's a good deal if that's all it was, but I think teamed with the investigation, it has to raise your eyebrow.
I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't. The point of buying into a sports franchise is it's a long haul.
Yeah.
It's the world's best place to put an uber amount of money because you can just sit on it and it always grows. There's no point in putting it into Ben's favorite war bonds because you're going to get way better growth exponential amounts of growth. I mean, it is literally the best investment that you can make right now on the planet is buying these ultimate sports franchises. So I don't buy the pump and dump. No way.
No, I'm totally with you.
And if you're going to do that, you do it with a team like the Marlins. You don't do it with a team like the Lakers. You take a team that's in shambles, pump a little money into it, and all of a sudden you get that return and then get out, like Derek Jeter's group did with the Marlins.
Yeah.
And they built the city for a brand new ballpark and then sold it to a cheapskate and got out of town with a pretty healthy profit. That's I don't think you do that with the Lakers. You do that like with the Kings.
Yeah. The Suns, the Blazers. Yeah, you don't do that with the Lakers.
You don't do that.
I'm totally with you.
So I don't buy it. We will find more out, I would guess, about this story. Who knows? Maybe we'll find it out in court. I don't know. But
there's some weird NBA ownership stuff happening right now. This with the Lakers, El Cheapo obviously with the Blazers, and what's going on with Matt Ishbia. If people don't realize, he lost. He bet on a ton of money that mortgage interest rates. He owns the biggest mortgage lending company in the world, at least in the country. He bet huge that interest rates would come down. So he bought basically all these mortgages, thinking they would drop, and then he could sell them off again. And obviously, everyone's seen the interest rates; they're still enormously high. He lost all this money and needed to get a bailout yesterday or last week of like $400 million. He couldn't cover his bills. So it's like there's weird stuff happening with NBA ownership right now. And then, yes, of course, with Ballmer and the Lakers or the Clippers.
But cash flow, not his problem.
No.
Quite the opposite, actually.
Yeah, too much cash.
Too much cash,
not enough places to put it.
Trying to give it away.
Yeah.
What a day.
Very interesting. Really kind of exciting, funny, salacious, exciting story.
The Lakers haven't been sold in 50 years or whatever it is. And then, no, I guess it wouldn't have been that long. But, maybe close.
Yeah, got to be.
Close. And then change hands twice within a calendar year.
I'll tell you what, if I'm a Jazz fan, I feel good about this. I would have been more afraid of Mark Walters as an owner with his huge net worth versus Kushner and Iger.
If you're an NBA fan, I don't think you should be all that scared. And maybe they're all scared of Ballmer. I don't know. I don't think you should be that scared about overpowering wealth because the rules are designed so differently. It's tough
to make sure that's not a huge advantage.
Tough to press that advantage. I mean, see the Knicks being in the luxury tax for 20 years and not doing anything until really they put someone in place that was going to run it smarter.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. The Lakers are always going to have an advantage. It's always how they play their hand. And as long as Rob Pelinka's running the show, it's going to be poorly. You know who's bent today? Linda Rambus. She's like, we left $2.5 billion on the table, dude.
How'd we lose it?
How much did she get again?
She got 24.
Kobe's number.
And Kurt got 8. The other Kobe number.
Well, Kurt's not her BFF, dude. Jeannie's, that is.
Yeah.
Linda has established that relationship. She usurped Jeannie for control of the Lakers.
Uh-huh.
She deserves the $24 million. I get it.
But the Kushner-Iger group is leaving Jeannie Buss in place as the team governor.
Well, she had that in contract with the first sale that she'll be the governor for the next 5 years.
Now, they also said upon the sale, things could change. But they said at least for now they're honoring that.
Is that a threat?
Yes.
Is that like Jeannie's going to disappear one day? I mean, what is that? Like things could change.
Things could change.
How? Exactly. If I'm Jeannie, I'm up in security. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Hearing that quote, you're like, oof. That's how you end up in the middle of the desert. No, things could change. Who knows what that could be? Who knows what the future brings?
Hey, real quick, before we go to break, the listeners have come up with the nickname for Jake.
Okay.
Bosch.
Oh, for my fridge. It is a good show. You ever watch that cop drama, Bosch?
I haven't.
It's not bad.
Okay.
That's our guy, Chewbacca. That's his one.
Okay.
He's kind of a tough guy. I could take that. Bosch. Not the fridge brand.
Not the fridge. You want to be named after the
character
TV
on television.
procedural.
Which it is spelled differently, I think.
Okay.
But thank you, Chewbacca, for your great suggestion. But you know what I mean about the loaded threat? Like you could say, oh, Christian's a great producer, but things could change.
Things change.
I mean, that's a pretty loaded comment right there.
Could mean anything.
All right. More next. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees continue their series in El Paso today at noon. Listen on the KSL Sports app and KSLSports.com. Tomorrow night they play at 6:30. You can listen on 97.5 The Zone and 1280 The Zone. Friday, the high school football season kicks off. Listen to Game Night Live, The Red Zone, at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company to The Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the Turbo Max engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
Hey, this is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. We've had some of the hottest summer temperatures on record, and our phones have been ringing off the hook with people complaining about how hot their home is. Well, the biggest culprit for this is the attic. Recently, I was in an attic that was 172 degrees. This is why your house is so hot and your AC is always running and can't keep up. At Greenify, we have a solution that really works. It's called Radiant Barrier Attic Foil. Radiant Barrier is a highly reflective foil that is stapled to the rafters in the attic. It reflects the sun's heat, which will make the attic and your home much, much cooler. Give Greenify a call today and we will brave the heat and go up in your attic and tell you how to get the cool comfort back in your home. We will also check out your insulation levels and attic ventilation, which will also help tremendously in making your home more energy efficient. And Greenify will make sure you get all the utility rebates that you're entitled to. Call us today and I won't even charge you for the visit. 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464, or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. Fire Sense is the first response.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1. We finally know some opponents for the Utah Jazz. Their NBA Cup schedule has been revealed.
Yeah, so the full schedule will come out tomorrow, I believe, but we have not seen that yet. So it comes down to who the Jazz will be in the group with. It's the play-in tournament, which starts in early October and runs through, December? And then you get the NBA play-in tournament. But the Jazz's group play opponents will be... Sorry, I had this pulled up and then I lost it. They will play against the Mavericks, the Rockets, the Suns, and the Nuggets. They play the Mavericks on Friday, November 6th, the Rockets November 13th, the Suns November 20th, and the Nuggets November 27th. Truth is, 3 of those 4 teams, I think, are top 8 seeds in the West, probably at least play-in tournament teams. I don't think the Mavericks are going to get there this year. But the Rockets, Suns, and Nuggets should all be competing for top 6, 7, 8 spots.
I don't know if I'm believing in the Suns.
That's fair.
But I get your point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Out of all the cats that Adam Silver has thrown in the wall, this one kind of offends me the least. But I also have a tough time being... like, hey, Ben, let's break it down. What are the chances that they get out of group play and go to Vegas? I have a tough time drumming up that much enthusiasm for it.
The nice thing about it that I have recognized now that we've been doing this for, 3 years, whatever it is, it does get progressively more exciting throughout. Like, the first game, nobody cares because it's the first game. I get it. You got a new floor and jerseys or whatever. But there's no standings yet. No one's won or lost in this. And then the second game is a little bit more. You're like, oh, well, if this happens, this could happen. And by game 3, you're like, oh, they could win this thing. They need to win this game by X amount of points. And then the fourth one, everyone is kind of tracking it a little bit. And then I actually think the success of the games themselves have been a positive once you get to the playoff, the play-in tournament playoff, the actual tournament. But they're not doing it in Vegas this year. They have moved it. I'll have to look up again where they moved it because, again, the NBA does shift things far too often, and that's one of the problems. So, again, as it goes on, it does get more interesting, but I'm not
Indianapolis.
Not by it. Is that they're doing it at the field house, right?
Yeah.
So that's cool.
You know what? Honestly, it's lame if the point of this is to get players to play harder. Players want to go to Vegas. I know Indianapolis has this great sports complex, and they're becoming kind of known for their hosting sports events, which good on you. But I don't know anybody who's going to play harder so they get an extra trip to Indianapolis in December.
To go play at the old classic field house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, the NBA or the MLB does the Field of Dreams game, which I think is cool.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was really fun when the White Sox played the Yankees in it, and it's cool to have the corn in the outfield. And obviously, I think the best of these is probably the Winter Classic in the NHL because, you play outdoors. It feels very cool. It feels very unique. Everyone's trying to get one of these games to feel like something specific. NCAA basketball, they'll play on like a destroyer or, battleship every once in a while, whatever, aircraft carrier. I think that NHL is the best. The NBA might be the worst because once you're watching the game, especially on TV,
it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter where it is. That's the only problem here. I'm with you. Guys might want a trip to Vegas and some money.
It adds a little bit more to it. I don't know. Have you been to Indianapolis?
I've driven through the town. Driven through Indiana.
Me too. But I've been to Indiana in the wintertime, and it's nothing to write home about. I've been to Vegas in the wintertime, and it's nice.
December,
Yeah.
Vegas, pretty cool.
Quite nice.
Yeah, not bad. I can go
Lot to
outside.
do.
I can wear shorts.
Uh-huh.
Indianapolis in the winter, cold.
I mean, in the Jazz case, I could see Jazz fans jumping in the car and driving to Vegas.
Sure, if the Jazz were in the championship game.
Right. I can't see Jazz fans flying on out to Indianapolis.
That's fair.
Maybe Miami. I don't know.
Hawaii.
But I think the destination was kind of part of the, let's give them a good
Hawaii
carrot.
would be cool.
Hawaii would
the
be
same
awesome.
way the Pro Bowl was. It was like, hey, this is a unique thing. Rest of the league gets a little bit of a break. You get to go somewhere different. Hawaii doesn't get a lot of NBA basketball other than occasional preseason.
Right.
That might have been fun. Indiana.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, you guys touched on this earlier, but Jake's favorite, Rusty, has retired. That does make both Rusties now retired in the same offseason.
Russell Westbrook officially hanging it up this late in the offseason. It was pretty clear there was not going to be a spot for him anywhere.
Did you see his agent complaining today?
Was that his agent?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
And
yes.
Kevin Love's agent.
Okay.
Put out a social media post about the Lakers sale saying, well, the Lakers go for $12.5 billion, but I have to, I can't get veteran players signed because of the restrictive CBA.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Do you think this is a forced retirement? Like Rusty would play another year, but nobody wants to sign him and nobody's going to pay the penalty. The teams that would need a veteran like that are so up against it from a salary standpoint that they're not going to do it.
If somebody wanted him and would have given him guaranteed money, I have almost no doubt he would have played Miami.
Bro,
or
what are you talking about, man?
some of these
Come on,
random,
man.
some of these, whatever team. It could have been anyone. He might have gone and played for Portland. I don't know. He may have wanted to play another season if he could have. I just really don't think that contract was coming for him. And it ends what's going to be one of the most. He's going to be, I don't want to say controversial players, and Christian played some of the clips there, and obviously had a bunch of run-ins with Jazz fans and interactions here with Jazz fans that were somewhat controversial. I mean, truly, you couldn't have brought in a more interesting player into the NBA during the analytics age. He is both one of the most prolific statistical players of all time. I think he's the all-time leading scorer for point guards. He's got over 25,000 points and over 10,000 assists. He and LeBron are the only two players in league history to do that. And a lot of people will tell you he was never actually a good player.
I don't know about never actually being good, but I count myself in he's way overrated category.
I think that's totally fair.
Real quick, I just want to clarify on what his agent said, and then I certainly have a take on what you said right there. His agent, Jeff Schwartz, said, quote, incredible, the Lakers sell for $12 billion, yet teams won't spend on older vets because of current CBA rules. Thank you, union.
Yeah. Is he blaming the players' union for that?
Yeah,
For agreeing to this CBA?
This stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Probably should, frankly.
Yeah.
But I think Rusty came along in the NBA's maybe most selfish era, where one-on-one play was valued, ISO was everybody's strategy, and because of the analytics craze, which I don't entirely buy into, people put stats at an absolute premium. And all of a sudden, if you could point to triple doubles or whatever, people would run wild about it. Ironically, Westbrook, from the advanced stats nerds, all hate him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's not an efficient player, but he came at a time where the guy putting up all the stats got rewarded. He's an extraordinarily flawed player, but he had the ball in his hands all the
whole
time.
game. Yeah.
And so when the NBA evolves and the Warriors come along and the selfish James Harden dribble player is proved that concept isn't going to succeed, and the NBA evolves to a different style, it absolutely left Rusty behind. And kind of what's funny is even your guy, LeBron James, was totally fooled. Because again, players don't necessarily have a good grasp on how good other players are, just my opinion. But LeBron and Adele twisted the Lakers' arm into trading their last assets for Rusty Westbrook.
Yep.
Because LeBron thought, wow, Rusty's awesome. He averaged a triple-double and all this stuff. And Rusty gets there and LeBron goes, oh.
Yikes.
Oh, that's not going to work in the NBA anymore. And I don't think Rusty forgot how to play basketball. I actually don't think his athleticism left him that much compared to other players. I think the NBA evolved beyond his game.
100%. What we value is not what he does.
Nope. And that totally changed. And Luka is still part of that school, in my opinion, but Luka can shoot way better than Rusty can. And so Luka fits a little bit better into the.
But it honestly might only be a little bit.
Yep.
No one's going to argue that Luka's not a better player than Rusty. He is. But how much better and how much does it actually matter will be a big question.
But think of these teams, and people could make an argument that Jalen Brunson won and that maybe he's one of these more selfish players. But I would tell you, Jalen, I thought, really evolved his game. But let's take the Knicks out for a second. Look at these iterations of champions. I mean, for the most part, they're all movement teams. I mean, what is Jokic's superpower? I mean, he's one of the best distributors in the league from the center position. Boston, they're all ball movement and three-point shooting team, right? I guess Giannis maybe is a little bit more in that old school ISO it out kind of thing. So maybe that's not an example of what I'm talking about. But for the most part, they're pretty move it around teams that have been ultimately successful in the NBA, at least recently.
I love how hard Rusty played throughout his career.
That was his best
skill.
That was his best skill.
He has the best motor I've ever seen of players I watched in my prime of basketball watching. You talk to people, they'll say Alonzo Mourning played as hard as anybody ever. John Stockton obviously played nonstop. There are guys who play really hard. Russ is the best I've ever seen at playing hard every single possession. Every coach I've ever talked to really praises him for it.
Oh, that's why the players love him too. That's why his teammates love him.
But outside of his 11 years in OKC, he played for the Lakers, the Clippers, Denver, Washington, Sacramento, and Houston. All those other teams he played for, those other 6, all of them have kind of been probably in the bottom 10 teams as far as team building over the last decade when he's been moving around. Lakers were GM LeBron. Clippers, let's not get started on how bad the Clippers have been in their front office issues. Denver was post-championship trying to keep it going, and it was a borderline disaster there. Washington's always been a disaster. Kings always been a disaster. And Houston, they could only trade him for Chris Paul, right?
Yep.
Because they were the only 2 players who made that same money. So they were desperate. It's not like smart teams were going out and chasing Rusty, and that's a condemnation on who he was as a player. Smart teams avoided him.
Did play hard.
Played really hard.
Kind of selfish.
Extraordinarily.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, your guy PK has an interesting article up on KSL.com talking about the drama between Kalani Sitake and the BYU athletic department.
This is a really good article because what PK did, and if you haven't read it, again, KSL.com, you can find it. He basically just kind of puts everything that's going on with Kalani Sitake, BYU, and Brian Santiago in very black and white. He just lays it out. Kalani wants more. He's promised stuff. It's not coming to him, and he's mad about it. It's kind of what we speculated about yesterday, kind of what we thought, and he just kind of gets to the bottom of it is these are simple demands. This is what he wants. Thought he was going to get it when he came back instead of taking the Penn State job, and now it's on Santiago or Mark Hill, new deputy athletic director, to deliver.
And another reminder that before PK was accomplished radio bozo, he was a fine writer.
Very good writer.
Yeah, he's a very good writer. So make sure and check that out. Yeah, football's bent. They want more resources. Not a shocker.
You know what did surprise me here? Let me see if I can find the exact quote. He said the basketball team. He said this is word for word. Even now, they believe Coach Kevin Young's program. He's talking about football and how they view it. Even now, they believe Coach Kevin Young's program has double the NIL money available to the football program. Last year's basketball roster cost more than $10 million, which is a conservative estimate. I want to get more into that paragraph with you because I think we can look at return on investment. There's a good argument for it for basketball. A.J. DiBonsa brought more attention to BYU than BYU's football team did last year. But if you want to drive success of your athletic department, football is what's going to do it for you.
Oh, I think there's a conversation to be had there for sure. Maybe we'll get to that back in the 3 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Should BYU and Notre Dame be playing football every single year? An annual matchup.
Yeah, if they have this opportunity, build something new and see if it sticks. So if you have a chance to get Notre Dame, sign on.
I would assume that Brett Yormark would be in Santiago's ears and do it. How can I help you do it? It's just going to elevate the league's profile.
I don't think we appreciate the level of improvement and status BYU football program is right now. This is a team that has won double digits here 2 years in a row at the Power 4 level. It's something that has never been done. And you can argue that this is the best that the program's ever been.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All 3 models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH, that sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. That is a crazy thing, that tweet from Rusty's agent criticizing the union because he can't get his guys signed. But I do wonder, is that going to end Kevin Love's career, for example, that it's just not worth signing a veteran minimum contract if you're so over the cap or over the luxury tax or the second apron or whatever.
Yeah.
I just wonder if those players will sign in the middle of the year, though, when teams get desperate.
That's very possible. An injury happens, someone's gone, and you decide you want to go out and bring them back. I keep missing this guy's name. I'm sorry.
Jeff Schwartz.
No, not Jeff Schwartz. This kid, the Jazz are apparently planning to sign a new player. And it doesn't matter. He's not going to be a roster player. He's from, I think, the Charlotte G League team. But the Jazz right now sit at 21 players, which is the max you can carry in the offseason. They want to sign this guy to bring in on an Exhibit 10, which just means you waive him and you send him to the Stars after the first week of camp or whatever. If you do that, you already have to waive another player if you're going to bring Kevin Love back. So to this point, if Schwartz is worried about Rusty and Kevin Love, and they were teammates at UCLA, am I right? Or did they just barely miss each other? They might have been in the same draft.
They might have been teammates. Anyway, they have the same agent.
Yeah, I don't know if Kevin Love comes back. There seems to be this just a assumption the Jazz will bring Kevin Love back. The Jazz roster is actually somewhat full.
Who's assuming that? I'm certainly not.
I think after Philly finalized their roster, because they've got 15 max players with LeBron and the additions that they've made, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope hilariously traded for Russell Westbrook, which killed the Lakers' championship hopes because of LeBron's decision. There was a thought that Kevin Love was going to follow LeBron wherever he went. And he obviously is not going to make it to Philly now. So I think a lot of people thought, well, maybe he just goes back to the Jazz because the Jazz really liked having Kevin Love around. But
they don't need him.
They certainly don't need him.
No.
The only value he brings, which I don't want to say only, but is veteran leadership in the locker room. The truth is, you really need depth in the NBA. The last man in your roster didn't used to matter as much as it seems to now. It seems to have a little bit more value because guys play fewer games. You want to make sure you have someone who can actually step on the floor.
Well, and when you're, quote-unquote, rebuilding, tanking, whatever, it's not like the Jazz payroll was out of control. They had to pay somebody. You're willing to pay a veteran to have good vibes in your locker room when you don't care about winning, and you actually have to pay somebody to get to the salary floor or to thread the needle between minimum and cap.
Yeah.
They don't care. Bring in, pay
Who cares? Yeah.
Kevin Love to be a good influence on not only Keontae George, but the rest of the young roster. But all of a sudden, if you're starting to, push things into competitive mode, those spots become a premium. And all of a sudden you want to use those spots to find the next Royce O'Neal or Joe Ingles, or, name the player that played their way up the Jazz roster and turned into an effective role player for many years. I mean, you've got to utilize the back of your roster for more than just, well, this is a feel-good story and we want him to be friends with our young players. And I'm not trying to downplay that, I suppose.
No, of course
but
not.
Priorities change a little bit, and I never assumed they'd bring Kevin Love back.
Terrell Brown Jr., by the way, is the guy the Jazz are apparently planning to sign, but have not yet because they've got to waive somebody else to get there first. So, yeah, and that's one more person in front of Kevin Love. And again, maybe the Jazz do decide, well, we're going to cut Mo Bamba, move off from him, and then Kevin Love will come in. I'm not ruling anything out. I don't know. I haven't heard. But, right now it doesn't. I'm not sure we're going to see a lot of these older veterans kind of have the happy going away party that maybe they thought they were going to. One last year before retirement. The league hasn't expanded. Roster spots are more valuable than ever, and so Rusty Westbrook's just out of the league. Kevin Love's just out of the league, and it's a little unceremonious.
And remember, they're more expensive than these younger players because they're the vet minimum for somebody who's been in the league that long is.
And the league subsidizes some of it, but the teams like to have the flexibility of guys on non-guaranteed contracts. You can waive them if you have to. You know, that's an advantage of somebody like a Mo Bamba. So.
What's the salary cap next year? Do you know off the top of your head?
I think it's $200 million.
Jazz are at 179.3 right now.
Yeah, and then 200 might be the tax. I think the actual salary cap is like 170 or 180. So it's usually $20 million below the tax, if I remember correctly. So,
and they have some player or some team options they will pick up.
Yeah,
like Cody Williams, Keontae George, Bryce Sensabaugh, Isaiah Collier. I'm assuming they pick up all those.
Those are all. In fact, I think they may have already been picked up technically.
So they're 179. I mean, we'd have to look up exactly where the cap is, but I think they're beyond spending money on a veteran just for good vibes.
Agreed. The official salary cap's 164, so they're $15 million over already.
Right.
Now they're not paying a tax on it.
Not
they don't
yet.
get to the tax until you get to $200 million, but they're not going to push that.
And you're going to save yourself some flexibility to make a trade.
Exactly.
I mean,
right.
Yeah. There's no point in being capped out. They still have to find a center.
Correct.
You know, the beak again can get it done.
Yeah.
Kind of. But they're going to look for something else, or at least stay flexible to be able to land that when that opportunity arises.
Yeah.
When Cleveland wants to blow it up and foolishly trades Jared Allen.
So I wouldn't say 0% chance Kevin Love comes back. It could happen. But again, the reason we're talking about this is his agent, Russell Westbrook's agent, tweeted out that he can't get his guys signed because of the new NBA salary cap rules that the players agreed to.
But the value keeps going up, and then crapped on the union.
Yes.
He should have just said Derek Fisher. Actually, although I don't think the most recent adjustments fall on Derek Fisher. Who is the head of
Chris Paul?
I think I think you're right. I think it was Chris Paul.
Coming after Chris. Might be CJ now.
CJ now, but who was president when the latest restrictions were created, the second apron and all of that? I think that was Chris Paul.
Might have been. Regardless, the agent's mad. He doesn't. Who cares who it is? He's mad at him regardless.
Oh, but I bet those agents are mad during all work stoppages because they probably want the players to sit it out forever, and then those players get itchy.
Yeah.
Because do you know what 2 points on the overall CBA would mean to these agencies?
Right.
That's a lot of dough.
That's a lot of dough. Yeah.
All right. We'll have more coming up. We'll revisit PK's story in the 3:00 hour. Don't forget that we're going to have What You Got Wednesday at 4:30. Mitch Harper will be on with us at 4. So lots going on today. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Wick with Greenify Energy Savers. If your home feels like it's overheating the moment the sun comes up, your windows could be a major reason why. In the summer months, inefficient windows let in heat and force your AC to work overtime, driving up your energy bills and making your home less comfortable. The problem is, most homeowners know they need new windows, but put it off because they assume it's going to be too expensive. At Greenify Energy Savers, we install high-performance AMSCO energy-efficient windows manufactured right here in Salt Lake City. So install times are typically just a few weeks, not several months. And most homeowners are surprised to learn that we can often save them thousands of dollars compared to other window companies while still offering premium windows with a lifetime warranty and flexible finance options. Don't spend another summer fighting the heat inside your home. Give Greenify Energy Savers a call today for a free no-obligation quote at 801-948-4464. Again, that's 801-948-4464. Or check us out online at greenifyenergysavers.com. Let us save you literally thousands of dollars and greenify your windows today.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru, Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like public works supervisor.
Hey, this waterman is under a ton of pressure. Did you ever fix it?
Yeah, 3 layers of duct tape. Wait, should I have added a 4th layer?
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit 1 gift card per customer account while supplies last.
The truck just arrived at Gillette Services. And so did the savings. Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95. That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts. Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer and 8-time President's Choice Award winner. Call 385-273-6628 or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Listen every morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with Jake and Ben for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mitch Harper is going to join us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Confirmed, Patrick Kinahan is going to be jumping on the show at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. PK,
Good get.
PK has got an article up at KSL.com talking about the drama that's going on down in BYU within the athletic department. The fight between football and basketball, Ben. And I don't know, little chaos going on down in Provo.
Again, it was a little surprising to me. It seemed like everybody was a happy camper, and maybe that's just silly because you think, oh, this team's winning and they're playing well, and that's a good sign. Well, no coach has ever won enough. You know, I'm sure Kalani wants to continue to win more, and when Kalani, passed on Penn State to come back to BYU, he probably wanted to see what was promised to him, or he thought was promised to him, become delivered. And also, you want to keep winning at the highest level because you never want your job to become in danger. And if you feel like the department behind you is not giving you everything you need to win, and it could end up costing you your job at some point or future opportunities, I do get Kalani's frustration there.
Well, simply not getting what you're promised. I mean, what do they call that, bait and switch?
Yeah.
If you're told you're going to, part of your decision to stay is based on this information and then you don't get it. I don't know anybody who wouldn't be bent about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's ever happened to you in your career, Ben, if you've gone somewhere or stayed somewhere because you were promised something and didn't get it, but nobody goes, oh, shucks, that's too bad.
Yeah, well, nevertheless.
Let's go back to that paragraph, and again, we'll talk to PK at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, but this paragraph from PK's article, even now, they believe Coach Kevin Young's program has double the NIL money available to the football program. Last year's basketball roster cost more than $10 million, which is a conservative estimate.
Which is crazy. That's a ton of money. But they had a lot of talent on that roster.
Well, they had the number one signee who was making probably most of the chunk of that, and then they had to bribe a point guard to come over from Baylor, and I'm guessing that wasn't cheap.
Do you have the article still pulled up?
I
You
do.
just read that? Read the next paragraph for me, too.
Multiple employees in the department have said Santiago was willingly prepared to pivot to hiring. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. I need my glasses. Hiring Hill to replace Sataki until leaders from the school's sponsoring institution, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, stepped in to keep the coach from leaving.
To your other point, I mean, look, if you go to a job or you go to an employer and you say, hey, you promised me this and you didn't deliver, great. If the other part of it is you had my replacement ready, you were ready for me to leave and you were happy to pivot to the next guy, do you know what I've done for your school?
Yeah.
I mean, going back how long Kalani has a relationship to his playing days at BYU, I would feel burned by that, especially if the new guy, with all due respect, Brian Santiago's not a new guy, but the new athletic director, if I don't feel like he has my back, that's bizarre.
There's going to be some hurt feelings there, or some bad blood.
Some bad blood.
Who was the Hartwell? John Hartwell. It was the Utah State AD. You knew that his tenure at Utah State was going to come to an end at some point when he wanted to hire. I think he wanted to hire somebody not named Gary Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can call it donors or whatever, stepped in and said, no, you're going to rehire Gary Anderson to Logan. We love this guy. And it was the beginning of the end for Hartwell because all of a sudden his authority has been challenged and there's other powers supporting the football coach. And it did not end well with Gary. Gary ended up leaving before Hartwell did, but it basically ruined his ability to operate within the structure. Does that make any sense? And I wonder if something similar is going on here with BYU with Brian Santiago, where he was told he had to make a different decision, and now there's all this fighting over resources and probably not a whole lot of trust there. Maybe Brian's telling Kalani, "I'm giving you all I got," and Kalani's going, "Are you?
Are you?
Are you out for my success?"
Because why does basketball have more money for their team than I have for my team?
You know what's the, about that argument, the hard part is you just don't know with the NIL, you don't know what the donation structure is. I don't know how much Ryan Smith, again, Ryan's not the only BYU donor, but we do know he has donated to basketball. So he ends up being our example. Is he donating to football too?
So this I actually think might be one of the two most important points of all of this. I mean, the relationship between Kalani and Brian Santiago is probably number one above all else. The second thing might be like, yeah, man, what if the donor doesn't care about football? Just because he's donating to your athletic department doesn't mean he's going to allow his money to go somewhere he doesn't want.
Right.
If he wants it to go to the basketball team, it's going to the basketball team.
Well, he can quite literally cut a check directly to the player.
Right.
And the university doesn't get to decide where it goes.
If he likes Kevin Young, and that's his guy, and that's who's sitting courtside at games, and I'm not even saying it's Ryan. It could be any donor. Donors don't have to disclose who they are. Yeah, man, I don't know what to tell you, Kalani. The guy I got to give me money wants to give it to a certain spot or give it to a certain player. And it doesn't even involve the school. It doesn't even involve Brian Santiago here. Now, where Brian can do a better job is going out and finding more donors to come in and give to the football program. But in a one-year situation, Kevin Young having an opportunity, such a unique opportunity to get a player like A.J. DiBonsa, who was the best player in college basketball, one of the best freshman players we've ever seen.
The number one pick?
The number one overall pick. BYU football may have not had the opportunity to go out and get that guy. And when you can't get that guy, don't just cut the money to give it to the wrong person. Now, how much is Ryder Lyons getting, the number one quarterback recruit in the country or whatever he is, top 2 or top 3, to go to BYU? I would imagine a fortune. I don't know if it's A.J. DeBonsa money, but maybe when the right guy is in place, the donors are stepping up to give the right guy the right money. But if they don't feel like the right guy is there or is not going to give them the ROI on their money, then maybe they don't. And I will tell you, I think A.J. DeBonsa probably gave BYU a pretty good ROI.
Oh, big time. Well, to your point on ROI, money goes a lot further in basketball. You can make more of an impact right away with your money in basketball than you can in football. A.J. DeBonsa is way more important to BYU basketball even than the Bear is to BYU football. It's just the nature of the sport. And you have so many more players that you have to take care of in football. It's much more expensive to make an impact, I would guess, than it is in basketball, where, listen, you can go to you poach a player from Baylor, you get a big recruit, and bang, you're a top 25 team overnight.
Two $2 million basketball players will do more than two $2 million football players.
I would guess.
I would think so.
Plus, you have to take that $4 million and spread it over how many players? You know, I think your money goes a little further in basketball just by nature of the sport. But with that in mind, football is the more important sport. It just is. It drives more everything. And so the teams that are going to invest more in football are probably going to be the stronger power players in college sports. It's just a more important sport. And frankly, it's more important at BYU. Again, we don't even know who Penn State's basketball coach is.
Correct. Or Arkansas's football coach.
Yeah.
You know, when you're this is your argument. You probably can't be both. You got to be a football school or a basketball school. Most schools probably have to pick one or the other. There are a couple, Florida, Alabama, that have been able to do both really well at a high level.
Michigan lately.
Yeah, Michigan, of course. Great example. Maybe the best example. But
the tradition of Michigan.
Not everyone can do it. And BYU might not be able to do it. So where that becomes interesting is if this is a land grab, you don't want the early money to start flowing towards basketball, because if you start to get this identity as a basketball school, Kalani's job's never going to get easier as a result.
Nope.
Especially with a relatively new athletic director. Especially with a relatively new athletic director who has a history not on your land.
It has a history of moving on from you before he even had a chance to move on from you, reportedly.
So getting back to PK's article, which is, again, excellent, and at KSL.com, I highly recommend going out and reading it. He just kind of lays it out black and white. Kalani wants more. Kalani thought he was promised more. It's not happening. He can look at the basketball team and say, you're getting more than I am. And, the truth is, I'm not picking a side here because it's not up to me. I don't have
Nor do we know the full story, by the way.
Nor do we know, or have we heard Brian Santiago's side of the story, or Kevin Young's side of the story, which now he's being roped into this a little bit. But, if you're Kalani and you're this close to the playoff and you think by getting in, we can become one of the premier college football teams in the country, I get why Kalani's frustrated. Absolutely.
It's how vocal the frustration has gotten that is the news part.
It's unique.
I bet every football, basketball, whatever coach in the country is fighting for more resources from their university and from donors.
This situation is universal.
Yeah.
This method of approaching it,
the volume of it,
is different. And it's very different for BYU.
Well, I'm sure they made promises to Kevin Young to get him out of the NBA ranks, to set him up for success. And it would appear that they've delivered on those promises. I'm sure Kalani just wants the same thing.
I think that's a really excellent point. Is you got to remember Kevin Young was, one of the more high-profile assistant coaches in the NBA. Most people are going the opposite direction. Not a lot of NBA coaches are going back to college. Now, we are seeing Michael Malone. We have seen it happen recently. A couple of guys who want jobs, taking college jobs just to be working. But no one's having a lot of fun coaching college right now. If you're getting a guy to leave and you're paying him a reported, $26 million, close to $30 million for Kevin Young, it's a huge investment. Everyone knew that was coming. You probably have to deliver some of these on these promises.
He probably got promised something too.
So it's not like they have low profile Penn State basketball coach who nobody knows who he is. No, everyone knows who Kevin Young is. Kevin Young is one of the 10 most famous coaches probably in college basketball right now because of what he's done in his last few years at BYU. It's not like you can rob Peter to pay Paul there either. So I actually have, I don't want to say sympathy for Brian Santiago or BYU's athletic department. They have put themselves into this situation where they have decided that they want to be a big-time athletics department and they want to pay both of the major expenses when it comes to football and basketball, but I do understand why that might be hard to deliver on.
Honestly, if they couldn't deliver, they should have let Kalani go. And it sounds like maybe Brian Santiago tried to let him go, and then they stepped in and saved him. I actually think he's the best coach for BYU out there. And no offense to Jay. Mm-hmm. I think BYU is smart for retaining Kalani Sitake. I really do, for a lot of reasons, including his ability to coach on the football field. But I think he's a great representative of the university in a lot of different ways. And not that Jay wouldn't have been either, but I don't blame BYU for trying to keep Kalani. You got to deliver, And I'm sure he does look across the way of basketball and go, oh man, they're giving Kevin Young. Kevin Young landed the biggest recruit in the country, made his decision on ESPN.
It is more unique what Kevin Young is doing at BYU basketball than what Kalani is doing at BYU football.
Because probably he has money to get the best players.
Sure. I mean, we've kind of seen it, Jimmer and Danny Ainge. There have been good players at BYU.
BYU's buying G Leaguers
But no, this is completely unique. But you're right. They're also just investing so much money that they can go out and get a lottery pick every year. That's never happened at BYU. Bruce Branch III coming in is going to be a lottery pick again next year, most likely. So they just keep going out and reloading over and over. And that's unique, and they probably like it.
Wasn't free?
No, by no means.
I mean, I don't know. Is the football program out there spreading cash around like that? I don't think so.
But
I bet the Bears not free. Like that? I bet you Tanavasa's defection wasn't free.
To your point, and maybe again, this is where we are not hearing both sides of the story and where this does get interesting, to reread the paragraph. Multiple employees in the department have said that Santiago was willingly prepared to pivot to hiring Jay Hill to replace Sitake until leaders from the school sponsoring institution, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, stepped in to keep the coach from leaving. While that may look like Brian Santiago wanted to turn his back on Kalani, it may have just been a financial decision of, guys, we can't beat Penn State in football.
Yeah.
And Kansas in basketball. I don't know what do you want me to do? This is Provo. This is not Ann Arbor, Michigan, to your point. This is not one of the biggest. This is not USC with an unlimited athletic department. Like, what do you want me to do? We can have one or the other. We can't have both. There's a real chance that Brian Santiago was thinking level-headedly in this decision, and he looks like the bad guy here. And that's not a knock on PK, but he may have had his hands tied by his bosses. But to your point, there's probably no one better on earth to coach BYU football right now than Kalani Sitake. So I understand why they would have that opinion as well. But if you keep Kalani.
But in all honesty, and I don't know who we're talking about, church officials. I don't know. I have no idea the bureaucracy of it. But why is Brian Santiago your athletic director if you're not going to let him make the decision? And if you're not going to let him make the decision, you probably hired the wrong athletic director. So where does that? Because if there's infighting within the athletic department, and it's football v. basketball, and we're having all this disgruntledness. Well, some wrong decisions were made somewhere.
You also don't want to belittle Brian Santiago by having the conversation or the line of communication diverting around him between Kalani and the leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who
it's not fair
PK alludes to. We don't know who it actually is.
It's not fair to Santiago.
At all.
No.
So it's tricky.
But again, just like my Utah State example, it wasn't fair to Hartwell.
No, it wasn't.
If you're not going to let the athletic director do his job, then you've got the wrong athletic director, right? Or is it just everyone wants to have a say, or a lot of people who want to have a say didn't like what the athletic director was doing, so they cut his legs off? Well, then he can't be the AD for much longer.
Exactly right. And if you were to say now, a year from now or 2 years from now, BYU has a different athletic director than they do today, that seems somewhat more understandable than I would have thought it was a week ago at this point. But this is a real conversation, and it's a great article, again, to read from PK's story. It says, frustration within the football program extends beyond Sitake, who, as the leader, has the authority to speak out. Some in BYU athletics want to see the department run more like a business while keeping the mission of the university and its association with the church at the forefront. They believe the professionalism of running the department as a business does not conflict with BYU's overall mission. In today's climate of college athletics, with its constant cost increases, smart business decisions are imperative to fund a successful department. Again, smart business decisions could mean a lot of things. Sometimes that does mean saying goodbye to the coach that you can't afford, or investing as much as you can in the football team. It could be either.
That's kind of the funny thing about Witt's exit, right? Is you can make an argument like maybe they're trying to save a little dough on the younger coach who they think can do a good job. But then they paid the older coach $13 million to go away.
Yes. Either pivot to the younger guy because he's cheaper, or keep the old guy because he's going to win more and it's a little bit more expensive. And somehow Utah managed to do neither.
To spend a crazy amount on a coach who's not going to coach.
Yeah.
And then also move on to the younger guy. So, I'm curious to see how this whole thing ends. I know if I'm Brian Santiago, what I don't do, I don't hire Shohei's crisis PR firm. Anybody but them.
But a crisis PR person does seem like maybe not the worst option at this point. Not that I'm trying to pretend this is a full-blown crisis.
The crisis PR person is always the bad option. We've got something
You're
that's
sounding the alarm at that
We've got
point.
something so bad going on that we need a professional liar to come in here and get us out of it. We need someone who can really tell a whopper to get us out from under this thing.
Yeah. By the way, we don't know how good Brian Santiago is at his job. He might be really good at his job. He hasn't been doing it very long.
No, we have no idea, honestly.
And
but I can tell you this is not a good indicator, because if this is hard to talk, but if he were truly doing a good job, this stuff would all at very least be in-house and probably not going on to begin with. But maybe that's not his fault. I don't know.
Correct. It might not be his
Maybe
fault.
he had the contract ready to go with Jay Hill and Kalani was going to go, and all of a sudden his power was totally stripped from him. I don't know. That's rough, though. He might start looking around if that's
a difficult situation for
Yeah.
sure. Good, really good article from PK.
And we'll have PK on with us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. More next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The southbound I-15 crash in Draper near 114 South is starting the afternoon freeway commute off to a bad start. Delays from there down to Bangor exit. Another southbound crash in Roy at 5600 South is causing big I-15 slowdowns back into the Riverdale area. Hey, looking for a new ride? Doug Smith offers great savings on new and used vehicles. They've got a big selection, great prices, and great people. Visit them in American Fork, Spanish Fork, or Linden, or online. HeyDoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. You know, money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves, because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Grifols, Biomat USA, and Telecris. Listen, if you've been looking to earn some extra cash while making a real difference, Grifols, Biomat USA, and Telecris Plasma Centers are accepting new donors right now at locations all across this fine state.
New donors can earn up to $720 in their first month of donating. Guys, that's a lot of money that can go towards game tickets, team gear, tailgate supplies, even a future road trip to see your favorite team in action. Plus, the holidays are right around the corner. It's also a great way to jumpstart on some of that Christmas spending. And the best part is your plasma helps create life-saving medicines for people with chronic diseases and rare diseases. In fact, it can take hundreds, even thousands of plasma donations just to help one patient, so it really does help.
And there's more, Ben, on September 17th. The fun isn't limited to Orem. This office is happening all at participating Grifols, Biomat USA, and Telecris Telecris Plasma locations throughout Utah. Just donate and say the secret word snapback. The first 20 qualifying donors at each participating Utah location will receive a free Wooden Grail snapback while supplies last. Once you're a donor, Grifols offers an unlimited $100 refer a friend bonus. Refer an eligible friend, and when they complete 2 donations, you get an extra $100 on your next donation. So find the location nearest you at griffles.us/KSL Sports 26. That's griffles.us/KSL Sports 26. Help save lives, earn up to $720, and get rewarded for your time with Grifols.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, 0 down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, 0 down. All 3 models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Harris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
Do you love your front door? Does it improve the curb appeal of your home? Does it feel secure and new and perfect for your home? No? Let me direct you to Peach Windows and Doors, where everything they do is custom. They can install a front door or a basement door or a big door that you could drive a car through if you wanted to. And the knobs on these doors are not just knobs. They're like a locking system that works like a safe. These are the most secure doors, and Peach builds those doors. So when they install, they are custom fit to your home. You can even have an option to have like a glass window on the side of your door. They're called operable side light doors, and they can open themselves, which would allow you to move something large in or out of the house. It's just all of the custom features that we can do for you at Peach Windows and Doors. I encourage you to stop by their showroom on 3rd West at 2940 South, or see some of the beautiful doors and windows online at peachwindowsanddoors.com.
As summer winds down, it's time to get back into a routine. Between school drop-offs, homework, sports, and everything else on your calendar, dinner shouldn't be another thing to worry about. Beehive Meals makes back to school easier with meals your family will actually look forward to. This month's menus include favorites like chicken Alfredo, chicken burrito bowls, meatball marinara, steak fajitas, and jalapeno cheddar smash burgers. Spend less time stressing over dinner and more time enjoying the moments that matter. Visit BeehiveMeals.com and make this school year your easiest one yet.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Do so at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to this show. Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Stay tuned. We've got What You Got Wednesday, an hour from right now at 4:30. Mitch Harper is going to join us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour, and Patrick Kinahan, PK himself, will be on with us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. We're having Camp Sound make its way back to the station, Ben, and we're talking about the drama. Speaking of PK, we're talking about his article at KSL.com. Drama going on down in the BYU athletic department. Kalani, during his media availability today, was actually asked about some of these things, and we thought we'd relay some of that sound. And, Ben, you and I have not heard this yet. So
yeah, I'm excited to hear it when we get it.
I'm eager to get it. Let's go ahead and hear those comments.
Mark Hill, what's your reaction to that, and do you have a relationship with Mark at all?
Yeah, I don't know him personally, but I know that he has a great reputation. He's been in the business for a long time, and so he brings some experience and wealth of knowledge from the SEC. So just we can get all the help we can. We will take all the help we can get in our department.
Kalani, at the golf tournament, you talked a lot about just pushing for resources and getting BYU to the best place that you wanted it to be. Just as you entered the season, how do you feel about the resources that you have, just from NIL to facilities to recruiting budgets and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, my agent is going to handle all that stuff, so I'm going to focus on this year's team, and as long as I'm the head coach here at BYU, I'm going to always fight like crazy to get this place so that it can be a premier program. I feel like the players deserve that, and the coaches and staff deserve it, and most of all, Cougar Nation deserves it. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
Will Mark Hill work directly with this football program and you directly?
I don't know all the responsibilities that are going to be happening from our department, what our administration has decided.
Kalani, how is your relationship with Brian Santiago right now?
Yeah, I'm easy to. How's my relationship with everybody? I'm easy to get along with, as long as you just take care of our football team and take care of the boys. The focus has got to be on the players. So the focus shouldn't be on my relationship with anybody other than my relationship with these players and being their leader. And the great thing is we have amazing leadership on the team, so I don't have to do much. I mean, they make my job a lot easier. I just got to make sure we can avoid all the distractions, so that's my job. I'm trying to make sure these guys get all the attention, because the attention needs to be on them going to the season, So I've made comments and talked about things in the past, but once the season starts, I'm all about the boys and all about what the fans expect. And so we're trying to meet all our fans' expectations, and that's what I'm working on right now.
Well, that's one of the most frustrated interviews I've ever heard with Kalani Sitake.
How so?
Oh, he's usually warmer than that. Like he said, he's, how his relationships are with everybody. He's pretty easygoing and easy to get along with. He's usually pretty endearing, and that was pretty cold. And I'm not blaming Kalani, but that was way colder than most of his conversations. That seems like a coach who's coaching a 3-4 win football team, a team that has a record of 3-4 that's trying to figure out how to turn it around in season. Not a coach who's going into a season coming off of a near playoff run and a lot of people expecting them to win the Big 12.
Yeah, I'm easy to. How's my relationship with everybody? I'm easy to get along with, as long as you just take care of our football team and take care of the boys.
But if you don't take care of the football team, am I easy to get along with? I don't know.
That sounded to me like a lot of song and dance for somebody who's not very good at it. I'm not disagreeing with your frustration angle. I'm sure he is, but there was kind of a threat in there that a little bit of a threat. But I mean, he was asked about NIL and resources, and he said his agent. That's a lie. That's not true. His agent doesn't deal with his.
Okay, so
that's a deflection. I shouldn't say a lie. That's a deflection because his agent isn't his intermediary going to talk with the athletic department about resources.
Can we? That's the very first question, right? Or that's the second question. Christian, can we play through that second question? There's the first one that asks about Mark Hill, and that's fine. We can play that one if you have to. But what's interesting is when I first heard this, and I want to hear it again. We'll play it in a moment. It sounded to me when I say there's a problem, when I say on the 30th of July, 2 weeks ago now, that I'm not getting everything I thought I was getting, And then the next time I really get to talk about it, I say, yeah, you got to go talk to my agent. The agent handles what you get personally, not what your team is getting.
That's what I'm saying.
So this
That's
sounds
not
like
true.
Well, or Kalani's not getting something personally.
Maybe.
Not it's about the football team. It's that they told Kalani he was specifically getting something and he's not getting it. Now his agent has to deal with it.
But that wasn't the question.
Let's hear it.
Kalani, at the golf tournament, you talked a lot about just pushing for resources and getting BYU to the best place that you wanted it to be. Just as you entered the season, how do you feel about the resources that you have, just from NIL to facilities to recruiting budgets and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, my agent's going to handle all that stuff, so I'm going to focus on this year's team, and as long as I'm the head coach here at BYU, I'm going to always fight like crazy to get this place so they can be a premier program. I feel like the players deserve that, and the coaches and staff deserve it, and most of all, Cougar Nation deserves it. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
So you're right. He's either lying because that's not an agent's job to handle NIL. That's not what Kalani's agent does. I don't think.
Resources for the football team.
Unless it's personal resources for Kalani that he feels like he was promised. I don't, and that could be anything from like a private plane and access to recruits to something I don't have any idea what these guys get, to be honest with you. That's where the agent actually would make sense. So if he's telling the truth, he's not getting something specifically he thought he was getting. Neither is good.
But then asked about his relationship with Brian Santiago to kind of, I get along with everybody. I mean,
as long as you're taking care of my guys.
And then throwing in a threat.
Guys, I'm easy to, how's my relationship with everybody? I'm easy to get along with as long as you just take care of our football team and take care of the boys.
So, yeah, it felt to me like a song and dance to get through the question, to get through the answer.
Oh, really? I think he actually handled it very directly. Well, not directly, passive-aggressively and indirectly. But I think he said a lot there still. I think he said as much here as he did in the interview on Criddle's show. I mean, he is laying out exactly. If you want to talk about this anymore, you've got to talk to my agent. That's who's now handling all these conversations, not me in the athletic department. My agent's doing it. So you've already signaled that there's a breakdown of communication. And then I'm easy to get along with as long as you take care of my guys, which implies you're not taking care of my guys, and I'm not going to be easy to get along with at this moment. And the other thing he said in there, and again, I'm not trying to read too much into this, but he says, quote, as long as I'm the head coach at BYU, which is another veiled threat, at least feels like to me, from a guy who 2 weeks ago brought up Penn State, the job he just passed on. This is like, Kalani is not this passive-aggressive. He doesn't allude to these other things that are out there for him that often in my experience covering him. This is a real disruption in his pattern.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm quite reading that much into it. Maybe I should be. I mean, I'm usually the one reading into it. I felt like felt like it was more of a dodge. I get along with everybody as long as, but I'm looking out for my football team. He doesn't even imply that he's not getting it. He's just saying, and maybe he's not. I don't know. I do. I think it's a song and dance. I think if everything was fine in the athletic department, he'd say, hey, we're all doing great and pulling on the same page, and I'm excited to get the season started, and that's not what he said.
He did not say that, no.
No, but I don't know.
Guys, I'm easy to, how's my relationship with everybody? I'm easy to get along with as long as you just take care of our football team.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I should be reading more into it. I definitely am reading into it that everything is not healthy. Because those questions, to the point you made earlier, those questions did not get direct answers. If anything, it was passive-aggressive answers. It was not direct answers.
Now,
but I don't think he wanted to answer the question either.
He definitely didn't want to. Now, he painted himself into this corner by having that interview in the first place, and that's going to be a part of the conversation now. It is, and he, let that cat out of the bag. If I want to adopt your platform, though, again, the reason this is so unique is this is kind of, not for several years, has this been the attitude about Kalani or the relationship between Kalani and BYU? His first few years when he struggled at BYU and didn't have the right coaching staff in place and didn't have the resources he needed, there was I didn't want to say animosity, but there were a lot of people questioning whether or not he was the right coach for the job within BYU's fan base, and I'm sure there was some pressure to move on.
Yeah, he had to beat USC to get an extension.
And
I
they
remember
did,
it well.
And then it bounced back, and the COVID season was miraculous, and they were great, and he turned it all around, and then Jay Hill came and stacked on top of that, and everything got better. But before that, you're right. This feels more like that tone. But since then, it has felt like such a straight line of positive progress. This feels like a relatively precipitous drop from that for me. And I'm surprised we're here with Kalani.
Well, another thing is new athletic directors like to hire their own coaches. And Brian Santiago did not hire Kalani Sitake. He was a Tom guy.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I don't know if you've been in a situation where all of a sudden somebody gets promoted and has authority, whereas you were probably more on the same level or didn't have a relationship before. I mean, that can make for some interesting bedfellows. And it would appear to me that Kalani's not pleased about it. But, or at least the overall health of what's going on within the athletic department.
I don't have a lot of examples in my life, and it's not zero. I guess I could probably go back and think about it and find one, but, you know, when the Jazz were playing hardball with Walker Kessler, and Walker said, this is the last time I'm going to talk about this, and if you guys have to ask anyone else, it's got to be with my agent. It's generally not like a great sign. Talk to my agent is not usually the types of words you want to hear when you're talking about.
But he didn't say talk to my agent. He just said my agent handles
all that. Sure, but
that's what I'm saying.
Said, I'm not going to be talking about it anymore.
Well, I think that's it. I think he's trying to pass the buck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he could have said anybody. He said talk to my cousin Larry. He handles all of that stuff. You know.
Yeah.
You're not going to get cousin Larry on the phone.
But and again, if we're adopting your point of this is Kalani trying to dance around it, that he's not had to answer questions like this. Now, to defend Brian Santiago, Brian didn't let this cat out of the bag. Brian didn't open this Pandora's box, at least not publicly. Maybe he did privately. If he's not able to deliver on something that he said he was going to be able to deliver on, or the athletic department would be able to deliver on, that could be on Brian's shoulders. But Kalani was the one that put this in front of everybody.
Or the football side of things, anyway. I don't know if Kalani specifically did, but yeah. People pushing for the betterment of the football program. If you want to look at the BYU internal civil war,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would guess, you know, PK's sourcing or some of it came within the football side of things.
Yes.
Because that's the squeaky wheel at the moment.
Yep.
Kevin Young ain't complaining.
Haven't heard anything.
Not a thing.
But you know what? Kevin Young doesn't want to see his budget slashed to keep Kalani happy. Because Kevin Young wants Bruce Branch III.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Understandably.
And Kalani probably wants resources and is tired of begging for money and just wants you to make it happen.
I'm winning too. In fact, I'm having more success than Kevin Young is. Kevin Young's got some great players. They paid for some high-level players. Have they won a conference tournament or a playoff tournament?
Yeah, they won 2 games,
NCAA
right?
tournament game? Not this year.
No.
They got bounced in the first round. Last year, right? They made the Sweet 16? Yes, they made the Sweet 16
yeah, they won
last
2.
year.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this year they got bounced in the first round with the number 1 overall pick. It's not a glowing endorsement of his success.
No.
So, if I'm Kalani, I might say, hey, I'm actually backing it up.
Oh, I'm sure he is saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. All right. PK, again, is going to join us top of the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wow, this is the time of year when the temperatures are off the chart, and it's not the time for us to go into our backyards where it is so warm, fire up the hot grill, and then slap on a steak, and then stand there and try to make it taste as good as Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, it's impossible. So why not just go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for the best meal you have had all summer long? The steaks cooked to perfection, other wonderful entrees as well, from seafood to poultry, you name it, the side dishes, the desserts. You don't have to do the cleanup. You don't have to stand there over the hot grill. You just sit back in that air-conditioned comfort with the people you love, and you have a dining experience that you're going to remember. Hotel Park City up in Summit County, there's a Ruth's Chris there, and downtown Salt Lake City, 275 Southwest Temple.
AI is everywhere, but how can it actually help your business? Every business is hearing about AI, but knowing where it can make the biggest difference isn't always obvious. DevSimplify.com helps you identify where AI can save time, reduce costs, and improve the way your business operates using the team you already have. DevSimplify.com custom builds the right solution for your business. The businesses that embrace AI strategically today will lead tomorrow. Learn how to make AI your advantage. DevSimplify.com. The truck just arrived at Gillette Services, and so did the savings. Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95. That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts. Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer and 8-time President's Choice Award winner. Call 385-273-6628 or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the Turbo Max engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers. Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Ben, the WNBA has never been bigger news. Did you see? And I actually only heard this clip vaguely from Scotty and Coach. Mm-hmm. But the head coach of the Fever, her name is Stephanie White, I believe.
Okay.
She's been under some pressure lately because she didn't defend Sophie Cunningham after Sophie got run over and the other player got ejected. Uh-huh. And not that controversy is really the point, but she did have maybe what you would say is some conflicting messages when she addressed the media with this clip. Go ahead, Christian.
Every day these women put their ass on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win, humility will win, and kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
A little conflicting at the end.
Well, channels the Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high. That was kind of a famous.
But she didn't say go to hell.
No, Michelle didn't end, the former First Lady didn't end her commentary with everyone else can go to hell. It's in fact that's the exact opposite of when they go low, we go high.
Yeah. Like I just think it. I was on board. I was like, love, kindness, all those things. I think those are great values in our society.
Yeah.
And then the go to hell kind of submarines that a little bit. No
question.
Everybody else can go to hell.
I do like that she also says hill, not hell.
Can go to hell.
That's really funny. All right. I just wanted to hear that.
Caitlin Clark did not like that the coach is getting booed. And yes, you were right, Stephanie White. Caitlin Clark addressed the boos that her head coach received following her post-game press conference. But she said, this is what Caitlin Clark had to say. I hated that our fans booed her before the game. That made me a little sick, to be honest. We're going to ride for her, and we're always going to have her back. That's never going to tear our locker room apart.
Okay. More clip? Oh, okay. Let's play some more.
Always take more.
Yeah, why not?
This is more for an online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist. Trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about. Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself on is my relationships with players.
Okay.
Well, I think she's a little sensitive because she didn't have a player's back and got
Yes,
criticized
Sophie
for it.
Cunningham got hammered.
Everybody else can go to hell.
I think she said she didn't see it. Like her
Okay, that was her
she
defense.
didn't know how serious it was, which okay. I usually coaches do have their players' backs, and I would guess that she does too. Having Caitlin Clark's endorsement, I think, is probably pretty important for her.
It's probably the most important one.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the future of Sophie Cunningham's NBA career or WNBA career looks like. I have no idea.
But I always say this, and I really don't understand, but if the internet people are getting to you, don't get on the internet.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've had that happen to me a few times in my career where all of a sudden I'm getting run over by the internet.
Mm-hmm.
You just
Good morning.
You just turn it off. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I hope everyone's having a good morning except for me, said that bozo from
Texas Tech.
From Lubbock. Well, it ruined my vacation.
Moe Jaguar,
MJ.
So maybe I'm contradicting myself here. It did
well,
not.
To your point, what'd you do?
I turned it off.
You put the phone
Or
down
how
and
could you
walked away.
avoid it?
Right.
You could have avoided it, but by just not being on the internet at all.
Yeah. Rudy, for example, and maybe this was part of Rudy's edge, so maybe it's ultimately a positive thing, but God, that guy read the internet a lot.
Well,
I just don't understand. If you met these people in real life, you go, why would your opinion bother me so much? But yet, B. Anderson 765 tells you to go to hell, and you're crying yourself to sleep at night. I don't understand.
You do have to know what motivates you. If your motivation is, every hater on the internet makes me stronger, Darren Williams getting slided for an all-star game made him a much better player over the second half of the season, cool. Channel that. Karl Malone getting bumped for, who was it, AC Green? I can't remember who even got that.
Right, okay.
And makes it great, if that is your thing. But if you're going to get so frustrated about it that in a post-game, you're going to have an entire script, including channeling former First Lady Michelle Obama, and then getting so mad about it, you finish your diatribe with go to hell.
Okay, but
maybe it's not benefiting you.
But hold on. Getting snubbed from an all-star game is a thing. That the NBA snubbed you, that is a thing to get bent out of shape about.
Right.
That's something worthwhile. You didn't accomplish your goal. The NBA coaches didn't think you were good enough.
Yes.
This
is not that.
That's real. See Esparza 25-34 shooting off his mouth. That's not real. That's not real. That's just some idiot.
There's no blowback.
There's no...
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no actual impact.
Even Rudy getting clowned by Draymond Green. That's another NBA player. That's
Correct.
real.
It's more relevant.
Who knows who Jay Scott 25-34 is?
25-34. We got to figure. That's got to be Jake's PIN number or something. You keep saying that number. Someone gets this guy's debit card.
Did I repeat that? No.
You said it with you and Christian.
Did I really? I don't know why those names are coming in. I honestly don't. Mark Price and Walter Payton.
Yeah.
Was it Mark
Off the
Price?
top of your head?
Was it Mark Price 25?
I think you're probably right.
Walter Payton certainly was number 34. Yeah. That's what are the more iconic numbers? Maybe we should do that draft. Not today, because we've got a couple of good ones, but iconic number pairings.
Okay.
Like Walter Payton with
sure.
34. That could be...
could be a fun one.
That could be a fun one. I digress. I don't understand why people put so much credit into... Like, if our listeners want to make jokes, I'll gladly laugh at them. But honestly, if our listeners, unless it's somebody that we know really well on the internet, can send in... Like, if Wild Turkey Fart Blunt wants to criticize me, I'll probably listen to it because he's been interacting and listening with the show for years. But if some random idiot tells me I'm doing a bad job, why would I give them any credit? Yeah. If I bumped into them at 7-Eleven and they told me something and I saw what a wingnut they were, I'd be like...
Russ.
Yeah, Russ.
Yeah.
Who called me out in front of the entire company.
Right.
That happened to somebody else the other day. Who was it? Oh, it was PK.
PK.
Jeez, throwing PK under the bus. He's joining the show in an hour. Relax.
I got one of those emails.
We all did.
And he did call to my attention when that one from Russ did come to everybody. Said I got that. He said I got that email from Russ.
Yeah. Okay.
You're too loud and you're calling everybody bozos.
I think I'm called out on the lone KSL Sports Google review. I'm called out by name on it.
Really?
Yeah. I think the Google review on KSLSports.com is like a 1 out of 5. There's one reviewer, which is so funny. I mean, it shows you how meaningless Google reviews are. If only one person of the trillions that listen to our station have gone in and reviewed it. But some guy specifically says doesn't like Ben.
I used to listen to this station all day long and pretty much every show. I haven't been happy with the KSL takeover. Now I only listen to about half of DJ and PK and Hans and Scotty. This is from 3 years ago. That's it. I can't stand Ben.
Nice. I discovered this a few years ago that if you want to have a good laugh, you can actually leave a review on the Google site for the Salt Lake County Jail.
Oh, I bet you those guys aren't that happy.
Oh,
the people coming in.
It's really funny. Like half of them are people like, oh, the food was terrible.
Worst night's sleep. By design.
Man, the food is just awful.
Yeah.
Kind of funny. Yeah, Google reviews are.
But it's the only one, right?
The only one.
There's 12 now.
Oh, there's 12 now. Okay,
but one of them is
I think it was the first one for a while.
It is the first
one. It was the only one for a while. And I was reading through it and I saw my name and I went, oh. But
they
again,
gave it 2 stars.
Don't read it.
2-star review.
I don't have to look at the Google reviews.
No, you don't.
Don't get paid to read the comments.
So Stephanie can be upset about maybe, mishandling a situation with one of her players, but I would suggest she doesn't lose any sleep over the internet.
Tell them to go to hell.
Which she did.
Everybody else can go to hell.
It just contradicted the first part of her statement.
Completely.
Yeah,
well, there was on script and there was off script, and it was pretty obvious to tell which was which.
I think you're totally right. I think
Grace will win.
She
Humility
worked herself
will win.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, she worked herself up for sure.
Which everyone's done.
Yeah. And she's just mad.
Go to hell.
Everybody else can go to hell.
That's a woman who's under a lot of pressure, I think.
She's got a lot of different directions coming at her.
Yeah.
A, they're supposed to win. B, she's dealing with the whole Sophie Cunningham situation. And she has the most famous player in the league on her team.
Yeah, she's under a lot of pressure. Yeah. But I don't know if that was the right way to finish that statement.
We liked it.
It was funny. Yeah. All right. Stay tuned. Mitch Harper joins us. We'll talk BYU camp next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at IFA. And listen, August heat can be tough on Utah lawns, but healthy green turf starts with the right game plan. That's why IFA recommends step number 3, spring and summer lawn food. It's locally blended and specially formulated for Utah soils, helping your lawn stay thick, healthy, and green through the hottest part of the season.
I know it's a little gray out today, but I don't know if we've gotten any rain, and with drought conditions still a concern, every drop of water really does matter. IFA's soil surfactants help water penetrate deeper into the soil and spread more evenly, reducing runoff and helping your lawn make the most of every irrigation cycle. That means less money for you and better water production. From high school football fields and baseball diamonds to parks, golf courses, and home lawns across Utah, IFA's turf experts know what it takes to grow healthy grass.
So visit your local IFA country store or go to ifa.coop for lawn care advice, soil treatments, fertilizers, and everything you need to grow a healthier lawn while saving water. IFA, we're here to help grow the things you love.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss this limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com.
Offer valid through August 31st, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit one gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Hey, this is Aaron with Greenify Energy Savers, and I want to extend the incredible offer exclusively for KSL Sports Zone listeners that I recently introduced live on air with DJ and PK. For a limited time, when you purchase a new solar system for your home or business, Greenify will give you a Tesla Powerwall 3 backup battery free. That's right, you'll receive the battery at no cost. You simply pay for the installation. Already have solar but don't have a backup battery? Give us a call. We're also offering unbeatable pricing on battery add-on installations. And here's even more good news. Thanks to the partnerships we've built over the past 14 years in business, we can offer a 25% upfront discount on your entire project. Call us for the details. Every homeowner can qualify. Call Greenify Energy Savers today for your free no-obligation solar and battery quote at 801-948-4464. That's 801-948-4464. Or visit greenifyenergysavers.com to claim your free Tesla Powerwall 3 with your qualifying solar installation. That's greenifyenergysavers.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $499 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Escape to Cedar City, just one tank of gas away. Hike Canara Falls, explore Cedar Breaks, and enjoy world-class theater under the stars at the Utah Shakespeare Festival. Adventure, culture, and wide-open beauty closer than you think. Visit cedarcity.com.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
No one knows, as the face lies the snake in the sun, in my disgrace, boiling heat, summer stench.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. We're hoping to talk to Mitch Harper coming up here shortly. We'll get a check-in from BYU camp.
I'll say quickly, unless you have something else.
No, go ahead.
There's nothing I dislike more as a fan of a team, and the only team I'm really a fan of right now is the Chicago White Sox, so they haven't been very good, so it doesn't really matter. But it is really frustrating when you're a fan of a team and the expectations are high, and then before the season starts, something nonsensical or something that doesn't seem like it should matter to fans gets in the way, which is what feels like is happening at BYU right now. So I feel for BYU fans. This is not the fun part of it.
No. I mean,
ideally, you're 2 weeks, 3 weeks out from the first game. 2 weeks from tomorrow is the first college football game, but 3 weeks out for BYU and Utah for their seasons getting started. This should be like some of the best times for BYU fans. They should be all enjoyment, and like dealing with this stuff always feels heavy to me as a fan. But I'm also a soft person.
I think fans would rather have a functional athletic department.
Sure, yeah.
I think that's
not a hot take.
I think that's really what fans want. I
Yeah.
mean, the timing isn't all that ideal, I suppose, because there's just nothing to talk about until football starts, but it doesn't mean that the problem doesn't exist.
Correct.
And I wouldn't be surprised if part of the reason that football is making this push right now to bring attention to it is because there's nothing going on, but yet people are focused on football, and so it gets the most attention
does.
right now. These types of things in the season can get lost. You can hide behind, oh, yeah, the athletic department is kind of dysfunctional, but guess what? They beat TCU last week, and then nobody's talking about it. So
Probably, and it seems like Utah was a borderline disaster behind the scenes last year. They went 11-2. That's not what anyone was talking about.
Yeah.
No one thought Witt was, no pun intended, at wit's end about what was going on in Utah, and that seemingly the athletic department was done with Witt. They won 11-2. Everyone thought everything was great, especially after the 5-win season before that. So,
but look where Kalani chose to make his initial comments. It was at the kickoff to football season, basically the BYU football.
Man, that's crazy.
Golf tournament.
That's crazy. That's their tournament.
Right?
That's their media day that they like to host.
The spotlight switches to BYU football, and first thing out of the gate is, let's call attention to the lack of resources that we have. That feels very intentional.
That's
to me.
wild, yeah.
Like you're going to fill the news void with your agenda. It's very savvy, honestly. All right, Mitch is set to go. Let's get to his open.
It's time to get the inside info on BYU with Cougar insider Mitch Harper of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hello, Mitch. How was camp today?
It's good. It's picture day today, so we didn't get to actually see any practice. So you got to see the players in the jerseys at the indoor practice facility. We got a first glimpse of that Entrada patch. Looks okay. Looks solid on the jersey, but kind of just a midway point of week 2 of camp. Just the team taking photos today.
Mitch, I do want to talk about the team and what's expected on the field, but we do need to address the elephant in the room, which is what's going on with Kalani and Brian Santiago. Do you feel like it's penetrating the spirit or the mood at practice?
Not at all. I think honestly, I don't think there's any change in the spirit of the team at all. I think honestly, most of these guys probably have no clue of like the rumors that were popping up on Cougar board and message boards, and like these guys see their phones and they're tapped into social media and stuff. I don't know if it was as prominent in those spaces. Like maybe they did a little, but I don't get the sense that anyone is concerned. And Kalani's their guy, and Kalani's the head coach, and they're getting ready for the season. Now, behind the scenes, even Kalani talked about it today a little bit when asked about his relationship with Brian Santiago. He downplayed it. He said, like, hey, I'm good with everyone. Like, you guys know me. I'm good with everyone. I have good relationships, I think, with everyone. And he said anything about resources, just hit up my agent, and he can talk more about that. So, I mean, clearly there was a bubbling up with behind the scenes on the Kalani side and the administrative side that, kind of led to some drama. And the fact that BYU goes to a message board on it was bizarre. I mean, just I'll call it what it is. I mean, I've seen that board for quarter century, and BYU's like never interacted with that thing ever. And for them to then interact and then to dispel that rumor when there's been many BYU rumors over the last quarter century that they could easily go to that board and squash, or even just fan-friendly updates like, hey, this is what's going on with season tickets all the confusion that you guys are talking about with tickets, this is the facts. Never did that. But the one time that there's some questions about maybe not a friendly approval rating of an AD, that was the moment I thought that was a bit strange. And then you see a hire days later. It's been kind of bizarre times at BYU, but ultimately when it comes to the team and the field and the spirit of it, I think it's just kind of, they're fine. I think they are in a spot where they feel like this is still going to be a really good team. And you see the personnel walking in and out of the IPF in their uniforms today. And just like this is a pretty solid looking team. And they got a great opportunity in front of them to win a lot of ball games.
So you talk to people, Mitch. Just give us your kind of your feeling. How dysfunctional is the athletic department right now?
I don't think it's dysfunctional. I think it's just kind of having more transparency and getting everyone on the same page. Because I think that ultimately, BYU's in a place where everyone wants to win. I think that's a good starting point. Brian Santiago, Kalani Sitake, they all want to win. I don't think there's any questions about they want football to succeed. But I think there's got to be a clear line of communication really from the very top, the board of trustees, the school administration, the athletic department, and to the coaches about what's going where. And I think that's more important than ever in a rev share era where every dollar matters, every roster spot matters, who can get what. And you got to have those clear lines of communication on everything that's going on. And so I think that's needed more than ever, and really kind of clearly defining the roles of individuals and what's going where and things like that. And I think that's going to be most important. But ultimately, I think you got a bunch of people that are super competitive. They want to win at the highest levels and get BYU to a great place. And I think that's just, again, bringing all of that together, which is different than really any other university. Like, yeah, you got board of trustees, other places, but it's not, a faith-based organization like the church, and where you're dealing with the brethren. And they got much bigger issues than sports. Because really, I mean, all this stuff that we talk about with these dysfunction behind the scenes, like in the grand scheme of it, it's like, it's ultimately to field the football team. There's a lot of money involved, resource, but like it's going to all be worked out. And I think that everyone can move on. Every coach and AD, the athletic department administration have had issues. And I think this can be sorted out. Kalani's here, and I think he's finally appreciated as like the right man for BYU. Because I think for many years it was kind of taken for granted, Kalani. He'd get labeled as, I think it was Tom who said it, he's got aloha spirit, things like that. Like, what does that mean? Like, what are things like that? Like, Kalani is a hard-nosed football coach who wants to win at the highest levels. And if he can't do that at BYU, well, then he clearly has options to go elsewhere. And so he's now staked his career that BYU can deliver, the opportunity. He can get BYU to those high results, and he wants the necessary resources and pieces to get that done. And, he was talking about it today and feels like things will be in a good place going forward, and they'll work on that. It's just with the focus being on the players. But I think it'll be at a good spot. I think this hire too of Mark Hill, the deputy athletic director. I'm curious to see what he brings and what the role is clearly defined as for him. It was interesting here at the IPF. I saw right in front of the doors where we entered, there was a vehicle with a Kentucky license plate with the Kentucky Big Blue logo and Big Blue Nation license plate frame. I kind of wonder, is this the new deputy AD's car? I wasn't for sure on that, but it was kind of just coincidental. It seemed like walking into the IPF, but I think this can all be a little bit of a blip on the radar, and BYU can be in a better place going forward.
On the field, have we heard or seen anything that makes you think that there's clarification on some of the questions at BYU? There's not a whole lot of questions, maybe specifically at the wide receiver position.
Wide receiver still, I think, going to be a question until games. I think that, Fesi Sitake, though, has said that this is probably the most skilled athletic wide receiver room that he's had since he's been the wide receiver coach at BYU, and he's entering his 9th season with the program. I think that's high praise. And he's had, receiver rooms that feature Chase Roberts and Puka Nacua, and he said that. And you see the talent and the ability. I think a guy that's really interesting is Kyler Casper. His height is instantly like, he is really a 6'6" guy. Sometimes you see these height lists on websites, and it's like, okay, let's shave off an inch or two, and Like, no, but he looks the part, 6'6" by the untrained eye, and he's a lot more athletic than maybe I gave him credit for. Because you just thought big body receiver, maybe he's going to be a good red zone target. He's a pretty good athlete too. He can run quite well, maybe be a deep threat guy, but still, there's just no production in his collegiate career. In 4 years, he really hasn't had any production, in large part due to injuries, but no production. And JoJo Phillips is another guy I think that's got a lot of talent, but just limited production. And he had some miscues last year, some key drops in games when he's coming back from the shoulder injury a season ago. A guy that's really stood out at wide receiver is true freshman Legend Lasker. He's as good as advertised that coaches were talking about in the summertime. He was the one getting a lot of buzz. Same with Jaron Pula, who was kind of one of the stars of the player ran practices in the summertime. But, he's still kind of, dealt with a little bit of an injury in spring. Want to get him up to full speed. But Legend Lasker, I think, I would say he's going to be a starter as a true freshman week 1. He's that good. I mean, he's going up against Evan Johnson, a first-team All-Big 12 corner, someone that's going to be an NFL cornerback next year, and he's making plays against that. And Evan Johnson's not giving up an inch, and he's getting touchdown grabs. And so that's a nice barometer for the progress he's made. And I think I still don't look at that group saying you got a clearly defined, top guy, but I think you're feeling better about the overall talent. Just you got to, if you're Fesi Satake and Aaron Roderick, you hope that you can get consistent contributions week after week.
What's the biggest story on the defensive side of the ball right now, Mitch?
I think the defense, I think the biggest question is probably Faletau Satawala and just his health. And Kelly Papinga said that he's going to be further ahead than more than people expect. And Kalani Satake told me at Big 12 Media Day that at some point Faletau will practice in camp and he will play week 1. And everyone has been consistent with that. And Faletau, I saw him on Monday at practice off the sideline. There's no boot or no cast, anything like that on that right foot that he injured in the summertime. So, you haven't seen him in practice yet, but the expectation would be that he's going to be ready to roll for week 1. And he's important because Faletau is a big piece to that safety room. But I will say that there have been players that have been emerging at the safety position where you feel pretty good, though, about the depth. If you're BYU, you got Raider DeMooney and Tommy Parasis. Tommy Parasis having, I think, a strong bounce back year potentially this season. He could be a bounce back candidate. He was really good as a true freshman last year. He was dealing with injuries that really limited him, and that's why he redshirted. But he's been really productive in camp. And then, Kenan Pula from Timpview High School, Lone Peak High School after, he's going to be right there. Maybe that, fourth safety for BYU. And then you got guys like Cannon DeVries who've been really playing well as well, former Weber High standout. So it's a deep room, and that even if they had, Faletau out for a game, which, again, it's not the expectation, but they've got depth there at that spot. And that's kind of a theme across the board on that defense. It's a really talented defense. I think it's got the potential to be the best defense BYU's had since, maybe 2012. And that was one of the best defenses in program history. This is going to be a really good group.
Bear has been an Iron Man in his lone season at BYU, but he does play a very physical style of football, and generally that can catch up with players. What's the confidence level in Trayson Bourget as a backup?
I was talking with the assistant quarterback coach, Tyler Hughes, who joined the program from Alabama and formerly with Bill Belichick and the Patriots. And I was talking to him this week at camp about Bourget. And one of the things that stood out about him, his breakdown of Bourget, is that they feel a lot of confidence that he can make, like all 3 levels of passes, kind of like 3-level score in basketball. Like he's accurate with the short passes, sure, but they feel really good about his ability to throw a good deep ball, and they can stretch the field. So if he's called in a pinch, they really like his ability there. And, Aaron Roderick likes the fact that, Trayson knows this offense. He's been in it now for 3 years. And Bourget, to his credit, he could have easily left and gone portaling and probably ended up at a G6 school like he was at Western Michigan, where he was a starter. He could have probably started somewhere else and played, but he's probably going to be that QB2 right now. I still, though, think that Enoch Watson, the true freshman from Arizona who once worked with Ty Detmer and Max Hall down in American Leadership Academy. He's a wild card where if it was a situation where Bear was out for a long period of time in the season, you wonder if it's then like, another competition of itself to determine who's that QB1, because Roderick and Hughes, they've made it clear that, Enoch's right there nipping at Trayson Bourguet's heels to be that QB2. But for right now, you probably, because of the experience in Bourguet, if it's in a pinch in one game, you probably do go Bourguet. But if it's an extended period of time, if there's an absence at all for Bear, I don't think you roll out Enoch Watson, because he is a really good athlete, dual threat, really good runner, and got good arm strength too. So it's still an area where you lose Bear, I think it changed the whole outlook of the season. Same goes for the running back spot with LJ. But I think that they're feeling a little bit better about that room as fall camp progresses.
Mitch, thank you as always for jumping on with us. We really appreciate it, and we'll continue to follow all of your great work.
Thanks, Mitch.
You bet.
There you go. That's our buddy Mitch Harper checking in from BYU fall camp.
Stay healthy, figure out the receivers, and things should be relatively easy at BYU, and that's not as big an ask as some schools are facing. Everyone needs to stay healthy, so cross that off across the board. That applies to everyone. Figuring out the receivers at BYU, it's a lot easier when you have a good quarterback and a very good running back.
Listen, Mitch said that, Fesi Sataki said that this is the most talented receiver room he's ever coached. I don't believe that.
I don't believe that either.
Why?
If that was the case, you would have a number one that was obvious, and we'd know who it is.
I mean, sure, but they changed over the whole room, so that would lead me to believe that this starting over, you don't even know how much talent you have, I guess I would say. And as Mitch said, he coached Puka Nacua and Chase Roberts and all these other really good receivers. So how could you say it's the most talented room?
Right.
I don't know if I believe that.
I mean, Parker Kingston, pretty good receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Dax Milne, I think, is in the NFL.
That sounds to me like...
Come on. Shut up.
But doesn't that sound like you're laying it on a little thick? There's one storyline that anybody's talking about with BYU football actually on the field.
Jeez.
He's the one that him and Zach Wilson had a drama, didn't they? Didn't Zach Wilson steal his girlfriend?
I think that was.
No, I think it was the.
It might have been the other
way around.
It was the other way around, but I don't think anybody stole anybody. He just dated Zach's ex.
Okay,
and that's where the fondness for middle-aged women rumor emerged.
Oh, okay, that's right.
But no. There's
Jake,
one.
You're 44. What's your fondness for middle-aged women?
I love them. But there's only one storyline anybody's talking about on the field at BYU, and it's the receivers.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about anything else. So that feels to me like the coach saying, "Oh, these guys are great," just to take the heat off a little bit. But I don't believe it.
Yeah, he's got the measurables. He's never produced anything, but we'll see what he looks like on the field. Who was it? Merriweather last year at Utah? Is that the kid's name? Who lined up, and when he tried to cross the field, when they flipped the play, he ran in front of the ball. He ran in front of the offensive line. He was the exact same story at Syracuse, right? 6'6", 4'1", 40, 65-inch vertical. Never caught a ball in his life. I don't know what's going on. He can't do anything once he's on the football field. And again, I'm not trying to knock these kids. But, yeah, Tobias Merriweather. Guys produce for a reason. Guys who produce for a reason. And on the flip side, guys who don't produce generally don't produce for a reason. The good players break out, and the not as good players usually don't. And that's not to say BYU won't figure out somebody to catch the ball. They're going to figure out somebody to catch the ball last year. Who was it? Who was Clark last year at Utah? I'm sorry, I'm bringing up all these names. Ryan Clark. It was 700 yards. Ended up being a pretty good receiver. Wasn't really the guy. Nobody knew who he was going to be. Ended up being one of the more productive players for Utah last year. 4 touchdowns. Was good. Somebody will figure out how to be the target and become Bears' preferred target. And the tight ends room is very good also if they have to rely on the tight ends room. But yeah, if this was the most talented room you've had, Fessy, somebody would have showed up already.
All right, we've got What You Got Wednesday coming up next. This should be a good one.
I like this one.
We'll get to it straight ahead. Stay tuned. PK will join us at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We've got a crash over wet roads in Santa Quin that is bogging down northbound I-15 throughout the whole city as the accident has caused a complete shutdown on 2 separate occasions. Southbound I-15 is a long, slow drive in Salt Lake County, meanwhile, from Murray into Draper with several stretches of stop-and-go movement. Want to remind you about our friends at UTA. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, and your big plans. We move purpose, we move you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
You have made it through the desert of sports radio.
Yeah, and you know what? We had help. I want to thank Brendan Storsby for his contribution to this summer.
A lot of people have gotten us to where we're at today, and what we want to do is thank you.
The injunction definitely bought us another week.
A lot of judges have helped us throughout this summer.
Injunctions are the new rage.
You're not cool these days unless you have an injunction. They're handing them out like candy right now. Everybody's got an injunction for something.
Injunction. What's your function? Slowing down things we don't want to happen.
We've just spent a lot of time this summer talking about things that aren't necessarily sports, that would show up in a news headline instead of a sports headline. If you're a guy that got out of coaching, which you are, you couldn't have timed it any better.
No, I timed it
You
so
couldn't
good.
have timed it any better.
I missed COVID and NIL.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get hunt ready before you head into the backcountry. Gear up at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment, and you'll get a free $25 Maverick G card. Don't miss his limited time hunting season offer. Visit your nearest Mountain Land Truck Outfitters location or shop today at mtnlndtruck.com. Offer valid through August 31st, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase $250 or more in rough country recovery equipment to receive one free $25 Maverick gift card. Limit 1 gift card per customer account while supplies last.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose the company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built in Salt Lake City for Utah's homes and backed by one of the strongest warranties in the industry, a lifetime warranty covering labor, glass, and parts. Even better, it's fully transferable to the next homeowner. Right now, get $2,000 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. Financing is available, and Dominion Energy rebates may help you save even more. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com. That's 801-850-9100 or advancedwindows.com.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK. The truck just arrived at Gillette Services, and so did the savings. Gillette has a load of new Carrier air conditioners for an amazing price. Get a new Carrier air conditioner starting at just $34.95. That's $1,500 off while inventory lasts. Save big with a trusted family-owned company and enjoy expert installation from Utah's largest Carrier dealer and 8-time President's Choice Award winner. Call 385-273-6628 or visit GilletteServices.com before these truckload savings are gone.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Just doing it big, you know.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake's got rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us a part of your day. It's time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday on 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not. Then we put it out on the Talk Snap for a vote. Christian, do you want to get into last week's results or the week before? What David James filled in last week.
We gotta see what happened with DJ. Best Charger players of all time. Jake, you won 65-35.
Aha!
Take that,
Eric
Chargers
Weddle.
boy. Best Matt Damon movies. You also DJ won that one. Sorry, 57-43.
How embarrassing! But I haven't seen any of the Bourne movies. Apparently, people.
You haven't seen any of them. First one's pretty slow. It's good. It's got a good car chase. But it's pretty slow, actually.
All right, so
the premise isn't even all that original. There's a lot of I came out of something and I have this superpower, essentially, that I didn't know how I got it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Do we want to go the week before then?
We can go off last week's. Happy to
I'm
pick
pretty
up where
sure
DJ
2
left
weeks ago Ben swept you in both.
All right. We can do one and one.
Let's do
so
one and one.
You can have the sports one, I'll do the other.
Okay.
All right, what is today's sports topic?
Everyone's favorite Rusty announced his retirement today. He's had a lot of interesting teammates, so that is going to be the sports draft. Best Russell Westbrook teammates of all time.
All right.
Okay.
This dude's roster of teammates is as stacked as anybody ever.
Pretty long.
This guy might as well have played for the 60s, 70s, 80s Celtics with the number of Hall of Famers he played for. It's insane. Just like kind of walking through his...
I think I'm going to miss somebody, but whatever. Is there an automatic number one pick?
I do think it has to be LeBron, though I don't know if when he played with LeBron is actually the best teammate he had. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do, but that's not the...
That's not
the criteria.
But I do think LeBron, a la, as we talked about earlier, teaching DJ how to play this game, LeBron's going to get votes. He's LeBron.
You can have him.
Yeah.
I'm going to take Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. He'd have number 2. That's the order of my board.
Yeah, I think you could make an argument between 2 and 3, but I'm going with Jokic.
Okay, going down the list of the greatest players of the last generation. I actually don't have this at number 3 on my board, but I will go with number 4. I will go with Kevin Durant, who he did make his lone finals with. But the great photo, one of the greatest photos, maybe my favorite in NBA history, is it's actually a screen grab from the video of Kevin Durant accepting his MVP trophy. What does he say? You the real MVP, talking about his mom, and he's in tears. And Russell Westbrook standing behind him, eyeing the MVP trophy, like, how do I get that? I've got to get that. And he found a way to get it. But I'll go with Kevin Durant.
All right. I am going to go with Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, that was who 3. I was wondering if maybe you would forget that he actually got to play with Kawhi for a couple of years.
Nope.
I think Kawhi is a better player than Kevin Durant.
Well, I agree with you because I love Kawhi's game, but I don't think the overall NBA ethos will agree with you. Or not ethos, that's not the right use of that word. But the overall NBA universe, I don't think would agree with you.
I agree. I think it's a little bit of a hotter take for me. As I've said before, I'm not the biggest KD guy on the planet. And again, Russ did make a finals with KD. I think this is where it starts to get a little hairier. No shortage of MVPs, Hall of Famers, but I do think you get mixed in a little bit of who was actually really good and who's not. And I guess, again, I'm going to go with who I actually think is the better player here, and I'm going to go with Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis was, when healthy, a top 5 player in the NBA. They didn't play together that long.
Street clothes.
Old street clothes himself.
Old street clothes. All right. I'll go with Jamal Murray.
Yeah, good pick. I didn't have Jamal Murray on my list.
He's quite good, Ben.
Yeah, Jamal's a great player.
NBA champion.
Yeah, really good. I will go with, again, another first ballot Hall of Famer, Paul George. Also on those Clippers teams. Also a street clothes guy.
Also street clothes guy. All right. I'll go with a player he played with multiple times. 3 times, right? No, 2. James Harden.
Jimmy Harden. Again, another MVP, another first ballot Hall of Famers. All of these guys we've mentioned so far. Well, I'll let Christian do that. The first 7 or 8 picks, and there's a chance Jamal Murray gets there. I'm not sure if he will. He doesn't have the All-Star or All-NBA appearances. I don't know if Jamal gets to the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. But, 7 of these first 8 picks have been Hall of Famers? Like first ballot, you would pick them of the top 10 guys of the last 15 years of the NBA, probably. Pretty crazy. And to have not won more says probably something about Russ. Is this my last pick? I'll go with Serge Ibaka, who was the 4th best player on those finals teams.
Yeah. Okay.
That's where there is a drop-off, though. James Harden to the next guy.
Let's see here. DeMar DeRozan.
Okay.
Played with him on the Kings last year.
Not the best version of DeMar.
No, but he's still a fine player.
Yeah.
All right. Is that everybody?
Yeah.
Review.
Ben had the number 1 pick. He went LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Anthony Davis, Paul George, and Serge Ibaka. Jake, you went Nikola Jokic, Kawhi Leonard, Jamal Murray, James Harden, and DeMar DeRozan. No old maid here.
No Bradley Beal. This was pre...
Did he play with Bradley? Oh,
yeah, he
briefly.
played with Bradley Beal. This was before the Wizards gave up on Denny Avdia, who started to do a very good player, but Avdia was on those Washington teams as well. Was AR on the Lakers yet at that point? He certainly wasn't AR. He wasn't max player AR by that point, but I suspect he was already on those Lakers teams.
All right. I'm just glad I didn't get LeBron.
AR was on those teams.
All right, Christian, what is our...
It's a loaded roster to play with, man. Those are some of the greatest teammates of all time.
What is our not sports?
Today, your not sports draft will be worst first in honor of the first day of school.
I don't even want the first pick here because we're not going to have an overlap at all.
You don't think so?
No. But is there an obvious number 1 pick?
I don't know if there is. I don't think so.
Okay, I'm going to go with dates.
A first date. Out on a first date.
First dates are the worst. I mean, even when they go well, they're uncomfortable.
Okay. I have dated so little in my life that I haven't experienced this a whole lot, so this is interesting where you and I go to this place. I didn't date a lot.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I've been on plenty of first dates. And
Christian, you didn't go on a lot of first dates, right? Because you met your wife in college. You're pretty young.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, some go better than others, but even when they go well, it's awkward.
Believe it. That's a good pick. I wouldn't have picked it because it's not my experience. This is more my experience. You've probably dealt with it, Christian. You will get to it first. This is more as a parent because it's such a fight. Losing your first tooth is such a pain as a parent because the kid is so afraid that this snaggletooth they have that is sticking out forward and the entire tooth behind it has grown in or whatever. They're so afraid that this wiggly thing is going to hurt so bad to come out that it becomes a nightmare. And then you're happy about it as the actual person, but as a parent, worst first loose tooth. Toughie.
All right. I'm going to go with prostate check.
I would disagree. It might be the best sleep you get in your whole life.
Sleep?
Okay. Thanks for clearing that up.
Well, okay. If you're doing prostate, I guess you could be awake. I was thinking colonoscopy.
No. I'm talking, that is a completely different procedure.
That is a different procedure. You're right. They put you under
They
for
put
a
you to sleep for
colonoscopy.
that, Ben?
For a colonoscopy?
They do for
No,
a
the prostate check. I'm saying,
they do not.
I was joking about Ben being put to sleep for his prostate
I guess I never
exam.
had my prostate exam.
It's a sensation that is impossible to describe.
Do you want to try?
Nope. I'll tell you this, it doesn't feel good.
Okay. Because the colonoscopy, they put you out, and it's great.
I don't know if it's great, but yeah, it's a lot different than getting
just drift right off.
If you've ever gotten your prostate
Sleepy
checked.
town.
Again, you go get it done. It's good for everybody to do that for their health after a certain age. But I didn't know what to expect, and it delivered.
Delivered what?
An unpredictable sensation.
Live a little, man. First heartbreak. Getting broken up with or hurt by someone you love is a real toughie.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's a bad one.
Yeah.
I think the world's ending.
Your first car accident.
That's what I was going to pick next.
I mean, getting in a car accident, regardless, your fault, their fault, whatever, is a just horrible feeling. And the first time you ever have to deal with that is just awful.
You don't realize how jarring car wrecks are until you're in one. And you're like, oh, yeah, these are 2 to 3 to 5,000 pound vehicles smashing into each other at high rates of speed. And even with all the safety, please wear your seatbelt. Or you get shaken up and they can be painful. I think that's good. All right. I don't know if this has ever happened to you. It happens to me every 6 months, it feels like. First time losing your job.
Okay.
First time it happened to me, I worked at a copy and print shop. And they did it to me because, you know what, it was the right move.
Were you stealing?
No, I wasn't stealing, thankfully. There was the two owners. There was the actual printer, the guy who ran like the big printing press. And then there was another guy. And the other guy, and they said this to me, and again, God bless Alan. Alan's a good guy. You actually might know Alan through your wife. He came up to me and said, Ben, we can't lay off this guy because this is the best job he's ever going to have. So we've got to lay you off. Because they were replacing me with a guy who was coming back. Shout out Corey. But they said, the other guy's never going to get a better job. So you kind of have to be the choice because you'll land on your feet. I didn't like it at the time, but I understand it now.
I'm going to go with the first time your child gets sick.
Yeah.
Just awful. You don't know what to do. There's not a ton you can do. You would give anything just to zap the sickness from the baby and put it upon yourself. And the baby doesn't know to ask for whatever. I get back to my struggles with my youngest and her spitting medicine all over the wall. If you've ever had to force your kid to take medicine, it's just the worst. But the first time your baby gets sick and you don't know what to do is just awful. Christian, your newborn gotten sick yet?
No, he's 4 months in, has not got sick yet.
Knock on wood. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
The first time it happens is just dreadful.
I will go with, I'm trying to figure out exactly how. I'll say the first time you get, this is too weird. I'll say the first time you get embarrassed at school.
Okay.
Kind of the first, look, you're a kid, you're at home, whatever, you get embarrassed, it's fine. There is something about getting like publicly embarrassed for the first time outside of your household when you realize like my parents aren't here to protect me or whatever it is. The teacher gets mad at you or a kid makes fun of you or you make a mistake at recess. Those are things that really shock with you or stick with you. So, and feel terrible and kind of things that might shape you for the rest of your life. So,
all right,
is this your last pick?
Yeah.
All right.
And I don't want to go too doctor related, but this honestly was the first thing that came to my mind. And it's different than the prostate check. But your first sports physical. Did you remember? I guess you for the skateboarding team.
They don't
you
make
probably
you do this.
don't
Yeah, I
have
don't know
to
what you went through.
But have you ever had a sports physical?
I have not.
All right. Well, people who know will know.
They just check everything or what?
Yeah, they check everything specifically for a hernia. And if you know that's coming,
where the hernia comes from.
If you know that's coming I got the first one when I was probably, I don't know, 14, 15?
It's a delicate time in a boy's life.
In a boy's life.
And
then, then they tell you like, oh, you've got to go get a physical before you can be on the team. And then your parents warn you about what's coming with a physical, and it could be a very anxiety-inducing situation until you get it over with and you realize it's just a doctor and it doesn't matter.
Turn and cough.
But the first time is super intimidating.
You lived a different life than I did with your prostate.
Dude, the first time you get your prostate checked, you come talk to me about what that felt like.
Sure, I believe it. I'll let you know for sure. I can't wait to tell you. I will say your first broken bone. Could be first stitches. I had stitches actually before I broke a bone, but yeah.
My first broken bone was this January. Wasn't so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, mine was my hand also. So, anyways, Christian, recap.
Jake, you had the number one pick. You went first dates, your first prostate check, your first car accident, your first time your child gets sick, and your first sports physical. Ben, your kid's first lost tooth, your first heartbreak, your first time losing a job, first time you get embarrassed at school, and your first broken bone.
We didn't take first day of school, but that is what inspired this because Jake and I's kids both went to school.
They did.
My kids.
Yeah, they don't start kindergarten, though, till next week. I was telling Lloyd that one is going to be the hard one. Today, it was just like, bye, fourth grader. Mm-hmm. Have a great time with your friends.
Yeah, right.
But my youngest going to kindergarten? No, I'm dreading Monday.
See, my son, my older child, did not like the first day as much, but my daughter, younger, watched him going to school, got so jealous she couldn't wait to get there.
Yeah.
She had such bad FOMO. She was like, fine, first day, I can't wait to be there. That's the hard part about being the firstborn.
I think Maggie will handle it fine. I think I'm the one that will struggle.
Okay.
I don't want to see my little girl go to kindergarten.
Sure.
She's not old enough for that yet, Ben.
Man, you should see my Instagram post today. Kids are all of a sudden going to 8th grade and 5th grade.
It's awful.
Oh, these are big kids.
Awful.
These aren't my little people anymore.
All right, so there you go.
Christian, what would you have picked?
I didn't want to get super dark. I was going to say first time you have a death in the family.
Yeah. But you know what's weird? I mean this
sometimes
in a nice
that's
way.
When you're young.
Yeah, your first grandparent is probably not the hardest grandparent you lose. Because you were so young at that point, usually.
Depends,
You don't remember. But some people, yeah. Maybe just your first funeral you go to. It's weird. But yes, dark. It's no prostate exam.
I didn't know how to articulate this, but your first public, did you ever have a giant zit? Like your first, or if you got a sty in your eye, or you had to go to school with some sort of embarrassing thing. Like Christian, I'm sure, had a giant hickey on his neck and had to show up for 7th grade or something, you know?
That did happen once. One time I had a zit on my nose and this kid called me Rudolph because my nose was bright red.
Yeah.
So any sort of, public, if maybe it could be a cold sore, but I didn't know how to. I didn't know how to articulate that.
Blemish,
yeah. First
public time you
blemish.
leave Fox Sports on instead of music of the spoken word.
Yeah.
First time you accidentally pull your red baseball jersey through the fly of your white pants at the junior high all-star game in baseball.
God, that was awful. Just awful. You know what made that worse, too, is that I was not one of the best players on that team. I was the younger age, so I didn't play a lot. And so when I actually did get to play, I was bouncing out there like I was Darryl Strawberry, just to look like an idiot. Tail pulled through the fly. I don't even know how that happened.
Yeah, neither do I. I'd like to think somebody did it to you and is still laughing about it to this day.
Ugh, awful. All right, there you go. We'll get that up on the Talk Snap for everybody to vote on.
Hey, if you have worse first, call in.
Yeah, let us know what we missed. You can do the voicemail. Go to the KSL Sports app and leave us a voicemail. Stay tuned. More next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We do have a crash on southbound I-15 in Roy, just past 5600 South. It is still blocking a right lane, and the pace is of the stop-and-go variety all the way to 12th Street in Ogden. Meanwhile, a northbound crash on I-15 in Santa Quin has been moved from the left lane to the right lane, but it's still single file going through there, and delays go through all of the town of Santa Quin. Attention, property managers. Customers see your parking lot first. If it's cracked, they're already walking away. Call GoPave Utah. They can help. Seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Legault.
Joining us now, it is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall.
I know you're so process-driven and there's a plan to every part of the season, but is this your favorite part?
There's an excitement that comes to the start of every season for sure. I would have to say, just in terms of full transparency, I really like the off season. I like the molding, forming, crafting, forging, the next team through the weight workouts and through the runs and through the early morning workouts and through spring practice. I think that's my favorite era. Nothing takes away from the season, or can it take the place of the season, and the excitement going into today, certainly at a really high level. I think foundationally that my favorite part is the formation of the team, and now this part where you get to see kind of the fruition of the formation of your program.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Listen, we're all looking for ways to make our life simpler and easier. And if you could eliminate the annoying question, what's for dinner? And eliminate all the chopping and shopping, man, wouldn't you do it? And Beehive Meals is here to help you do just that. And we love their brand new product, Ben, Flat Top Meals, because it's Beehive, no chopping, no measuring, just thaw and cook right there on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet.
You're right. If you're like Jake and I and you're going home, that's going to be the question. If your kids are back in school today or next week or last week and they're saying, Dad, I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Wouldn't it be nice to have an answer for them right away? It's the chicken Alfredo. It's the chicken burrito bowls. It's the meatball marinara, steak fajitas, jalapeno cheddar smash burgers, and more options that you can get with our friends at Beehive Meals.
Your kids love it when it shows up on the front door.
Yeah, absolutely.
You pop that open and see what's on, see what's
morning.
for dinner. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty great. So if you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now at beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The biggest Nissan savings of the summer are happening now at Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Save up to $10,000 on Armadas and Muranos. Get 0% financing for up to 72 months. Lease a new Sentra for only $199 a month. A luxurious Rogue Platinum for just $425 a month. Or drive off in a tough new Frontier for only $29,999. Or 0%. But move fast. Visit Tyndale Nissan Southtown. 11155 South Jordan Gateway in South Jordan. Or shop now at TyndaleSouthtown.com. Tyndale Nissan Southtown. Bigger selection. Bigger savings. Bigger deals. OACC dealer for details.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
In the spirit of back to school, raise your hand if you want a really cool, really free snapback. Great. Here's your assignment, and you're going to ace it. Join KSL Sports Zone hosts Jake and Ben broadcasting live at Grifols Biomed USA, 349 East University Parkway in Orem, September 17th from 3 to 6 p.m. Can't make it to Orem? No problem. You can visit any Grifols Biomed USA or Talacris Plasma Donation Center in Utah that day. If you're new to donating, you can earn up to $720 in your first 8 donations. When you donate plasma at Grifols Biomed USA or Talacris, simply tell them the secret word, snapback. If you're one of the first 20 donors at your participating Utah Grifols location to say it, you'll score a free Wooden Grail snapback hat while supplies last. New plasma donors can earn up to $720 in their first 8 donations. It's a great chance to get paid for your time and leave with a little extra back to school style. Get more info at grifols.us/KSL Sports 26.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK is going to join us in the very next segment coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned for that. But right now, it's time for the Audio Vault, the best sound of the day. I'm looking forward to hearing this one. Tom Brady went on a podcast and he talked about Peyton Manning, right? And sitting down and meeting with Peyton Manning and something he noticed about Peyton. Let's go ahead and play it.
This was like 2010, okay? And I was like, listen, I've been in the league 10 years. I called Peyton. It was off season. I was like, listen, let's me and you get together. I've learned from all the other quarterback coaches. Why don't me and you sit down and talk football for 3 days? He's like, let's do it. Come to my place in Tennessee. I fly down to Tennessee. Peyton and I spent like all the time. We work out together. We play golf together. We ride jet skis together at his house. And we, of course, were eating meals. So he sits down for breakfast and I'm like, hey, so-and-so, Mr. Brady, they come into this old cabin. Mr. Brady, what do you want to eat? And I'm like, I'll take, oatmeal and, two scrambled eggs. And that's it. And they're like, Peyton, what do you want? He's like, I want biscuits, gravy, 3 pancakes, six bacons. I want 3 sausages. And I'm like, you eat all that? And I was like the Southern boy with all the good helping for the comfort food. Man, I was like a totally different. I didn't even know
was
what
there
the hell
any
he was
part
doing.
of you that wanted to try that in your 3 days with him?
No, that's the thing. I don't have to. I'm like, nah, I don't want him the way I feel after that.
Oh, he would be sleeping the whole afternoon.
I would be sleeping.
It is a funny approach. Now, look, Tom Brady arguably has a better resume than Peyton Manning. Mm-hmm. There are people that will argue that Peyton was a more talented quarterback than Tom Brady was. But as far as we try to max out every calorie, Tom famously didn't eat foods that had acid in them because he thought it was bad for muscle regeneration or inflammation or whatever his problem was that he wanted to avoid as much as possible. You can only change so much of your body. And when you are gifted, you can't just turn yourself into Peyton Manning. There is just a natural, God-given, born gift that you have, whatever it is, that as much as you can try and eat and improve it a little bit and find spots here and there, in my opinion, the most important thing you can do is just have it. So Peyton, being as talented as he was, and he still wants to eat biscuits and gravy and pancakes and whatever he wants, it's fine. And do I think Tom Brady cutting tomatoes out of his diet was the reason he won 7 championships? It probably didn't hurt, but I don't know if it helped as much as Tom wants to think it did.
Give me a name of a skateboard contemporary of yours back in the day.
In Utah?
Oh, you can make up a name. I don't care. Just give me a name.
We'll give a shout out to my friend Sean Hadley.
Sean Hadley, a contemporary skateboarder of Ben's. Now, let's say at 12 years old, you met Tony Hawk. Mm-hmm. And Tony said, Ben, to be the best skateboarder you can be, every day when you get out of bed, I want you to punch yourself right in the face. That is how you become the best skateboarder ever. Uh-huh. You punch yourself in the face every single morning. Uh-huh. And so let's say you spend years just punching yourself in the face and practicing. Punching yourself in the face and practicing.
Okay.
And then it comes down to the big skateboard competition, and you're competing against
Sean Hadley.
Sean. And he said, hey, Sean, I don't know about you, but I punched myself in the face extra hard today. You're going down. And Sean said, what are you talking about, Ben?
What?
And he said, what? You mean you're not punching yourself in the face every morning to be the best skateboarder you can be?
Uh-huh.
He said, no, dude. I'm just practicing. That's it. And then you come to the realization, I've spent all these years punching myself in the face for nothing. Why didn't Tom Brady have that realization? Like, I've been torturing myself eating oatmeal and counting every calorie and absolutely being miserable for the last 10 years, and here's Peyton Manning, who's just as good as I am, and he's packing down whatever he wants for breakfast? Why didn't he come to the realization, like, I'm torturing myself for nothing?
I'm killing myself out here.
I'm killing myself for nothing. I've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to this idiot cook.
I've cut out all the fun in my life.
Every single bit of fun.
Yeah.
My life is just disciplined to the point where I can't even eat a Smartie because I've convinced myself this is a key to my success. Why didn't he look at Peyton Manning's diet and say, well, that was stupid. I shouldn't have done all that. I mean, Lord knows what Patrick Mahomes is eating for breakfast.
Right.
Was it really necessary to kill yourself all those years?
Right.
But that's not the realization he comes to. He just says, no, I'll stick with my oatmeal. That's on you, pal.
Correct.
Like, if you kept punching yourself in the face even after talking to your friend, then that's your fault. You would have come to the realization, I shouldn't have been punching myself in the face all these years.
By the way, I could have punched myself 10 times every morning. Sean was just a much better skateboarder than I was. So shout out to Sean. But no, you're exactly right. Again, did it hurt Tom Brady en route to 7 championships? No.
Probably not.
Probably not. Is it the reason he won 7 championships?
No.
Probably not. And you know why Tom Brady, and look, eat well if you can, whatever you want. I'm not going to police your diet. I don't care what you look like or how you want to live your life. The reason why Tom Brady couldn't eat biscuits and gravy and not die that afternoon is because he's never trained his body to be able to handle that variety of foods. Peyton Manning was fine eating biscuits and gravy and pancakes.
Normal.
Felt fine in the afternoon. Got on the jet ski. Had a good time. By the way, post-playing career, who's most well-liked of those two? Peyton Manning. Not by everyone, but more well-liked than Tom Brady, certainly. And they're going to be remembered not the same. Tom's probably the greatest football player of all time. We'll have that, but they were contemporaries, to your point. Tom may have put himself in prison a little bit there for no reason.
That's what I'm getting at. He didn't have that realization, though.
No, he did not.
No.
In fact, he still seemingly doesn't realize it.
I think so. He's probably got all the Raiders on that wacky diet. All those O-linemen are probably like, what are you talking about, Tom?
TB12? TB12.
You're just a crazy person.
Yeah.
I think your guy Fingernails is on it.
All right. Well, we'll see if he jumps up to being one of the greatest of all times, or we look at who's a modern fat guy quarterback that's not Patrick Mahomes.
Ben Roethlisberger.
No, I'm thinking somebody more enjoyable. How's Bo Pix looking? What's his weight looking like?
He's probably pretty.
He's fine. I mean, he's
portly.
He's not
super
fat.
svelte. Yeah, but he's not. Maybe
He's
Drake
not
May.
jacked.
I could see Drake May turning
Baker.
into a little bit of a chubby guy. Baker. Like, they probably don't need to eat the TB12 thing. Well, let's see what Mendoza looks like. Mendoza comes in ripped.
Or just rail thin. Like Tom cut everything out.
Yeah, cut everything
out. Rice patties over here, and that's it. All right. More next. Stay tuned. PK joins the show. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everyone knows that having a good credit history makes it easier to save money and get approved for the things in life you need, like credit cards, auto loans, home loans, and a lot more. But here's the problem. Building your credit history takes time. That's why UCCU created Credit Builder, an innovative loan program designed to help you build your credit history and raise your credit score. Visit uccu.com to start building or rebuilding your credit today. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on almost our full lineup of 2026 models, even our PHEV models, plus no payments till 2027. That's right, you don't pay till next year. It's happening now during the More to Move You sales event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. 0% excludes Mazda Miata and Mazda CX-5 models. APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC. $4.99 dealer doc fee required. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, Jay Broadbent here from Alpine Home Medical. I've been helping folks breathe easier for 29 years now. Trust me, at my age, I know a thing or two about needing a good night's sleep. Is your CPAP mask old and nasty? Are your masks, filters, or tubing from the pre-COVID era? Or just plain tired of the hassle of ordering supplies yourself? Switch to our resupply program. We handle everything. Automatic shipment straight to your door. Insurance, billing, and expert support. It's quick, easy, and keeps your sleep therapy on track. Doesn't matter where you got your machine from, anyone can join. Head to alpinehomemedical.com, click on the Easy Resupply button. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Listen to the heartbeat. Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the TurboMax engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting live from the KSL Cars Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Up every morning just to keep a job. I gotta find my way through the hustle and mob. Sounds of the city pounding in my brain while another day goes down the drain. But it's a private world when the whistle blows. No one owns a piece of my time. And there's a 5 o'clock for me inside my clothes, thinking that the world looks fine.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. It's time for Live at 5. Big story today continues to be the drama going on down in the BYU athletic department. Our next guest, of course, is co-host of DJ and PK in the morning from 6 to 10. And his latest over at KSL.com headline, Sitake's frustration mounts over unkept promises. Joining the show now, our good friend Patrick Kinahan. What's going on, Patrick? How are you?
I'm doing well, guys. It is so good to talk to you. I miss you dearly, but I knew before everybody else that prime time was your destination.
When did you know? Why didn't you tell us?
Because I wanted to be a surprise for you, you know. I could have told you, but then you would have maybe slacked off, thinking, 10 to noon. We're just too good for that. So, in the interest of the station and continue to make all that money, I wanted you guys to keep that hunger, you know what I mean, that I had when I was your age.
Keep dangling the carrot. Yeah, I get you. All right. Well, speaking of surprises here, this came out of left field to me. Kalani Sitake being this frustrated with a team that might be the best he's had since he's been at BYU, at least the highest preseason expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Were you surprised by this latest between Kalani and the athletic department, or at least the athletic director?
Well, I don't think I was surprised by the feeling, the timing of it. You know, who knows when he's going to do what he's going to do, right? And he chose to do it then. So I was a little surprised that he was as public, but, you know, it's been there, and we've heard the basketball. I mean, I've heard the basketball for years, even back to Mark Pope, that he, Kalani and the football coaches were a little upset. You know, Mark Pope was getting extended, and they were dragging. It's like it was show me before, even back to Tom Homo's days. I don't think you remember they extended him in the locker room after a game. You know, he did have the 4-9 season followed by 2 7-6s, and then since then the program's obviously taken off. Although the first year in the conference obviously was 5-7 with the injury to Slovis and all that. So the sentiment, I guess, was the word I was looking for. Not so much the timing of it during camp. A little surprised because, you know, coaches, they don't like distractions and all that stuff. You hear that all the time, right?
So I guess, PK, why not support the football team more? Why not deliver on the promises? Where's the rub?
Where's the rub?
Why isn't Kalani getting what he was promised?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure I have the answer of that. You know, I can put theories on there.
Is that true that that's happening?
Well, Kalani says it is. Yeah. And I've confirmed it from other people.
Yeah.
So it's not just him by any stretch. It's other folks who feel the same way. A lot of peripheral guys that say stuff, but they don't want to be known on the record. Obviously, they don't have the credibility or the leverage that the head coach has, clearly, right? So with that in mind, Kevin Young walks on water over there. You know, I have personal theories, but, you know, that's just what they are. Like, for instance, if Kevin doesn't get what he wants, well, I'll go to the NBA. And if Kalani doesn't get, well, we've poured so much money into this football program. We've given coaches salaries. We've done this. We've done that. Well, you know, everything changes, man. It's a never-ending budget increase. Kyle, what are you talking about? NIL going up 20, 30, 40% every year. That's the thing that concerns me from BYU. The leadership of downtown folks, at some point they're going to say, hey, you know, we have just dumped all sorts of money into this program. And do we really want to keep up with Ohio State and the like when it's going to be hard to beat them anyway? So I wonder if that's the case, you know. But they've done a good job of increasing it to where it is now and where it was. Just talk to guys who were there before and have come back. Your defensive coordinator, Kelly Papinga, I've had extensive conversations with him on that. So I wonder how much they're going to do, how much they're going to continue to increase. But Kalani's, you know, he's just he's asking for the stuff that kept him from taking the Penn State job.
PK, you had I thought the most interesting paragraph in your story was that multiple employees in the department have said that Santiago was willingly prepared to pivot to hiring Jay Hill to replace Sitake until the school sponsoring institution, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, stepped in to keep the coach from leaving. Do we think that was a Santiago preference, or was Santiago looking at the numbers and saying, yeah, we can't run a program like Alabama and a basketball team like Kansas. Like we can't have everything all the time. Or do you think it was more of a personal decision?
I think it's a combination that and why wouldn't you be comfortable with Jay Hill, right? I mean, look what he did at Weber State. Look what he's done at BYU. The guy can coach, right? Now, obviously, he's at Michigan, and they're all excited about that. And there's been friction between the two, and I like them both. But, you know, and I've known Brian since he was in his 20s. We go way back, and I like the guy. I'll be the first to tell you. But there was tension and friction there. And so I don't think that Brian was saying, hey, we got to get rid of this guy. But I think he was okay with it if Kalani wanted to go, and then they would just get Jay Hill in.
Former Utah sports columnist of the year, Patrick Kinahan, with us here on Chicken Pen. Is there residual hard feelings that a football guy wasn't picked for athletic director? I know there was push when they were looking for to fill that job within the department that a football guy be picked. You know, Tom Homo was a football guy, Val Hill, football guy, you know, going back to your guy Rondo, you know, is there maybe some, we didn't get the person we wanted as the athletic director?
There might be. You know, Chad Lewis was sitting there, right?
Yeah.
And Chad is, you know, I don't know that you're going to find a finer human being. And obviously he's a big-time football guy. I think they would have advocated for the other sports too, because you're everybody's athletic director, obviously. So I'm not sure. I think it goes back to the tension between the two, and that was inherent before. And Brian can rub people wrong. I think one of the reasons why I like him is because we're the same guy. I've been known to rub people wrong, right? I come off as abrasive.
Never.
Even when I don't mean it. It's just who you are. And I've tried to work on it, and I know that Brian has tried to work on it. And so, it's like Chris Hill told me once, when they changed commissioners of they went from the WAC to the Mountain West. And he told me he was going to do everything in his power to make sure Craig Thompson got off to a good start with Rick Majerus. Because in Rick's mind, Carl Benson, the WAC commissioner, didn't get off to a good start. And it's like Rick never let it go. He never forgot it. And so it continued and it carried on. And I think that's part of the reason here is these two maybe didn't get off to the best of starts, and they're looking at each other a little differently. And I think that Brian, we know he wants his own people, right? He's over basketball, and he got rid of Judkins, which obviously was not a retirement. They couched it, but that was bull crap. He got rid of the women's volleyball coach. The women's soccer coach is retiring. You know, I've got people emailing me, oh, well, you didn't want them there. People are entitled to have their own people, right? We saw it at Utah in the athletic department. Somebody was there for many, many years, and all of a sudden she's retiring. Well, no, she's not. He wants his own, Harlan wanted his own people, right? So those things happen in athletics. And BYU, they're in athletics. They're in a big-time athletic program. So away you go with that. And I think that's where it's at. So I think it's really cool that Kalani put him on notice, though. It's like, hey, what are you guys going to do here? You told me one thing. I'm not getting these things. And I need to know, are you serious? Because if he rolls out another 10, 11, 12-win season, who knows, man? Maybe even the NFL would come calling.
The other weird part about this, PK, for me is that, you know, let's say BYU can record that they're bringing in $30 million in NIL, or let's say $20 million in NIL.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the donors saying, well, we want 15 of that to go to basketball, and you can do the other 5 whatever you want, Kalani can get mad at Brian Santiago, but aren't the donors pulling the strings here somewhat?
Yeah, I mean, they have influence. There's no question about that. I mean, that's an excellent point, Ben. And it's easier to get closer to the basketball team than it is the football team. There's just so many people, right? And these guys want access. When I was covering the Utes in the 90s, there were people just hanging around. One guy would make sure he got the travel schedule. And, you know, we'd go to these places, Fresno or Colorado Springs, and we'd be on the Sky West. And he'd be right there. And he'd be, like, leaning ahead to listen to the conversation and the guys in the next row and laughing and giggling because they usually won and everybody's in a good mood on the plane rides. And, you know, that's who he was, right? And he had money. And they do that. We saw John Huntsman. John Huntsman, one of the things he liked about Majerus is he gave him access to Don Nelson, right? He did. and he enjoyed that. And then you get that stuff going on there, but they have to figure it out. I mean, that's where the business people in the BYU athletic department and the university have a little frustration because of the fact that football is the dominant income earner. So you've got to take care of football. Basketball just will never bring in the type of income that football will bring in. Obviously, it goes without saying. And so there's people thinking we need to take care of football first, and we need to go to the top, to the max, because the business people are looking at it's basically the way they look at it. It's like a private equity thing. We've got to get as much money as we can, and where we're going to get it the most out of football. Makes sense, doesn't it?
So, PK, we've seen a number of situations covering sports in this market where the boss doesn't get along with the coach, right? Dennis Lindsay and Quinn Snyder didn't get along toward the end. I think it's quite obvious that Mark Harlan and Kyle Whittingham haven't gotten along for a little while, and it usually doesn't end well, but it does come to an end. So my question is,
along with DJ.
Yeah, exactly. How do you think this ends? I mean, does it end with everybody burying the hatchet and pulling in the same direction, or how does this end?
I think they have to. You have to put it aside. What's the objective? If the football team wins 11 games, 12 games, go to the playoff, Brian Santiago looks good, right? So I think that it was so public to the point where all these rumors, and obviously we know the communications guy goes on the Cougar board thing, and, that's unprecedented. None of us have ever heard that. And combined, we've got about, 70, 80 years in this business, basically. I think you guys got it close to 20, and the old man might have 40. So with that in mind, we've never seen anything like this. Now, obviously, the internet wasn't around all that time. So he put him on notice, and last time when he threatened to leave, they came up with promises and did some stuff. Now they got to fulfill some of these things because he's saying they're not big demands. So I think that for the time being, it gets taken care of, and they go win a bunch of football games this year. And then when the coaching hiring season comes about here and in November, December, we'll see what happens.
Did the club championship start yesterday?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
How'd Jackie do?
Well, it's like the Masters. You can't win it, but you don't want to lose it on Thursday, or any major for any tournament for that matter. So she didn't win it, but she hasn't lost it yet.
All right. Well, good vibes going her way.
Yeah, send her our best.
Yeah, indeed. PK, thank you.
Great article.
Yeah, great article, KSL.com, and you continue to be awesome. I said this earlier, a reminder that Patrick Kinahan was one heck of a writer back in the day. Not just a radio bozo, multi-talented media guy.
Well, obviously that's where I got my start, so I like to think I can spin a story pretty good where people like it. And away we go. And I think I have a lot of information. And plus I have no bias. I mean, people come at me, you're a Ute, you're this, you're that. And that's a bunch of crap, right? Obviously, you guys know that. I'm just trying to tell the story based on the information that I've received. If you want to believe it, great. If you don't, that's your choice too.
We all know you're a field your backs guy.
That's baseball.
That does not include the Utes or the Cougs. So we know that.
No, but I root for both of them because it's good for business. We all do. And I hope the Jazz go to the conference finals this year.
PK, thank you for jumping on with us. We really appreciate it. See you, buddy.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
All right, that's our friend Patrick Kinahan. Catch him every morning alongside David James from 6 to 10. And, yeah, read his article. It's really good, KSL.com.
I would agree that my guess will be that people will step up, Kalani will get what he needs, and everything will be not hunky-dory, but at least put back together.
No, for the moment, maybe.
Yeah, the problem is how much can you continue to ask for more and more and more? And that's where I, again, hate all of this. Because you might match what Kalani feels like he needs this summer.
Mm-hmm.
Next summer, those goalposts move, and he needs more.
Well, I guess if you're asking Brian Santiago, he's not shorting Kalani for his health. I mean, there's there's other reasons,
I don't think Brian Santiago has a bucket of cash behind his desk on campus in Provo and is just laughing at the idea of you can't grab this, can't catch this dollar from me. No, I think if Brian Santiago had the money or the resources that Kalani was asking for, he would gladly give them to him.
So it's more complex than that.
So can the Crumble guy, can whoever step up and get them what they want? They found a way to do it in the past. They found a way to do it to get Kalani to stay. Are those and I'm not saying the Crumble guy, obviously, but whoever rallied together to keep Kalani from going to Penn State, can they now step up? Not just Brian. Can they step up and give Kalani what he felt like he was promised? I don't know. And then what does that look like 12 months from now?
We had Mitch say they're going to put it behind him, or they already have. And then PK says he thinks that's the way they're headed. I don't know if it's that simple. I don't think a solution will be immediate, though.
No, that they will get to a point where I think it'll be fine. I don't think that's this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know.
And again, it doesn't mean it's permanent.
No, but Kalani talking about it publicly doesn't help. I mean, that's...
But he's not doing that haphazardly.
No.
He didn't accidentally do that. That was on purpose.
I don't think so. But there's also no coming back from that.
And I also would be very, very surprised if that was the first card Kalani decided to play. My guess is this has been going on behind the scenes, and PK just said this is in fact the case, long before what we finally saw come out today in the audio that we played earlier on the show, and then of course in the interview at the golf tournament.
Yeah, but you don't throw down with your boss publicly and come back from that.
That's usually true.
I mean, I guess I throw down with Salzar every day, but...
Karl Malone and Larry H. Miller worked it out a few times.
Yeah.
But usually this feels like a power struggle. Which is a weird one.
All right. Well, more coming up next. Thanks to PK for jumping on with us. Again, check out his article at KSL.com. Did you get that joke? The PK was named the Utah Sports Columnist of the Year because he wrote a column every Saturday, but he was really a beat guy. But he beat out Gordon, who was the columnist at the paper at the time. So we kind of made a big deal of the fact that he won.
Columnist. As a beat writer.
Not sports writer, but sports columnist of the year. Mm-hmm. He wrote a column once a week. Mm-hmm. Counts.
And Gordon was supportive of the award?
Notoriously, yeah.
Well,
Great teammate.
Well, what you've got to know about what makes it funny is those awards mean nothing.
Yeah, they're fake awards.
They're basically fake awards. And so that really was the joke.
Yeah.
But we did point it out a lot.
Well, I like both of those people very much.
I do too. That's what makes it fun. It would be mean if we didn't like them.
One or the other.
Or
neither.
Right.
Probably better to like them both or like neither of them.
Not one or the other.
Than to be one or the other.
Right, exactly. All right. More Jacob Ed next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's our summer liquidation event.
So we're making room for the incoming 27s, and we're blowing out all the 26s. Save huge on the Open Range RV Colt 17BH for only $12,995 or $141 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Prowler 2500BH for $16,995 or $184 a month, zero down. Or the Heartland Cyclone 2214 for $54,995 or $414 a month, zero down. All three models include an additional $699 dock fee.
We must make room for new inventory.
Harris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, zero down. Life is short.
Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. HarrisRV.com.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
UCCU Mobile Banking now comes with Learn and Earn, a fun way to learn about money. Learn and Earn breaks down financial topics into fun, bite-sized games like quizzes and trivia for your entire family. Every time someone in your family completes a game, they earn points towards gift cards from Apple, Amazon, Walmart, and a lot more. The more you play, the more you learn. The more you learn, the more you earn. Visit uccu.com/learn to start learning and earning today.
Hi, this is Doug Wright, and as we move into August, I can't help but look back into July. That's where we celebrated Dee's birthday, which, by the way, is a month-long celebration. We call it the Dee Fest. We had every adult in the family there at Ruth's Chris in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, and it was just a delight. The atmosphere, the service, and, of course, the food. Incredible. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. You can always count on Ruth's Chris. And then, of course, Hotel Park City is a wonderful place, especially at this time of year when it's so hot down in the valley, to head up into the mountains and enjoy that perfect meal. Let everybody else do the work. And you and your family, you and your friends, just kick back and enjoy the perfect meal. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, 275 Southwest Temple in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City, or up in our beautiful Utah mountains at Hotel Park City. It's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob in 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Color 12. Right now it's a Win Ticket Wednesday. You're going to win 2 tickets to go see the Crew, Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins tour with performances by Tesla and Extreme at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater coming up September 21st. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. We talk about don't get famous wearing makeup because then you're stuck wearing makeup. Are you familiar? Well, first of all, you're familiar with Extreme's biggest hit, right?
No, what is it?
More Than Words.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? Can you find More Than Words in the system, Christian? By Extreme? Just so people know what we're talking about. You know what kind of song More Than Words is?
Yes. And the band Extreme. Yeah.
This is More Than Words.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you think that this resembles any of Extreme's other catalog?
Probably not, no.
So if you're this hair metal rock band, how resentful would you be that your soft, acoustic, melodious love song is the only song anybody knows? So now Extreme, for the rest of their career, is going to be forced to play their their monster ballad.
Yes.
At every show.
But doesn't reflect the rest of their the way the rest of the music sounds.
I mean, in fact, it's funny if you watch that music video. There's the guitar player and the lead singer Gary Schroen, and there's a whole band that doesn't even participate in the song
because it's basically an acoustic song.
It's an acoustic song. Yeah, there's no drums, there's no bass.
Right.
It's just the acoustic and the singing.
So people think it's a two-man band.
There's a whole rock band,
and it is a
rock band. It is a hair metal rock band.
Yeah.
But their not only hit, I guess they were more, they have more hits than that. And by the way, I love that dang song.
Yeah, it's a good
There's
song.
a reason it's a hit.
Yeah.
Because it's a great song.
Yeah.
But it is kind of funny. It'd be like if the Ramones did some sort of slow ballad, and that's the only hit they had.
Like, I want to hear more of their catalog. Oh, they're all 2-minute songs about girls with long hair or whatever. You know what? Yeah, whatever their thing is. But yeah.
Yeah, you're Extreme, and your only hit, your biggest hit is a slow ballad.
Less than Extreme.
Love song.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I do miss about, what technology ruined is those for-profit compilations. Did you ever have Monster Ballads? Did you ever get that album?
No, because by the time I was getting into CDs of my own, which generally happens when you're driving, everyone was burning everything. So you could make your own mixed CD very easily because everyone was using Napster to.
But you remember, now that's what they call Music 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's what they call hip hop.
Yeah. Monster Ballads. Everybody had to have it. Great album. Every Rose Has Its Thorn. But see, that wasn't Poison's biggest hit.
Mm-hmm.
More Than Words was Extreme's biggest hit.
Yeah.
And I'm not that familiar with Tesla. Are you
Not
into
a ton,
them
but I've
at all?
heard Tesla, yes.
But I've been to see Motley Crue multiple times. This can be a good show. Go rock it out.
Be a fun one.
Go make it happen.
Christian, do we get a winner?
Oh, Christian's gone. He left.
Yeah, our guy Bryce said that he's been trying all day. He said
good.
the Crew is his favorite
Oh,
band.
good.
He's been trying for tickets all day. And I said, dude, I'm so glad
That's exactly what we want.
that we could send you.
Yeah,
exactly what we want.
that's the person we want to win. So Brian, is that what you said?
Bryce,
Sorry.
like LeBron's second son.
Second son, Bryce. The one who's not at Arizona anymore.
I wasn't aware of that.
Didn't he leave?
He's going to be the starter for Pennsylvania basketball team, whatever. Pitt. Yeah, he's going to be playing at Pitt this year, probably. Following Dad to the city of brotherly love.
Penn is the one right there in Pennsylvania, but I don't know if they have or in Philadelphia, but I don't know if they have a basketball team.
Where's Vanderbilt?
Vanderbilt's in Tennessee.
See, I'm not even close. No, I'm not thinking of Vanderbilt. I'm thinking of another school. There's another school in Pennsylvania.
Temple?
I'm sure there are several.
Yeah, Temple's there. Yeah. Anyways, you're right, Vandy, obviously in Tennessee. Don't do geography on the air.
No, the SEC stands for the Southeastern Conference, and I don't think they've expanded into Philadelphia.
What does the ACC stand for?
Atlantic Coast Conference.
Where's Stanford and Berkeley located?
But I know, but I don't think the SEC has expanded into Pennsylvania.
Into Pennsylvania, quite yet.
Yeah. Maybe Penn State jumps and goes down there, but it hasn't happened.
Where's Villanova?
There you go. That's in Philadelphia.
That's what I'm thinking of. I'm mixing up my V's.
Yeah, I believe that's in Philadelphia. But I don't think Bryce can make Villanova.
Yeah, it's a good school. It's like a good college basketball team.
Or at least was. I have no idea if they're good anymore. They're still in the Big East, right?
Yeah.
Ben, really news we led the show with today, but we have not talked a ton about since. Probably the biggest national story of the day. The Lakers sell again. They sold less than a year ago to Mark Walter, and now they're selling again, this time for $12.5 billion to Josh Kushner and former Disney CEO Bob Iger.
Very bizarre. Mark Walter bought the team in October and flipped the team in August and made $2.5 billion. There is a good write-up on this right now with The Athletic about how shocking this was. And I had forgot some of these details. Again, it's just not, I don't follow the Kushners that closely. Remember, the Kushners were, at least Josh Kushner, who's the buyer here, his company was in line to have their own Ocho Capital deal for FIFA. Remember, they were going to buy the World Cup, basically private equity.
Not Ocho, but a similar deal.
Kushner's company that does the same thing.
Was going to buy FIFA. That was the buyer.
And there was this great pushback against it because everyone said, that's not what we want you to do.
Oh, they're going to kick out the FIFA president.
But he's going to probably lose his job over it. Yes. Well, that was going to be $4 billion that he wanted to allocate to sports that then he ended up needing to allocate somewhere else. So some of that money, I would imagine, is ending up now with the Los Angeles Lakers in this decision with Bob Iger to purchase the team for a record $12.5 billion.
I want to know why Walter's selling.
Well, that's the elephant in the room.
Well, I mean, he's being investigated by the feds, by the SEC and IRS, I think. Apparently, he was laundering money using loans, allegedly. Hasn't been proven. But everybody is eyebrow raising because everybody recognizes the name Kushner. Josh's brother, Jared, is Ivana Trump's husband.
Yeah.
And the old man Kushner was a big real estate guy. Does that sound right?
I don't know, but I would believe it, yeah.
I think he was in the real estate world. And so people saying, oh, Trump's Justice Department is investigating Mark Walter. And then curiously, he sells the most valuable NBA franchise to Kushner. Now, that could easily be coincidental, but the internet sleuths were raising an eyebrow today.
The government is, per The Athletic, the government is reportedly investigating whether Mubadala Capital had been deceived about the valuations of Walter's companies before the Abu Dhabi Sovereign Wealth Fund invested $10 billion into Walter's investment firm that then purchased the Lakers. So he may have lied about the values of the two companies he was CEO of.
To get the money for the Lakers?
To get the money to then buy the Lakers, thinking, well, as long as I get this team, they're going to be worth X, Y, and Z. So, down the line. You know what this sounds like almost like weirdly? Sounds like he shorted the Lakers. I mean, this is how a short works, right? You buy a thing for less than you think it's worth. Basically, you borrow it using this Mubadala Capital.
And then sell it for a profit.
And then you sell it for more, and then you pay Mubadala Capital back their money, and you say, what do you mean? You invested $10 billion, here's your $10 billion back. And then Mark Walter walks away with $2.5 billion. There is a chance this is just a great investment.
That it was just a savvy move?
Just a really savvy move where he said, I think the Lakers are being undervalued. I can't believe they're for sale. I'm the only person they're talking to. I'm going to buy now, and I'm going to flip it. That is possible. But it certainly has raised enough eyebrows while you're being investigated to buy a team and flip it, because maybe the better thing to do is actually buy the Lakers and sit on them, because with the incredible speed that teams are increasing in value, there's a world where the Lakers are worth $20 billion in a decade.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yes, there is a world.
Now, he did make $2.5 billion in 10 months, so maybe that's that's actually a better projection of your finances.
I do think it is funny that Laker fans were convinced that next stop Dodgertown, and now that appears like it's not going to happen because these new owners are not worth quite as much money as he is, or at least haven't shown willingness to just dump gobs of money regardless of profit into a roster.
So again, from the Athletic, sorry to just read from them, but they did a good write-up on this. The biggest move happened when the Lakers hired Lon Rosen as the team's new president of business operations, replacing longtime president Tim Harris. Rosen was previously with the Dodgers, et cetera, et cetera. The most tangible things that followed were a series of financial-driven decisions. The Lakers laid off a number of staffers during multiple waves. They moved the G League team from inside the practice facility in El Segundo to Palm Springs. They secured a new jersey patch sponsorship and added a uniform sponsor for the Laker girls. The Lakers also added more courtside seating to increase revenue. If I'm being honest with you, that does sound like a guy who said, I can milk more money out of this, increase the value of this company, and dump it.
Yeah, but what you just described isn't $2.5 billion.
No, the Laker girls jersey sponsor is not worth $1.8 billion.
No.
Adding a couple of more courtside seats, valuable, not $1 billion valuable.
Laying off some secretaries, I don't think. By the way, not to defend El Cheapo, but the Lakers did the same thing where they bought a team and laid off most of the building. and nobody seemed to care about that. El Cheapo did the same thing and got the nickname El Cheapo.
We talked, was this yesterday? I think we talked about it because I brought it up because Kalshi has Walker Kessler as the third highest bet or whatever they want to call it for Defensive Player of the Year. Again, this is the funny part of this Walker Kessler deal. The very last paragraph of this long story in The Athletic is the Lakers made a lot of their big roster decisions already this summer. They spent money on free agents and sacrificed draft capital to land Walker Kessler from the Jazz, which felt like an all-in move. And then Mark Walter gets off the team, after making an all-in move on Walker Kessler, which just puts more weight on his shoulders.
Well, it's now Roy Disney's replacement's problem.
How long has Roy been dead?
I don't know how long he took over after Walt died, though, right?
Uh-huh.
And then did Bob take over from Roy?
Do we think it was that close? Roy died in 1971, so I bet it would be.
No,
there was some in between.
Bob didn't take over until like early 2000.
Yeah.
Oh, Roy croaked that long ago? When did Walt die?
Well, they were pretty hard living, right?
I don't think so.
Heavy smokers.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe smokers.
Don Tatum took over after Roy.
Don Tatum.
66.
Huh. Well, there you go.
And he was only 65 years old.
And I still want to know, by the way, how much Bob Iger actually owns. That feels like such a celebrity throw-in to me.
You're an older brother. I'm a younger brother, so this is a little different. Roy Disney was actually older than his brother.
Yeah.
And took over the company after... Now, they kind of started together.
They did.
Walt was credited as the genius and did a lot of the voices and came up with some of the
But
characters.
Roy was the business guy. He was right there.
How would you feel from taking over the company from your younger brother?
At
this point, they were 65
If it was
years
Disney, I'd be fine.
old. I'll take it.
What am I going to do, pass it up? No, some of the most valuable IP in the history of mankind. No, thanks.
You know what? Michael Eisner.
Oh, yeah, Mike
That
Eisner
was
forever.
who
That
we
was the
grew
one.
up with.
Yep, that was the one.
He took over in 84. He may have gone right to Iger,
Bob.
though.
Yeah.
Because Mike Eisner was there forever.
He was. And then Bob Chapek took over for Bob Iger. And then they said, wow, that was a huge mistake, and put Bob Iger back on top. And now they've got the Parks guy. I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
But everybody's worried at ESPN that he doesn't care about sports programming, which could be true.
Could be true.
He cares about Space Mountain.
Which is a
and
good
the
ride.
Disney Wish.
Mm-hmm.
Fine boat. Want to remind you to join Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, coming up Thursday from 10 to 2 at Tim Daly Mazda in Sandy, 10785 South Auto Mall Drive. That's coming up tomorrow. Coming up next, we've got voicemails. Leave a voicemail. Download the KSL Sports app. Hit the voicemail button. Record a message and send it right to Christian in the control room. We'll get to some of those coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Lacombe.
BYU has always done more with less. That's kind of their calling card. And it was only maybe a year or two ago where a prominent guy down there stepped up and said, look, we're never going to be the highest bidder. We're never going to throw as much into this as some of these big schools. Well, here we are now, and the coach is asking for more stuff. I honestly believe, Scotty, that what the issue is more than anything, this has happened fast. BYU's been in the game, but every single year there's a demand for more. You know, money is not, like everybody said, just growing down there on trees.
That is a huge reason why you're even seeing Alabama, you're seeing Michigan, you're seeing a lot of these schools begging Congress to get involved to protect them from themselves. Because everybody has a point where it's like, we can't do this anymore.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now, JCW's has 15 bus and billboards depicting our delicious, mouthwatering hamburgers across I-15. We've also just learned that I-15 averages 15 fender benders a day. Probably a coincidence, but just in case, keep your eyes on the road. Here's what our burgers sound like. Now, with your hands at 10 and 2, safely turn into one of our 5 locations at American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America for a reason, and Silverado keeps its rhythm. You feel it in the Turbo Max engine with best-in-class standard torque, an available Z71 off-road package that keeps you rolling when the road turns rough, and the most functional truck bed with best-in-class cargo space. They're trucks that work as hard as you do, so you can do more of what you love without missing a beat.
See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Based on latest competitive information, excludes other GM vehicles.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. The Salt Lake Bees continue their series in El Paso today at noon. Listen on the KSL Sports app and KSLSports.com. Tomorrow night they play at 6:30. You can listen on 97.5 The Zone and 1280 The Zone. Friday, the high school football season kicks off. Listen to Game Night Live, The Red Zone, at 7 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to introduce your company to The Zone's passionate listeners, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Jim Williams, longtime sports media producer, director, and executive. Keep an eye out when MLB expands. Salt Lake City is quietly becoming one of the hottest sports towns in America. Sports Business Journal just vaulted Salt Lake from number 44 to number 12 nationally, ahead of some legacy markets on its best sports business cities list. What has changed? What's driving that?
I think a lot of it is people are discovering Utah. And I think what's driving it is look at the attendance. Look at the attendance at the Mammoth hockey game. The Jazz have always been strong. And then you've got, of course, Real Salt Lake. People are getting to understand numbers are numbers, whether you want to argue them or whatever. But at the end of the day, you want to be where you're going to be appreciated. This is a fantastic up and growing market. It's going to help the entire region.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Colin Keary from the New Millennium Group. Have you ever had a question for your financial advisor only to find out that the next available appointment is months away? At New Millennium Group, we believe that financial advice should never be limited to once-a-year review meetings. Life happens every single day. Markets change, retirement questions come up, family situations evolve, and when they do, you deserve answers. That's why we pride ourselves at the New Millennium Group on being accessible when our clients need us most. Whether you're wondering about your investments or a major life decision, our team is here to help provide guidance. We're not interested in being the firm you hear from once a year. We want to be your trusted resource throughout your entire retirement journey. If you're looking for a financial team that values relationships, communication, and responsiveness, we'd love to meet you. Give us a call today at 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370, or visit us at utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Your student's career doesn't begin after college graduation. It starts the day they arrive. At the John M. Huntsman School of Business, every student is surrounded by career coaches, faculty mentors, employers, and real-world experiences to build confidence, professional skills, and meaningful connections. From the first semester to graduation, everything is designed to prepare students for career success. The John M. Huntsman School of Business. Dare mighty things.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him Matrix and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Hey Ben, I like vacation mode for Jake, for the obvious, and then there's the whole National Lampoon's Vacation theme that he tends to ride with.
For me, my worst first,
I think, was when someone called me old and really meant it. Like, I was at work and someone just had mentioned, oh, this might have been for your time or something like that. Now I don't care, but I remember the first time I was seen as being in that older generation. That kind of hit me.
All right. First of all, Shane, I hate the vacation mode name. I don't think that. I think that's too wordy, frankly.
I like Bosch.
I don't like that either.
I don't mind vacation mode, Jake.
Like that? And then, shout out to Chad. Thanks for sending that in. The first time you get told you're old.
So this happens in our business specifically and fans in general, but you remember the first time you were older than every player on the Jazz?
Sure.
You remember the first time somebody was drafted the year after you graduated high school?
Uh-huh.
I certainly remember that. You know, there's no Jazz players on the now, maybe Kevin Love, but that were, I guess Lowry still, but like born before 2000. None of these guys. Funny thing for me this morning, my daughter going off to school and like the photo, her first day of school, it's like, she's wearing clothes that look similar to what Ace Bailey wears because they are in the same generation. They're not the same age. She's 10, he's 20, but the way he's twice her age, I am twice his age.
She's closer to him than you are to him.
So her style will be much closer to Ace Bailey's style than my clothes would be to Ace Bailey's style, obviously.
Yet another reason that I think it's so pathetic when 50-year-old people walk around trying to be like they're 20.
So
it's impossible to pull off.
Yeah, you shouldn't try.
Why are you even trying?
It's funny to even see, I don't know if people saw this, Ace Bailey and Kevin Durant worked out together. It's kind of a clip went viral last week. And like, Kevin Durant has like the short shorts because those came in for a little while. Ace Bailey's shorts, he's back to almost capri pants. They're so far
back
past
to the
his knees.
Fab Five Michigan ones?
No, because they're like tight. They're much tight. Now they're not capri tight, but they're much tighter than what Chris Webber or whatever Jalen Rose was wearing. But that's the different look, and that's exactly what my daughter had. It was like the very funky sandals and these longer than knee length shorts. And I thought, oh, it looks like the kids who play for the Jazz now.
But I do think the fear that what Chad's talking about, the fear of being called old, is why the 50-year-old still wears this stupid stuff.
I know this is an ongoing joke on our show, but was it humbling for you when you had to increase the size of the text on your phone?
Humbling?
And where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
Humbling isn't the word I'd use for it.
You just indulged willingly? You embraced it?
I surrendered to it.
Okay.
I don't
Did
know.
Your wife do it for you?
I don't know if humbling is...
Did you know how to do it?
No, I for months I went around pretending I could read what... And then I finally said, you know what? I can't read this.
And there is technology designed specifically to help it.
I can make this bigger. So it was... I surrendered to my bad eyes.
Okay.
I don't know if it was humbling. I just...
Sure.
This is ridiculous. I just responded... I'm totally misreading texts and responding. People are reading my responses like, what on earth are you talking about? I get a text like, will you pick up celery for dinner? And I text back, please don't divorce me.
That's not what I said.
Maybe I need to make this a little bigger.
Yeah.
All right. 6 o'clock hour coming up next. Stay tuned. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Thinking about replacing your windows? Choose a company that builds and installs them right here in Utah. Advanced Window Products is Utah's local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to homeowners. Hi, I'm Nate Orchard, the mayor of Sac Lake City with Advanced Window Products. At Advanced Window Products, there are no dealer fees, no middleman markups, and no extra costs to cover someone else's profit. From manufacturing to installation, every step is handled by Advanced Window Products' local team. Every window is custom built and